Here we are again. Jesus, welcome. It's the Steel Toe, still the morning show. We'll call this an extension, less than 1 hour after we left.
Busy.
I stayed down here. I have not moved. Well, I moved from this seat for about 5 minutes, but I have not moved from this chair. I uploaded this morning's show to our Patreon for the people who like the audio-only version, patreon.com/Steel Toe Show. Then I started jotting down notes for our guest today, and then back to work. We're going to have Chrissy with us in about 5 minutes. We're just going to come in real quick, talk to you guys a little bit, gather any questions you might have, let you know what's coming up. And then it'll be on to talking to Chrissie Mayr, host of... She's got so many things.
I know. It's really hard to keep up with almost.
Like, I want to make sure that, like, even if we fuck up during the actual interview portion, she can go back and watch this and know that we plugged everything.
Sure.
But there's The Wet Spot at 6 p.m. Central on Compound Media. There's the Chrissie Mayr podcast. Then there's the Chrissie Mayr in the Morning Show on YouTube. Then there's clips on the YouTube channel. So here's what I'm going to do.
All your shows.
ChrissieMayr.com. There's the link in the chat.
Yep.
And we'll also put that in the description. I already fucked that up when I typed up the description.
Headlining all over the place.
What do we got coming up? Tonight, she's going to be in Bridgeport, Connecticut at the Stress Factory. A week from today, there's going to be the comedians of the Compound Show in Orlando at the Improv. That's the infamous Anthony versus Chad Zumock phone call we went over a while back. Chrissy and us are starting to kind of run in very similar circles. So our shows are they have some overlap, if you will.
It's been very fun.
So I thought it was maybe time to get her on. She called in impromptu to our evening show about a week ago or so. And that was kind of fun. We already had her scheduled on the show before that, but Frank Pellegrino has been great. Her fiance, Frank, has been very awesome in setting this up, so we want to thank him for that. But yeah, it seems like every week, Chrissy's, a couple times a week, is headlining somewhere. Headlining in. I mean, it's now at the point
insane.
where she can kind of put her name on a show, and you'll just assume she's headlining it.
Yeah.
At this point.
It's crazy how much she's accomplished
Not
so far.
emceeing like Zumock. I'm sorry. Chad would never take...
If even.
Hey, Chad would never take an emceeing gig. He was a cool kid in high school.
The coolest, really.
He was the coolest kid.
And that's what mattered.
And remember, we learned that this morning. That's what matters, is that you're cool in high school. So thank you guys for joining us. If you want to, hit like, share this, let people know that Steel Toe's back on for another half hour, 40 minutes or so. And in 2 or 3 minutes, we'll talk to Chrissie Mayr, I guess you could call her the queen of the dabblers, but she's certainly the founder of the term.
She coined it.
Dabbler. She said to Stuttering John, I heard you dabble in comedy. It was an innocent question. John was offended to think that somebody didn't know about the great burgeoning stand-up career of one Stuttering John Melendez.
How dare she?
He's been on the Howard Stern show. He's been a radio producer. He was the announcer on The Tonight Show. He was on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here.
He's been all over the world.
But how dare she not know about Stuttering John doing stand-up? Oh, man. You know, the thing about Stuttering John saying he does stand-up, though, is kind of gross because he's one of those people, and I think I heard Will Sasso complaining about this recently. He's one of those people who got famous doing something else and then just kind of jackknifed comedy.
Oh,
like
sure.
he kind of cut it off in the middle of the road and went, I'm in now.
It's my turn.
Yeah, he's terrible. He's not any good.
He budged in line and then he sucked.
But what's really interesting was that Chrissy was not even shitting on him when she asked the question.
She never is.
She said, I've heard you dabble in comedy. And he got really pissed off about that.
That seems to be a theme. She'll have a name like a John Melendez or Ethan Ralph on, and she'll ask some very innocent questions and kind of get her head chewed off.
And we will talk about the Ethan Ralph interview. Someone's already brought it up in the chat. Are you going to ask her about the Ethan Ralph thing? Yes. We're going to, where Ethan starts flipping the fuck out. And it wasn't, again, this is another one. Chrissy seems to stumble onto these controversies. She never creates them herself.
It's not her fault.
Somebody super chatted something and Chrissy read the question. You have to. If super chats come in during our talk with Chrissy, we'll have to, ask her at some point when we have an opening in the conversation.
They paid.
Somebody asked her to ask Ethan about something regarding his mother. And she asked And Ethan, much like Zumock, much like Tony Michaels, is one of these guys who will sit there and bitch about something for 30 minutes and swear to God it doesn't bother them.
Look, it doesn't bother me to talk about this shit, but this is 300 reasons why I'm bothered.
Look, motherfucker, it doesn't bother me at all that you talk about my fucking mom, bitch. I don't fucking care, bitch. I don't give a fuck. You think it bothers me? I'm bothered as shit.
Why don't you go fuck your mom?
Yeah, go fuck your mom. How would you feel if I played something of your dead mom dying? And Chrissy's just sitting there going, I guess if you wanted to.
I'm sorry.
I didn't say anything, but it's fine. And Ethan just and then I think he called Frank the gay F word at one point.
Yes.
He gay F'd Frank during that interview.
There's
Chrissy.
Is.
All right, let's talk to her. Enough of this nonsense. Chrissie Mayr, how are you?
Hello, guys. What's up?
Oh, we are fantastic. First of all, thank you very much. We had to come on 5 minutes early, so we made sure we got all the plugs of all the different shows you do in.
Yes, you're very busy.
Oh my God, there's so many plugs. There's too many.
Yeah.
Are we live right now? Can I watch along? It feels weird talking to a black square.
Go ahead and watch along because I suck at tech, and if I open OBS before I open Zoom, then I can't see I can see you. You can't see us.
It looks good.
It's unfair.
Okay, cool.
But yeah,
it does look. It looks great.
Yeah. So we were talking about a bunch of stuff we were going to end up covering today. We didn't get to the thing I wanted to start off with, which is being one of the few women, maybe the only, at Compound Media. How is it that all of these middle-aged men are the ones starting drama?
Men are always so emotional, right? Isn't that what we say all the time? Yeah, I think I'm actually the second woman to join Compound Media. Joanne Nosachinski.
That's right.
Okay.
Who is one of the co-hosts of Morning. And then I forget what the show was then called. They tried to rebrand and then they went back to being called Morning. She is completely dramaless. I don't know how she does it. She stays so squeaky clean. I think it's because she's not engaging very much on social media.
Okay.
Well, we were talking about you and the issues, quote unquote, you've been in, and we were going over them here. And none of them were actually you starting anything. You just kind of find yourself oddly in these places where somebody got pissed off out of nowhere.
Yes, that's what happens a lot. I seem to trigger weak men. I feel like that's something I've done ever since an early age. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't explain why else. My dad is mad at me. Now I have these other grown men upset at my existence. Yeah.
Right. Well, we'll get to the John thing. We'll talk about Ethan a little bit. People really love referencing the Ethan Ralph interview.
Yes.
We enjoyed it a lot here too.
Oh my God. That was wild.
It was.
But first, the Compound stuff. So you're there minding your own business. Mondays at 6 Central, you do the show The Wet Spot on Anthony Cumia's Compound Media. And now last week, the entire YouTube shock jock community sort of stops what it's doing to take a look at Kevin Brennan and Geno Bisconte nearly killing each other while Bob Levy plays old grandpa peacekeeper.
Insane.
Now, you had Gino on your show, I think, on Friday on YouTube and to talk about the whole thing. I know that those two don't like each other, and I know that Gino had also rubbed Bob the wrong way, and he came on Gino's show that day, but from the inside Compound perspective, is there anything we're missing, or did we pretty much see all of it?
I feel like I'm missing things too. I can only speculate as to what the underlying issues are. But again, I know for sure, if I book either Gino or Kevin on a show, I know that the other guests that I book have to be physically strong enough to hold one of them back. So that that's a good booking note for people that want to have them on their shows physically in person. You have to book some other strong men who could potentially be able to pull them off each other.
Wow.
Right. The only thing I can think of is that maybe and this is totally speculation or else, because I don't know where else these feelings could have come from Kevin. He's kind of made his name and his brand off of shit talking. So I think it's a combination of of that, and maybe he has like underlying jealousy towards Gino for being 4 days a week at Compound. Like that's the only thing I can think of. Like maybe because I know that happens with me a lot. Like some folks will look at me and they think I don't deserve like whatever it is I have, so then they put you up here, and then they work to like start chipping away at you. And it's only in their head, and I wonder if that is what Kevin is doing with Gino. He has him up here, like, wow, you've got this 4 day a week gig at Compound. You don't deserve it. I'm more talented than you. Like, whatever's going on up there, and then so that's why he feels like maybe he has to chip it away at him.
Also, do you think it's kind of a bad combo too? Because Gino, like you look at the Aaron Berg stuff, the Pat Dixon, now Kevin Brennan. Do you think that Gino's also kind of that heel pro wrestler who like taunt, and then back off? And like Kevin, like maybe he just didn't back off quick enough on the Kevin Brennan one, because it seemed like the phone number, him giving out the phone number was kind of like the straw that broke his back. That like maybe Gino flies a little too close to the sun sometimes, to put it diplomatically.
It did seem like him giving out the phone number was the thing that really ticked Kevin Brennan off. However, Kevin did say of Gino and his show, like nobody watches this show. So I think like at this point, both of them should know each other pretty well. Like I think anybody who's going on a program with Gino should know that he is a button pusher and know that he likes to try to like
stir things up a little.
And as does probably Kevin as well. So
I would
say like work on making yourself untriggerable, you know, get yourself to a point like mentally, emotionally so strong so that there is nothing that somebody could say that would make you throw a hissy fit and like begin damaging studio property. Like that would be my advice. Like just get your shit together so that people can't fuck with you like that.
Poor Anthony Cumia wants to build himself a little streaming company where he can do his show, and he doesn't want to be the boss. And now all of a sudden he's got to be like the parent who goes, all right, you go over here. You go over here, and don't either of you look at each other.
Oh, don't hit him. No hitting, guys.
Yeah, he literally, Anthony literally said during that whole thing, no hitting. I say the same thing to my 5-year-old.
It is funny. He has like uncle babysitter vibes where it's like he's the uncle. He's not actually going to like discipline anybody, but like, again, he doesn't want anybody's head coming off on his watch.
Yeah. How do you like it over at Compound now? Because you've been in, and I don't know the inner workings, but how it looks as a subscriber. You've been in the Keith the Cop administration and the, I don't know, do we call it the Erock administration? Like, how do you like it?
Yeah, two administrations. It feels like I just got there, honestly. But I look back, I go, oh wow, like my show was pitched and I guess like brought into the fold in 2019, and then started doing appearances in 2018. And I am forever like indebted to Gino and Aaron for bringing me on their show, because like I started going on Compound like right after my mom died. I was like, I need to start throwing myself into some projects, or I'm just going to be like sitting around crying all the time. Like I need to distract myself from this. So that is when I really like fell in love with going on podcasts, and I would do these like goofy characters on In Hot Water. I loved Aaron and Gino for, giving me that first chance really to like explore and like play and just, a lady dies in a clothing donation bin, and I'd be like, oh, well, what if that lady was still alive? Like, what would her values be? What would she sound like? Like what would be important to her? So they would just let me come on, and like, I'd be like, hey, I have this goofy idea for a character. It's like, and they'd be like, yeah, come. And it was fucking great. Like it was really, they kind of had trust that I would be funny consistently. And same thing, like Mike Figs would come on. He's somebody who like ended up, well, then I brought Figs on to Wet Spot to be my announcer, but then he quit. So he's at Gas right now with Aaron Berg. So everyone's like staying busy still, but that I really am grateful to the two of them for giving me a chance. And then, after so many appearances on the network, I was like, oh yeah, there is kind of a need for like a bimbo show, to cover the soft subject. Cover the soft subjects, like be entirely whatever, like female led. I hate like saying that. It's like being a woman is like this huge accomplishment. But I just was like, oh, there's nothing, there's no one talking about like fluffy subjects on Compound, like sex, dating, relationships. So
right.
Pitched that, and yeah, and
kind of just took off.
Yeah.
Summer of 2019. And I think another reason why I stay out of some of the compound drama is like I'm only there 1 day a week.
True.
I think if I were there 2, 3, 4 days a week, like I would be more on my mind. But like I have all these other shows and like projects going on, so I can only like dedicate a fraction of myself to compound.
No time for the tensions.
Yeah.
No time for drama. I mean, like there's always drama always finds me, but
you gotta
I don't have time to make additional drama.
Yeah, you got to admit though, and I'll admit it all day. People are like, oh, all it is drama. It's just drama. I love it. I love this shit. I love watching it. I mean, just mainline it. Anytime you guys start fighting with each other or Gino and Kevin are going to kill each other, because I don't know how you feel about it, but ultimately in my mind, I go, look, these two are both in their 50s. They're going to be fine. Like, let's just enjoy this for what it is. It's interesting. Yeah. It's you're watching it from the outside. You're a safe distance away. And you knew ultimately nobody's going to die or anything. So let's have some fun with it.
Yeah, they're not retards. Like they're both like consciously choosing to have this drama play out on camera. So it's like they must feel like it benefits them both. And perhaps it does, because people are tuning in to be like, what the fuck's going on? What grown men are fighting? Like, what is motivating this?
Yeah.
And it is kind of just,
I think it'd be kind of cool as a coworker of both of them too, to be just kind of not in the middle of any of that. Like you don't have a horse in the race, so you get to see both sides of it, and they obviously come on your show and talk to you about it. Like, do they treat you poorly for having the other one around, or?
Like I'm probably closer to Gino. I've had him on more of my shows. Like I was on Kevin Brandon's show like maybe years ago, and I think he did like Wet Spot once. So I just don't work as closely with him. So it's like maybe I will if I have to root for somebody, I would root for Gino.
Okay.
But it's because I know him and I understand him better, and I know that he is like a button pusher, and he is like I can see how people get like angry with him, but it's just like he's fucking living his life. Like he's a live and let live dude, and like again, like just don't be triggerable if you have an issue.
Well, and like broadcast wise, it is kind of a hard one for like onlookers and viewers to root for somebody, because broadcast wise, they're both like there's things about both of them that you can find kind of objectionable. Like there's things that you can go, oh, I don't like that about this guy. Or like Kevin is always angry at somebody. Yelling. Like Kevin's whole shtick is like he shits on absolutely everyone. And then Gino's whole thing is, like we said, taunt, back off. And then when they react, go, what? What did I do? So like
it's like cat and mouse.
Yeah, they both kind of play a weird Tom and Jerry game.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, it was wrong of Gino to give out Brennan's phone number for sure. Like I would hate if somebody did that to me, and it would really damage our friendship, because like even though you can, and even when I had Gino on my show, like right after that, he was like, what's the big deal? I'll give out my phone number, and then he's giving out his phone number during the live stream, and then sure enough, people are now starting to call him during his live stream, and it pauses him, and he goes sideways every single time somebody calls him. And I'm like, dude, this is why you don't give out your number on a live stream. Like you're fucking up my show a little bit. And of course I laugh because it's like,
I have to say, as someone who went back and watched it was a remarkably frustrating listen when that would happen. You're just like, God damn it, stop. But
it was funny. You do have to just like accept people for who they are, and like accept them for who they're not as well. And I think that's when you start, when you put expectations on people that like I don't know, that don't need to be there. I think that's when you set yourself up to be like disappointed or like
maybe
hate
just
somebody. And it's like ultimately like maybe none of us know Gino that closely. Like certainly the fans and the viewers like don't know any of us closely, but when you watch somebody every day, you start to feel like you do, and then it's like TV. It's like watching any other show.
It's I think in wrestling they would call Kevin versus Gino a heel versus heel program. So you can kind of root for whoever you want. Let me ask you a little about something that really kind of exposed you or exploded you into a different portion of audience, and that was, of course, the thing that's you're the starter of this. You're the big bang of this Stuttering John boom that everyone's seeing now, all because. And again, we talked about how you just find yourself in these controversies you never meant to be in. You asked an honest question of Stuttering John. I've watched it a couple times. You asked him, because he's known for Howard Stern, Jay Leno. So you asked him, and I think you used the appropriate word, actually a kind word. You said, somebody told me you dabble in stand-up comedy. He got pissed off. He lost his mind. You ended it perfectly by telling him that you too dabble in stand-up. That was fucking brilliant.
Thank you. Aren't we all dabbling? Come on.
We're all dabbling. Yeah. So he loses his mind. He now becomes the dabbler. Now there is a 5,000 person strong subreddit. The first time we shit on John on this show, like 3-4 months ago, we clipped it because we've been Stern fans. We've been Opie and Anthony fans. And we thought, we'll put this up for people.
Yep.
That's how we discovered there was this whole underground community all dedicated to just shitting on Stuttering John. And you're the one who started it.
Thank you for calling me the Big Bang of the Dabbleverse instead of the black hole, which could be another description. Yeah, it was. And it's funny because I was the first half of the interview. Like I wouldn't expect anybody to watch it because that's not the part that was funny. But the first half of the interview with him went splendid. Like I'm asking him about his glory days. It's all his strong suits. He's talking about that time he trumped. He prank called Trump, and it was all great. And then when we get into stand up and has Trump been good for comedy? He said, is this whole interview going to be about Trump? And I think it was the first question I had asked about Trump, and I was like, wow. I was like, no. Yeah. I've been asking this of other comics, right? Aren't you also a comic? And looking back, I think he couldn't. And I was so I was so nervous and I was so awkward during this interview when things got tense because I'm not always great with conflict, and I was too anxious to tell him that his camera had frozen, and I didn't want him to get mad at I just don't like somebody mad at me, and I was too nervous to tell him his camera was frozen and to reset it. So maybe it did help that I didn't really get to see his true facial response, but I could tell he was upset that I was not fawning over him, and I was not so pumped that he was gracing my little podcast with his presence, and he's somebody who feels oh, I'm doing your show, it's such a big favor. I can't believe you said I dabbled when I'm here, I'm doing your show. He's giving me a fucking kidney. I'm it's an hour of your time, buddy. And no one's forcing your hand here. And then even after the fact, he's oh, I didn't want to do it. And even at the end of the interview, he's can I get back to watching the game? I'm yes, John.
Jesus.
Go back to watching your game.
Please. Wow. Yeah. Before they shut the cable off. So you have the John interview, and then all this starts happening. Kumi is shitting on him. Carl from Who Are These Podcasts, who's a wonderful human being, he starts getting dicked with by John legally. And so he just starts leaning in. And how is it for you? You said you don't like confrontation, but you accidentally created this entire conflict economy of Stuttering John content. And now, ironically, you get to be the one, again, sitting back and watching it.
It is crazy because that small moment, I'm not saying I'm fucking anything. I'm not hot shit at all. But that tiny moment where I embrace dabbling myself. I'm yes, I also dabble because I just didn't know what else to say.
Yeah.
It's almost that was a microcosm of what was to come. Everyone embraced dabbling, and now there's the dabbling subreddit. I just went to the Dabblers Anonymous meetup last Friday.
Oh, jeez.
It feels neat, and it's also he really should be embracing this. He should do a podcast with freaking Opie and Chad, and he should. He's there is a universe where he could be a lovable goof, where it's just a show of his green screen falling down and he's swatting away roaches, and he's he's sad that his high profile guest only gave him 20 minutes. There are elements of John that are funny when he's Howard if he even said himself when he's not trying to be funny.
Yeah, there's that lack of self-awareness and the fighting against the current that, yeah, it makes him more funny to cover, but you're also going, you could do something with this. You mentioned the Opie and Chad Zumock thing. Dude, you could get that fucking weirdo Tony Michaels in there. There's a lot of all of these guys just don't. They claim to be comics. They have no sense of humor about the person you need to be having a sense of humor of most, which is yourself.
Right. Stop struggling and just embrace it.
Yeah.
It's a lack of self-awareness ultimately, because any kind of online person, you have a chat going, you read your comments on some form or another, be it YouTube or your social media platforms, like you begin to know like how people think of you and what people like about you. I'm not saying you have to be like dance monkey dance, everything you do has to be for the fans, but like over time, if you're turning yourself into a business, like you should have some sense of like what people like about you and what people want to see more of.
Right.
Because you can best express like your strengths in the world.
Yeah.
And especially like on camera. And I think with like, with the example of like Stuttering John and Chad, like they're not self-aware enough to know where their strengths are and what people like about them. They're trying to be like this other thing, or they're trying to be better than what people think of them. And it's like, I don't know, almost like they've put a value, like they've lowered the value of being like a goof or like a lovable loser or like a dabbler or like somebody who's too drunk to be a feature act. You know what I mean? Like there's something nice about embracing who you are and being the best you can be, instead of like pretending like you're at Sebastian Maniscalco level of headliner.
Yeah.
Like, no, you know what I mean? Like people are not dumb. Like we see kind of what you are, and that's okay.
Yeah.
I said it, and I know that you and Frank have had your issues with Zumock a bunch, and we just like probably a month and a half ago, he kind of got on our radar because we saw him he goes, I'm going to jump into the Stuttering John thing. And we just went, you phony. Like this is clearly you're doing this because it's blowing up.
I want to make money too.
And then it was funny to watch that entire Dabblers Anonymous group. And I made a video of it straight away. And I said, nope, they're going to reject him. You watch this. And the Dabblers group just fucking went, nope, this guy's full of shit, not him. And then this is so classic Chad. I've watched him do it to you. I've watched him do it to Anthony, to Kevin, to Gino, to everybody at Compound. Chad tries to endear himself to a thing. Chad tries too hard. Thing makes fun of Chad. Chad turns on Thing and pretends he never wanted to be a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think I don't know if something maybe fell on his head at a young age.
Yeah.
Or what? Like, I don't know.
Not enough hugs.
I think I sometimes like to get into like the reasons why I almost was a psych major. And you look at how like Chad is in a conflict situation, or even like Stuttering John, and it's almost like they are like, this is why I feel bad for them ultimately. I think they're like perhaps like developmentally disabled, because you look at the emotional response to like conflict or feeling cornered or not feeling accepted or feeling like rejected, and it's like it's the response of like a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They really lash out.
Yeah, and like, so I don't know, maybe something happened, but like everyone's got their issues. Like I fucking have tons of issues.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if you heard one of his latest things though, Chrissy. You may be onto something with the teenager thing. It may just be a constant youthfulness, because as Chad has said in the last couple of days, he was really cool when it mattered in high school.
He was so cool in high school, and I was just like, that cracked me the fuck up. I was like, oh my God. I was like, wait a minute, like, and it's such a stereotype. Like, the person who's cool in high school is the one that is the only reason why all of us still have Facebook, so we can check up on that cool guy from high school, see how fucking fat and losery he's become, and how he like, has a miserable life. It's usually the losers from high school, the nerds, the fatties, the braces wearers that like have the glow up,
the band
and like
they
they end up crushing it in adulthood. So it's like, why would you brag about being that stereotype? And I think he's kind of like regressing to like a childlike state. It's like, when was the last time I was crushing it? Oh, high school. Yeah, let's talk about that.
He feels good there. Mm-hmm.
But also,
we're like psychologists.
I know.
Here. We're like, yes, I feel like I should have like a clipboard and a white coat.
Right, but that's why I always enjoy these people. I was telling April this on the morning show because Chad was lashing out again this morning. The chat starts going, Chad's lashing out. You have to see this. So we went and watched it, and April goes, don't you ever feel bad? And I said, no, I don't see him as a person. He's just a thing.
That's like a woman thing. Like I say that every day. I'm like, I feel bad for him. And then I'll listen to something where he's like talking so much shit about me and Frank. And then I'll be like, all right, he's still at it.
See what you get for treating him as a human, though? It's like treating a viper like a human. Just the minute you turn around, it's going to bite you. So don't treat it like a person. Like I said this morning, He's a shovel hanging up in my garage. I don't yell at my shovel. I don't get mad at my shovel. If my shovel does something stupid and funny, I laugh at my shovel. That's all Chad is.
It truly must be a woman thing, like Chrissy understands here. Like anytime I'll say I feel bad for any of our lol cows, even a little bit, just because I take pity on them, the whole chat is just full of men. Just don't ever feel bad for this person. They put themselves there, you know.
And even laughing at people like Chad, I think it takes us. You talked about John and how he can't take a joke, and Chad how he can't take criticism. I think for all of us who laugh at him, it comes from an ability for us to laugh at ourselves, to let go of that ego and all that stuff and go, look, even the term lol cow, I've said numerous times, dude, as long as we're talking into one of these microphones, we're all quote unquote lol cows. We're all cattle to be slaughtered at anyone's criticism at any time. It's the person who thinks they're going to beat the internet who always ends up losing.
Right. It's open season.
And why do you want to be cool? Like we're all clowns ultimately. Like you guys are a little bit more like respectful, like radio types, but like me, whether you're a Stuttering John or a Chad or a Sebastian Maniscalco or a Louis CK, like we're all clowns ultimately. So it's like we're here to entertain people, and like how you try to do that while taking yourself too seriously, like must be exhausting.
It has to be.
And you're also blocking your own flow. Like when you do that and you spend time being jealous of other people and you spend time trying to like take people down, like you're literally blocking your own, and I'm going to sound like a crystal something astrology chick right here, but when you spend time doing that, you're literally cutting off your own manifestation, your own flow to opportunity, your own life is just harder when you're, because you really only have yourself to compare yourself to a year ago. Don't compare yourself to somebody else who has a completely different life path and set of skills and struggles and issues.
Well, people like Chad try so hard to be somebody else instead of, like she said, like there's certain things to embrace about yourself that could be really funny.
My theory on Chad is that the guy's pushing 50. It hasn't gone where he wanted it to go, and he now has two. Again, we're putting on the lab coat and the clipboard. You're right, but it's
kind of fun.
He's got two choices now. As he's pushing 50 and it hasn't gone where he wanted, he can either face the reality and adjust, or he can create the own world in his head, and when the compound people clash with that, he can lash out. And unfortunately, he and John both have, I think, chosen the latter.
Oof. And I remember, I'm trying to think, like, how did this all start? How did I even get wrapped up with Chad? He was shitting on my friend Stacey Pressman, who's a comic, and I think I just came to her defense one day on Twitter, and then that's how I got roped in. And now it's 2 years later, and he's obsessing about my fiance, somebody who's not a public figure, literally talks and thinks of him every day. I'm like, what's going on? Is he gay? What is happening here? I don't understand fully.
Yeah, the obsession with Frank. I mean, Anthony brought it up when he was talking to Chad the other day. Like I said, I'm fucking obsessed with this shit. I love it. But he was saying about you two. Anthony mentioned you and Frank specifically. He says, do you think Frank and Chrissy want you at that Comedians of the Compound gig, which, by the way, is a week from today, October 27th.
Yes, check it out.
Orlando, Florida. So all of you guys who came over, somehow a year and a half ago, we got this big influx of Bubba the Love Sponge fans. Don't fucking ask. But somehow we got a bunch of them, and they're all in Florida. So, guys, go to Orlando a week from today. Go to the Comedians of the Compound show. Chrissy will be there. Anthony, Gino, everybody from over at Compound. Yeah. But he was talking about going there, and it just got really weird and creepy, like he was about to have a mental break. And specifically, Anthony said, do you think Frank and Chrissy want you there? Is that just because, Chad has gone so out of his way to go after Frank for no fucking reason?
It's really so much. At one point he said that after Gino got punched and needed jaw surgery, Chad actually said Chrissy deserves the Gino treatment. So it's
oh my God.
It's oh God, that all that and more, it's the really egregious ones kind of stick out in your head and you remember, and you're just I don't, even if you were just not being actively an asshole, honestly, probably all it would take to include this person would be don't actively be such an asshole every day for 2 years.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's a strange obsession, I guess. And I don't know, like I've heard that he has showed up places where he's not booked, and I've heard he's showed up at morning radio claiming that he is opening for somebody who he wasn't, just to like try to sneak on to the morning radio show. And so like I've heard that he shows up at clubs pretending he's on it and tries to like sneak on. So it's like, okay, we just want to avoid. I mean, it could only go wrong. It could only bring negativity and chaos. Like it's not going to be an asset. It's going to be a liability.
Do me a favor. Yeah, don't play the internet game of, oh, does it look bad if we just ban him from the show? Don't let him in.
Yeah, he got to a point with Kumi on the phone almost where he sounded like it'd be a threat. Almost.
Yeah, if I'm not allowed in, it could be a problem. It's like just kick the fucking idiot out.
Like that's just not a guy you have around. For sure.
And it's like, aren't we losers and tool bags? So like, why do you want to be around us? Aren't we not Jim Brewer? Aren't we like not the other cool kids that you feature for? So like, why would you voluntarily want to be a part of this?
It's very telling. He does just want to sit at the cool kids table.
He just wants to be there, and he wants to hold Frank's hand, and Frank won't have it. That's all it is.
It is very odd to hear that he would say such a thing to yourself, like, oh, you need the Geno treatment. Like
right,
you and Frank both seem very pleasant. I can't imagine why that would be necessary.
Chrissy needs to be punched in the face at a bar, apparently.
It's very so now
he even was like threatening like to have a go at Frank, like, oh, Frank won't come at me in person, Frank won't say this to my face. I'm like, what are you doing? Again, it's this high school mentality of like, we solve all things through proving how cool we are, or like a fist fight behind a deli. And it's like,
that's
most of us are past that.
It's a very insecure thing to say too.
A little bit.
Behavior,
a little bit. I do want to ask you about the January 6th stuff, because I was watching I was watching Tony Michaels I saw a clip of Tony Michaels on Stuttering John, and Tony does the thing that Chad does where he does the hacky radio trick of, I don't know anything about the person, and then goes on to quote their bio.
Yeah, he does that.
Yeah, he does that whole thing where he was talking about Chrissy specifically, and he goes, and yeah, I don't know anything about Anthony. Does he even have a show anymore? Well, anyway, he's got this bitch on her network, this treasonous insurrectionist, and he's like yelling.
He's mad. He's
like
angry.
Spit flying out and just calling you this treasonous insurrectionist bitch, and just really going nuts about it. And I have to ask you, how are you catching any shit? I mean, do these people not know that there was actually a protest aside from like the people who went in, and that you were literally calling into Compound Media covering the whole thing? I mean, they act like you went and stole a Thomas Jefferson bust out of the rotunda.
Or like you shit on a desk.
For the people who are not free thinkers and who just listen to mainstream media, like, that's all you can expect them to say when it comes to January 6th. Like, they're just going to regurgitate the talking points they heard off CNN. Like, they're not going to, I don't know, speak to somebody who was there. They're not going to look for like alternate news sources. They're not going to look for different points of view, because it's like, nope, I found, and like, all of us are probably guilty of this at one point or another, but it's like, oh, I found the thing that I agree with, and I don't want to find information that contradicts it. So I'm just going to go with that. And that is kind of what most people go with when it comes to January 6th. But it's like, didn't go inside the building. I was there in DC in November and December, and also of course on January 6th, because I was covering these were rallies. These were planned rallies. This was not like a secret insurrection, or if there was, like, I wasn't in with the group that were the FBI informants or whatever the fuck that was going on. Like, I was just there like covering it, because I felt like, particularly with November and December, they were covered really unfairly by the mainstream media. They would just do a quick flyover in the morning, be like, oh, look, there's nobody here. It's 6 a.m.
Yeah.
This is a non-event. Trump has no supporters. So I was like, I feel like that's not the case. So I went in November, went in December, same thing, like hundreds of thousands of people. And then like on the 6th, like, I've heard people say there was 1 million people there, that it was the most amount of people I've ever seen at anything I've ever been to.
Right.
And same thing, just there covering. It was always going to be like, we meet at what was it called? Like the Grand Lawn. I forget the names of it.
Sure.
But like, we're going to meet there. The speakers are going to start in the morning. Like, I remember waiting there like real early in the morning. And I did this like wide shot. It was just like people as far as the freaking eye could see. And and what was really cool about going to these rallies would be like that there'd be like always a bunch of Chinese ladies there with their signs like anti-CCP, and they would like come up and like be so willing to talk to you. We're from China, like they just want to get the word out about the CCP, and
Interesting.
like and then I'd interview people from like Venezuela or Cuba and be like, yeah, like we didn't leave these countries to come to America to see the same shit start to pop off, and that's like what we're seeing. And they'll like get in your face. They wanted to be interviewed. They're like, oh, somebody with a camera, like I want to tell my story.
Yeah. Now
and then you have all the other groups of people there too, and so I was like, there were more people on the 6th.
Yeah.
But again, like I was just there, like really like cover what was going on. Basically, like look how many people are here, and this is why people are here. And then like ultimately that led to like, you know, my album, because I was like, why not just I have jokes about being there that day, and from how like people kind of came after me just for being associated with the day. But yeah, most people just don't know or want to talk to anybody that was there, that they just see the highlight reel that they play on CNN of that one side of the building. Where it was like, it looked kind of intense. Like I was on, like, that's why I joke around. Like for me, it was pretty chill. Like I was on the other side of the building. It was like flags. It was like kumbaya. It was like sing-alongs, picnics, dogs, costumes, kids.
And then on the other end, you've got Goat Boy just fucking running into the building.
They Goat Boy showed up and they completely forget that you're allowed to have a peaceful protest, and there's just people there for a common cause and all that.
Goat Boy,
and people
Goat
totally
Boy and
forget.
the FBI agents showed up, and it was on from
People
there.
totally forget or willingly forget that with the Women's March, like there was a whole crew of people that marched into the Capitol wearing pussy hats, but like. You know, the like Pelosi and whatever, they'll call that participating in democracy. But when Trump people do it, or when like regular upset Americans do it, like, oh, you're insurrectionists. So they clearly just wanted to like make an example of everybody they can on that day. And like, I remember seeing people like climbing up the wall on the side of the building I was on, and I was like, it was all dudes climbing up, and I was just from like a physical standpoint, I was like, I bet I could do that. Like, it would be nice to like physically see if I could do that. But I'm glad I held back.
Well, and like you said before, there's a lot of shit about January 6th that people don't cover. You mentioned this to us before. The food.
The food was great. Yeah, nobody ever talks about the food. Nobody talks about the costumes. There was a guy wearing a skeleton costume with a sign that said, I voted for Biden 9 times. I'm like, this is fucking hilarious.
That's awesome.
A year and a half later, they're still looking into it, but none of the food truck vendors have been called.
They do not show that side of it.
Oh, it's unfortunate.
And I remember we were talking to this guy that was like a construction worker, because we were in one of these like kind of fake sort of construction trailers, and he was just in there, and a lot of people had come in there like to charge their phones. It felt like a little find. It really felt like an oasis because it was warm in there. People were charging their phones. There were hand warmers. There was like somebody had found like hot chocolate, so we're doing like hot water and hot chocolate. It felt like really lucky because it was like a really cold day in January, obviously. And the guy was saying, because he was there setting up for the I was gonna say the insurrection, setting up for fucking Biden. What was it called? The
inauguration. The inauguration.
The placement of our dear leader. And he was saying like, we're not setting up as many chairs because like it's not really open to the public. Like it's just what he was describing was like atypical of most inaugurations, where it's like they want a lot of people to come like
in support.
He made me think like, oh, like this is only a few select people are being invited to this because like most people don't really support this. So that was interesting.
I want to get to one more thing, but I will do a couple of chat questions that have come up. I haven't been able to keep my eyes on the chat too much, but I do want to acknowledge Michael Gavin Ali, $5 super chat, says, I remember Opie was going to have you on his show and bailed on you. Yep. What are your thoughts on Opie?
I was supposed to be on Opie's show. I was booked through Carl Ruiz, and I remember it was like a summer day in the city, and that as the day went on, I was like, either the communication between Carl and Opie is so bad, or he just kind of booked me to hang out and like basically have a date with him, because like I came into the city, we were hanging out at his Cuban restaurant, and we're like waiting for Opie, and I'm like, oh, is he? It was supposedly all confirmed, and then I was like, oh, is he coming in and all? And then it's like hours went by, and then it was like, oh, he's on a boat with his friends in Long Island, and I'm like, was he ever gonna fucking come? Like, was this? And then I remember Carl, like, he's like, oh, but I know this really great place that sells meringues a couple blocks down. So we like went and got meringues together. And I'm like, I feel like, is this sneakily becoming a date? Like, it was annoying because I wanted to do it. I may have been tricked into a date.
Yeah. You thought the communication between Carl and Opie was bad then. It's even worse now.
Oh, God. Right. It's like he doesn't answer his texts anymore.
Not at all. We actually tried to have, it's crazy about Opie, man. We tried to have him on here, and he responded back and said yes initially. And then to give you an idea into the way Opie thinks and lives, he then wrote me back about a half hour later and said, I've been digging through your channel, and I found this. And it was a clip. It was when the Geno Pat Dixon thing happened, and I was talking about Anthony and how he has to handle this fucking madhouse at Compound, and about how much that must be a pain in the ass, and he's not much of a manager. He doesn't want to be a boss. And all I said was, I literally said, I mean, Opie may be unfunny and not very talented, but at least he's got a family and something to fall back on. Anthony's got to run these fucking guys. So I made that little joke, and Opie goes, I didn't know you spent your time trashing me. I don't think I'm going to come on your show. I wish you the best of luck. And we'll what do you say? We'll reanalyze. We'll revisit this in the fall. And I'm like, no, I'm shitting on Opie now.
Wow.
I'm not going to be put on the revisit list like I'm on Opie
probation. And wouldn't
probation.
you want to go on a show? Like, that's part of why I wanted to go on Opie's show. Like if this person's heard of me at all or not, like it's probably not positive. So it's like, wouldn't you want to go on a show where you think they don't like you and try to leave a positive impression and like change people's minds?
There's one other question I'm going to ask you, and it's to prove a point to some of our audience. A while back, we got put on notice in Red Bar's Bring Back group. He had banned all of his audience from listening to this show. He said, don't you listen to that Steel Toe. You're banned from here if you do. Well, it led to a lot of Red Bar people coming here and kind of airing their grievances with Red Bar to us. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. I understand. But we're still working on reforming a few of them. So we got a guy, Clay, in the chat, bringing up an old Red Bar thing. He wants me to ask Chrissy about the Christmas presents. And I love the Red Bar fans. Like, it's been kind of amazing over the last couple of years. Like, in my DMs, like, people will be like, I heard of you because of Red Bar, because, like, and we were, like, hating on you, but, like, now I'm actually a fan. So yeah, that happened to us, too.
I welcome everyone. The really like the shortened version of the story, and there's so many versions of the story, then you can go listen to them, I'm sure, all over his thing. But it was a Christmas party. We were at a restaurant. We were wrapping up. The restaurant was shutting down. Everybody's leaving. Our Compound Media party was among the last to leave the restaurant as it's closing. I think the party was in January, and now I've heard people say, oh no, it was December, but like I don't know if that's as important. And as we're leaving, I saw a shopping bag on a table, and like, okay, no one's coming back for it. It's just left there. Everyone's gone. We're getting ready to leave. I take a peek in the shopping bag. It's just clothes.
Yeah.
It wasn't gifts. Nothing was wrapped up. These weren't children's toys. This wasn't toys for tots. This wasn't a Christmas tree. This wasn't a Grinch situation. This was a fucking shopping bag with clothes in it. And I go, oh, sweaters, medium. My friend Larry was next to me. And I go, you're a medium, you're small, here, enjoy. And that was fucking it. But I enjoy the ways that the story has been twisted and the fan fiction has been fun.
Yeah.
So it's like, I wish the real story were as exciting as the rumors, but it really was just like, oh, here, It
really is. No offense to Clay and no offense to your Christmas party. It sounds like an absolutely boring fucking story.
I know. You have to laugh at how shit gets twisted out of control, though.
Yeah.
It is fun.
And if anything, like, I'm kind of like the Robin Hood of sweaters,
You
and
just
it's
gave
like,
out some nice sweaters to people.
And we were watching it for a while. Nobody was coming back for it. It was like very much the end of the night. Very much things are closing down.
No name tags.
I was like, here, buddy. And like, he fucking wore the sweaters, looked great in them, still has them, like living his life.
Well, I mean, thank God we got that cleared up. Holy shit.
I'm so sorry if that makes me a horrible person.
Yeah. Well, Clay has now changed his opinion officially in the chat. He's laughing at your Robin Hood comment. All is right with the world. Clay, I hope you're happy. God bless. The last thing I want to ask you about, you talked about how you're uncomfortable with conflict. You don't like it when you're in the middle, like you talked about in the John interview and everything like that. What situation had you more nervous? the John thing, or maybe nervous isn't the right word, the John thing or the Ethan Ralph situation?
Wow, they were both really different. I was more confused at the Ethan Ralph situation because like he and I were like kind of buds and friendly and like had his phone number. Like I remember we did chat a bunch after his mom died because my mom has already been dead for a while. So I was like, welcome to the Dead Moms Club. And like, gave him his welcome pin. Yeah, gave him his welcome folder and everything. Here's what to expect. But we were like kind of buds, whereas like me and Stuttering John were never buds. And it was more like, I am interviewing you because people will be interested in hearing from you, Whereas Ethan, like he had done, I think, Wet Spot once. He had done like my other show a few times.
Okay.
And with Ethan, it was like I was so confused because the misunderstanding was so dumb and needless. And even after I would explain myself multiple times, like, no, I'm not laughing at your mom being dead. I am laughing at the super chat that someone sent in.
Right.
It was
that
very
said,
funny.
like, oh, you made your mom walk in the sun in the middle of the summer. Like, your mom walked in the heat and had to go to dialysis. I'm laughing at the visual of that because I didn't know all of the Ethan Ralph lore. I didn't know that scenario actually happened.
Sure.
So had I known that happened, I probably would have contained myself a little bit better. But I'm like reading it and I'm cracking up because that just the visual I have in my head is fucking funny. And
you had the ability to see humor in something.
Yeah.
God forbid.
And it seemed like he just decided that was going to be a problem. And even after like many explanations, it was like it didn't even matter. I'm like, oh, okay, this isn't even an honest connection anymore. This isn't even an honest conversation.
Yeah.
Like you are making the decision to like have this turn into wrestling instead of just like buds chatting.
He honestly, like it was like you were trying to talk down Braveheart. I mean, he was just sitting there shouting and you're like, no, Ethan, it's okay. And then it was like in the movies where they're trying to corral someone and hold them back and then some innocent bystander gets punched while they're flailing around because Frank came in and tries to go, Ethan, it's okay. And he starts calling him the gay F word and now Frank's catching it too. It's like, Jesus.
And he was like, what? And he would like curse me out. He would like go on a rant and then I'd be like, Ethan, I can't help but feel there's still nugget of misunderstanding here. I'm like, I was like, I don't want you to go to bed angry, buddy. Come on. Let's work this out.
Yeah. No, you fucking bitch. These fucking assholes. My fucking mom died. And then he keeps asking you, how would you feel? And you answer. He kept asking you, and you kept answering him honestly. And it's like the answer you were giving him wasn't good enough. And it's just, you run out of answers at some point.
He'd be like, well, how would you feel if somebody unearthed like some shit that you said to your mom? I was like, I've never said shit to my mom. Like I don't get into fights with her like that. Like we were really close. It's like, it's my dad more so that I have like shit with. So I'm like, there's no example of me cussing out my mom on a live stream. Just like,
for being uncomfortable with like confrontation and stuff, you really carried yourself gracefully through that one.
I thought
you could have got a lot more, uneasy throughout that whole thing, but he was
felt horrible
pissed.
because I was just like, I was so confused. I was like, no, I've definitely explained myself well. Like, I'm like, it definitely can't be me being shitty. Like, my mom's dead too, so it's like that argument is not really holding up.
Yeah.
You seem to be a lot of the source of male insecure projection.
It is weird.
I think I have a talent for triggering weak men for
you
sure.
Find them for sure.
It might be. I mean, if you want to call Chad Zumock a weak man, that's a hell of an assumption.
Yeah, right. Who knows?
Might call you bitch
I think I just like, I just observe, I listen, I respond as honestly as I can, and that seems to just like get me into trouble.
I think there's an innocence about like the way you're going about it. Like you said, you didn't know the Ethan Ralph lore. It's like these people expect you to be obsessed with their background and then you're not. So you come at it from this very genuine, curious place. And then to them that comes off as like egging them on or something.
Almost insulting maybe.
Yeah.
Like they're so cynical, they can't expect somebody like coming to them with like an open, honest heart or anything like that. It's like, oh no, you are only bringing this up to set me up for a troll or to like put me down, and it's like, no,
you're hurting me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, John did the same thing with the term dabbling. Ethan did the same thing with the super chat. It does. We're starting to, if you want to get your clipboard out, that's a note to take.
I was just thinking, it's almost like a weird thing where somebody's really got a troubled past and they finally go to the therapist and the therapist starts kind of pointing out what they're doing and they're trying to help them. You know, it's not insulting, but they have a break before they get to the crying part where they let go and they just get pissed.
Yes.
And that's what they do with you almost.
Like, consider the possibility that not everyone is out to get you.
Yes.
Right. Yep. You're fucking Robin Williams now at this point going, it's not your fault.
Yes.
Ethan, it's not your fault.
And I'm trying to force hug everybody. No,
I'm trying to hold you.
I want to see Ethan have a Matt Damon scream cry while hugging Chrissy and going, I'm so sorry.
See,
it's not your fault. It's not your fault you got brain damage in Portugal. It's not your fault.
This is what I'm picturing, yes.
We talked to Cog, the guy who kind of set that whole Portugal thing up. And when we interviewed him, I will say this, he did not seem the least bit remorseful about it. He seemed to be quite entertained by what he'd done. So that's just that whole Ethan Ralph thing is a universe that I dipped a toe into it and I went, oh, this is way too fucking crazy. I'm out of here.
See, and I think it's so interesting. I didn't realize that you and Ethan were actually kind of pals before that interview there.
We were like friendly. We were like, oh, like, not so...
You're
not
cordial.
Like he's the first person I would call if I were in like a bad place, but like, oh yeah, you're gonna be in New York, come on my show, or like, oh, it's been a couple months and you haven't been on my podcast. Yeah, come back. Let's see, like, because I remember I had him on initially to talk about his drama with Nick Rekieta, and he felt like he was supposed to go on You Are Here right before the show went under. It was Elijah and Sydney's show on the Blaze, and he felt like he was being set up like for a gotcha, and like. So I was like, "Ooh, let's talk about like that drama." And so I almost felt like I was a little bit on his side. Like I'm trying to show him in a positive light. Like I just want people to understand him.
You could have been
like,
a therapist or something.
I like really like podcasting and why I started and went to 4 days a week. I'm like, I like talking to people who've been canceled, who've been like misunderstood, who have been like branded something negative on the internet. So I just think people can constantly like reinvent themselves, and especially after January 6th, I'm like, okay, I know what it's like when people like misrepresent you on purpose. So,
right. Yeah, you got once again, January 6th. Another thing you got caught up in the middle of with like no ill intent whatsoever.
You got buried by Goat Boy.
Yeah,
like I remember before people were like, oh, be careful, and I didn't know what to expect. There was a little bit of a sense of like, there's going to be more people. Like it's more. Because it was like right after, I guess, the election.
Yeah.
Well, shit. When was the election? November?
Yep. Right. Yes. Exactly.
So it was like
that's around about the time.
There was November. There was December. Yeah. It was like Stop the Steal.
Yeah.
Each of the rallies had its own like theme or title or something.
You have
a more fired up and upset about the 6th going into it.
Chad, John, Ethan, January 6th. You really do have a way of like Forrest Gumping yourself into things.
Very strange.
You like Forrest Gump ended up involved in Watergate and all this other shit when he had just no intention, just trying to live and get by. One more thing, Lazy Shorts, Opie and Anthony with $5 says, would you be willing to fund a sequel to Catch Me If You Can about Chad's credit card scheme?
Oof. Yeah, like, oh, if only he were just a little bit better at that stuff, he could be like a swarthy, like have like a movie made about him or something.
Yeah. I think he's looking closer to King Robert Baratheon at this point than he is Leo DiCaprio. I don't know.
It's not aging well.
No.
Just start building up your own credit, little by little, and get your own credit cards one day.
But Chrissy, that takes work. Okay.
And he can't yell at you about it.
And he was cool in high school.
Yeah. Cool kids in high school shouldn't have to work on their credit, bro.
Yeah.
That's true. Their rich parents just gave them as much money as they needed because they were cool. And it's adulting is hard. I get it. Sometimes I want to revert back to like a childlike state. So I get it.
Well, I think the last thing we're going to say, because I didn't realize this, I didn't know if this was recent or if it missed me or whatever, but you and Frank are engaged. I wanted to say congratulations on that.
Congratulations. It's beautiful.
Thank you. I'm so excited. I didn't think I would feel any different because we've been together like 7 years and I'm just like, oh, it really feels like we're married. But like when he proposed, I was like, oh my God. Like it's really cool. I'm excited.
That's awesome.
Well, do you know when yet or are you or not quite?
We're gonna start looking after this Florida content house stuff,
cool.
and after the show, because his brother got married last Sunday, so it was like everyone's kind of focusing on that wedding.
Yep.
And I was a bridesmaid, so that was good. The dress was green, so it went with my hair really nice.
I don't mean to sound like a
All right,
creep.
I'm gonna leave you two to it.
I did
I'm
see
gonna-
it. You looked beautiful. She was beautiful. It was awesome.
It was really fun.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna start looking. Oh, like don't leave. We're gonna start maybe like next summer. I don't know what they have available.
She starts talking about Frank, and she starts doing the whole.
She's playing with her
she's
hair
excited.
and just kind of.
Oh, that's very exciting.
God,
Congratulations.
it's getting so gay. I don't know what to
Aaron
do with
can't
my
handle this.
emotions.
He cannot.
Oh, man. By the way, we have ChrissieMayr.com pinned to the top of the page there. We'll put that in the description and all of that stuff. I mean, Chrissy, honestly, with all the stuff you're doing, the YouTube channel, of course, Chrissie Mayr on YouTube, the Chrissie Mayr podcast, Chrissie Mayr in the morning, the
She's
Wet Spot on
everywhere.
Monday with Compound Media. I think it's a lot easier to send people to your website,
Yes.
ChrissieMayr.com, and you have all the links to all that stuff up there. Tonight, headlining in
Yes.
Bridgeport, Connecticut at the Stress Factory in there in Bridgeport.
Wow,
Very fun.
you know everything.
Yes.
It's all right here.
Next weekend, or next Thursday, excuse me, Comedians of the Compound. Those have to be fun shows.
I'm really excited. Yeah. I know they're not part of the Cool Kids Club, but Alex Stein and Lila Hart will be on those shows
Oh.
as well. 'cause
Saw
they're
that.
yeah, it's awesome. Like the Content House came first, and then we got this gig going with the Orlando Improv. So I'm like, oh, this is great. Like it's just the more the merrier.
I have to ask, have you done anything else with Alex Stein previously? Like, is he as obnoxious in person as his videos, or is he pretty cool?
He comes off more obnoxious in his videos. He's
Okay.
actually like, he's such a sweetheart in person. He is just like, his inner child is so alive and
You
well.
can see it, yeah.
And he also is like, embraces conflict. Like he's so,
Yeah.
that's what I really admire and respect about him. Like he's so good with man on the street. He's so good with like just going up to people. He has balls of steel.
Yeah.
And also he's such a ham. Like he like comes alive on camera. Like he really is.
I really like his
he's
newsman
delightful.
thing too, though. When he gets
Yeah, the
on
man
like
on
a
the street
show,
stuff,
yeah,
yeah.
it's very.
he's great.
There's this weird thing with Alex where like I'll watch like a video and I'll go, this is fucking hilarious. But then I'll get to 3 and I'll be like, I think that's enough Alex for me. And then I'll take
overload.
And then I'll think I don't like Alex Stein anymore. Then 2 weeks later, I'll see like the Crenshaw thing or the Eric Swalwell thing. I'll go, oh, that's right. I like Alex. I'll watch 2 more.
Yeah.
I'll be like, I don't know. Then he did the Dave Portnoy thing. And I went, oh, that's great.
It's like our Alex Stein cup gets full and then it
Yeah.
overflows, and then you got to wait for it to go down a little
Right.
bit more.
But yeah, so
Yeah, well, think about like Aaron Judge. Like he hit 62 home runs in a season, but like how many at bats did he have? So, like same thing with somebody like Alex. It's like like when he's only knocking them out of the park is because he's getting up at bat so many times. I think that's just good for
That's true.
anybody
Yeah.
in a creative
Well,
position.
and you don't see too many people get into it with like a Dave Portnoy and absolutely make Dave look like a dipshit. I mean, that was pretty great. I mean, that was pretty wild that he did that. But anyway, I was in the middle of, October 27th, Comedians of the Compound at the Orlando Improv. That sounds like a stacked lineup. Check that one out. And of course, tonight, if you're in the Northeast, Bridgeport, Connecticut, the Stress Factory. Tonight, Chrissie Mayr will be there. ChrissieMayr.com, Chrissie Mayr on YouTube, The Wet Spot on Compound Media, Mondays at 6 o'clock Central Time. Chrissy, thank you very much. Congratulations again to you and Frank, and
Yes.
best of luck going forward.
Thank
I
you
want to
so
have you
much.
guys both on the show. I definitely want to get you April on Simcast, so
Oh, man.
we'll have to schedule that soon.
All right. Well, I am
you.
No
always
pressure.
I am always down for anything. I am a complete show whore.
He is a
So-
whore.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
All right, Chrissy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, love you guys.
All right. Everyone else, take it easy. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Central. Hi, everyone. Hello. What the hell? We just left a little bit ago. We were just gone. We just finished our morning show. It was over. It was done with. And now, for the second Tuesday in a row, here I come back less than an hour later, yapping at you again. But we have a guest, which we'll get to in about 5 minutes or so. Last week, of course, we had the wonderful Chrissie Mayr on our show. That was great. And I think we have a guest lined up for next week already. If not, we've contacted multiple people. So we got a great Tuesday schedule for you. But today we're going to be talking with Erock Nagel, a.k.a. Erock. A lot of people might know him as Erock from the old Opie and Anthony show. Still doing a show on Compound Media, Would You Kindly, with Brian Johnson from Comic Book Men. He does the It's Erock Nagel podcast every week. You can find out more about that at erocknagel.com. The link is right up top if you want to check that out. Just released an episode on the 21st. So that would mean, oh, God, I'm terrible at this. Every Friday, he releases a new one. There you go. That's the Erock. It's Erock Nagel. And again, the link to that is up top of the chat. Like the video, of course, subscribe to the channel, share it out with everybody. We'll be talking to Erock in about 5 minutes. I did want to point out, I don't think we'll be able to listen to the actual rant or segment, I guess. Rant is kind of dismissive. The segment he did on radio recently, but it's the first thing I want to talk to him about because, of course, I came from radio. He, obviously working with Opie and Anthony, came from a lot bigger radio than I did. But he went on this diatribe that I've had before myself, talking about the radio industry and how it's dying and how it doesn't really seem to give a shit that it's dying. Like it doesn't, the actual industry, the people who run it, they don't seem to care. And they've somehow convinced the talent that's stuck around, they've convinced them not to care, that it's very clearly dying. So I want to talk to him about that. Obviously, I want to talk to him about Opie and Anthony. I want to talk to him about Compound Media. But mostly, I want to talk to him about radio. I want to talk to him about his shows that he's got going on. I didn't want this to be just, a rehash the old days of Opie and Anthony. And I know there's a lot of fun stuff going on at Compound, and he's a part of that. And, I kind of do want to dig into that and have some fun. But I kind of want to focus on the things that maybe you can't hear Erock talk about on any other interview he's done. Like, I just imagine, I try to put myself in his shoes. Like, if I were him, would I really want to be asked again about, like, oh, Opie and Anthony, what was it like when this happened or that? What about when Opie gave out your phone number and shit like that? I'd like to talk about other things. Like, I was there for all that. I listened to all that stuff. Like, I think that, I think it would be better to talk about other things. So Erock will be joining us in just a little bit. Again, share out the link. Let them know we're live today. I know we're going to put this up as a video later. You guys asked if we would live stream it during the morning show today, so we will. So let's get that number up a little bit as we talk to Mr. Nagel. I'm in a weird spot because I like to start these about 5 minutes early because I like the guest to come in and we're already going. There's nothing weirder when you do an interview than talking to the guest before you start. Carl and I talked about that when I was on Who Are These Podcasts. He was like, oh, I don't like to talk too much before the show. And I know that some hosts, like, they get weird telling people that. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't like to talk much before the show. I went, oh, thank God. I hate talking before a show. I hate, like, I don't know if it's the mixture of, like, you want it to sound, stream of consciousness. So you feel like if you talk about stuff beforehand, it's going to come off as pre-planned and shitty. I don't know. But I do know that he was real big on that, about not talking too much before the show. And it made me feel a little less crazy about being that way too, because I hate talking to guests before the show starts. Like last week, Chrissy was on, and she came in as we were on, and she goes, oh, we're already streaming? I said, yep, already going. I also kind of fucked up already. I told Erock, I said, about 11:25, I'm going to send you a link to the Zoom call and everything else. And I guess I didn't say Central Time. So I sent it back to him, and I said, oh, sorry, yeah, Central. I thought I said that before. My fault. So now I'm worried that he's not going to get it, and that time-wise it's not going to work out for him, but we'll see here. It's about 11:30. Holy shit, like as far as the chat and everything goes, we are off to a remarkably slow start. It's one of those things that makes me wonder if I put it to private. For fuck's sake. Like compared to like the Chrissy thing when April and I were starting the Chrissy interview, it was just questions are flying in and this, that, and the other thing. Adam says, Erock has the best historical radio stories. This is going to be great. April says, no notification went out. Yeah, you know what it is? We've been putting too much shit out there lately. When you put too much shit out there, I had to learn this the hard way. So we did the Sunday members only show. And then we did yesterday's morning show. And then we did the DSP clip that we put up yesterday. And then we did the evening show. And YouTube, I guess, will only send out 2 or 3 notifications in a 24-hour period. So we kind of fucked ourselves there. So in this last 24-hour period, we've had the DSP clip we put up, the evening show, and the morning show. So there's no notifications that we're live again. So I guess that means I got to cool it, I suppose, on the live streams. Otherwise, what? Will we tank the morning show tomorrow? Or will we? No, we might tank the evening show tonight. All right. Well, I better not. I want to put up the Tony Michaels stuff today. I want to put that clip up. But if it's going to fuck up the notifications for the morning show, I might hold off until tomorrow to put that one up. Unless I already fucked this up with Erock and he's not going to be joining us today because I didn't specify Central Time, then, you know what? We might just be... I might have just fucked myself on this one, too. Oh, boy. That's all right. If I did fuck it up, we got a busy day planned for today. Got to go to the gym. I ate pie for breakfast. Oh, my God. It was on the show this morning during overtime. We're sitting there, we're eating French silk pie on the air, and then April, after the show, is like, do you want anything for breakfast? I'm like, it's pie. I just had pie for breakfast. French silk pie for breakfast. I imagine that's like how a really fancy gay guy would eat breakfast. But then again, I have no idea. KF says, I had to refresh. It kept saying offline too when I clicked the Twitter link. What? You better not. You better not say we're off when on the Twitter link. I'm going to check you on that, KF. If I click it, off when... There I am. I'm so pretty. I look so nice in my t-shirt. Joey says, no notifications here either. Flashy Vic says, your numbers are higher than Anthony's girlfriend's average age. Oh, I get it. He dates younger chicks. Joey says, going back through the live chat from that Tony Michaels session is going to be astoundingly funny. Yeah, I really couldn't go through the live chat. We were so immersed in the Tony Michaels stuff. And I was so excited about everything we were doing with that last night that, yeah, I didn't get to read it either. So that will be exciting. But enough of all that. Let's talk to our guest, Eric Nagel, a.k.a. Erock from Would You Kindly, formerly the Opie and Anthony Show. Compound Media, holy shit, a bunch of other stuff, wherever you find podcasts. Erock, how are you, sir?
Hello, how are you?
I am good. You and I first got in touch with each other after I did Who Are These Podcasts, and you were really, really nice. You sent a very nice email about how much you enjoyed the show, and I, obviously as a guy who's followed you for a long time, that was kind of a surreal email to get, so I just want to start off by saying thank you. That was really nice of you, and it kind of opened the door to do this today.
That's a complete lie. For everything I read online, I'm supposed to hate you.
Are you really?
No, I don't know. God. I'm just making it up.
I know.
Yes, I did. I did send you that email. You did have a good appearance on Who Are These Podcasts.
Thank you. Well, I do know that. That's one person. From.
Do I not get to see you? Is it just one side?
I said in the email that I'm so terrible with tech that if I open OBS and I have Zoom open at the same time, for some reason, the people I'm on with can't see me. Like, and I know
that's a problem. You kind of need that in today's world of broadcasting.
I know you're a better tech guy than I am, but I gotta figure it out. But anyway, you wouldn't be the first person from that world. If you would have turned down this interview and said I'm supposed to hate you, you wouldn't be the first. I actually contacted someone you used to work with, Opie, and I asked if he would come on at some point. And initially,
he doesn't do much stuff.
He doesn't. But
he doesn't really do any interviews.
But he initially said yes, and I was very excited. And then I got a direct message on Twitter about 45 minutes later, and he had apparently dug through a shitload of our shows, and he went back like 4 months. And this was astounding to me. And he went, "Oh, I saw this one clip where you said so. He said you trashed me." And I went back and listened to the clip, and it was back when Gino and Pat Dixon had their thing. And we talked about it on the show. And I was talking about how, oh, man, you feel bad for Ant because he has to handle all this shit. And he's always said he's never wanted to be the boss. He never wants to, have to handle these interpersonal feuds. He hates them. And I said, I made a joke. I said, hey, Opie may be really unfunny compared to Anthony and Jim, but at least he's got a family and all this stuff and doesn't have to deal with this horse shit. That's all I said.
That's all it takes, though. That's all it takes. Really? It's the slightest little dig at him, and then he shuts down and doesn't want to be a part of anything.
Oh, man. So when you said, yeah, I'm supposed to hate you, I was like, oh, no, not another one. I didn't even think I did anything.
No, I did. I'm a radio guy too, so I did my research on you and was looking at your stuff and reading the comments. And I see a lot of people that have that feeling that they're supposed to hate you, like you're a loudmouth asshole or something. And I laughed at it. I'm like, oh, aren't we all loudmouth assholes? No. So if you're probably in good standing, if a lot of your commentary on social media and stuff is that they don't like you. So that means you're doing something right.
That's good. Yeah, that's a good thing. And that is funny because I am a loud guy, so I can see where I know that a lot from doing our show the way we have, that a lot of people when they first come in go, who the fuck is this prick, this asshole, this and that. And I think they watch for a while and I think they kind of get it. They realize, no, I'm just loud. Like it's just kind of a natural thing. I'm just a loud guy. Certainly.
Yeah, you if you didn't know when I first discovered your stuff, I guess it was from Who Are These Podcasts where I first found out about your stuff. Yeah, you do come off loud and abrasive.
Yeah.
But what radio guy didn't? If they're doing this kind of radio, talk radio, that's not AM political news talk, sports talk. If you're just doing opinionated programming, they all eventually tend to sound the same as far as the cadence goes. Gruff voice, deep voice, loud.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, did you ever sit and listen to their content? No, but he sounds like an asshole. Yeah, we all sound like an asshole. But if you listen to any of these shows, sometimes it's some of the funniest things you'll ever hear.
Right. We're just fucking around, goofing on people and stuff. And by the way, if I am loud and abrasive and I am a dick, Eric, it's partially your fault. The show you worked on for so long, such a big fan. A lot of us my age came up enjoying that stuff. It influenced us heavily. How do you live with yourself?
I live fucking great, but apparently everything still to this day is my fault. The slightest thing goes wrong at Compound or the audience doesn't like something, it's Erock's fault. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's terrible at his job. He doesn't do this stuff. It's like, okay, but you're still paying for it. You like everything that we're doing. And I kind of know more than you do. I know you're the audience. I know. Look, when I was in the audience before O&A and Scott and Todd and all of that, listening to Howard growing up and other programs, you listen more intensely than the show, the people that work on the show do. Yeah. Like they know the history, they know guests and other things, but specific one lines that they said during this time, which was a throwaway line that you go back and it's like, I don't remember even being there that day that you're talking about. Oh, here's the clip, here's the audio, and you go, okay, I'm not doubting it, it's obviously there, but I have no memory of this. And that used to drive me crazy as a radio fan growing up as a teenager, whereas if some callers would call in and say, Howard, you remember that time you had this guy on the show? Wait, we did? What are you talking about? Yeah, he was back on the show back in the day. And then Gary has to go look it up and goes, oh yeah, he was on the show back in 1992 and this, and Howard wouldn't have a recollection of it. And another host too, other shows I would listen to, stuff like that would come up and I would get mad as a fan and go, how do you not remember this? This was, riveting stuff or funny or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you start doing it And I barely remember the show we did yesterday or the show we did last week. I have to go back and look at notes and then go, oh yeah, we did talk about that. Because you're cranking out so much content that it just goes in one ear and out the other. And it's sometimes you remember it and a lot of times you don't.
Yeah, I mean, I dump everything. I think at the end of a 4-hour show, I've just dumped it all. And you could, there are so many times, like when we were back when we were doing radio a couple years ago, or even now that we've switched to Twitch and then YouTube. I mean, you could tell me I said something, and there's no way I could argue with you that I didn't. Even if in my heart I don't believe I said what you told me I did, I dumped so much of it right away that I have no idea. It's actually, if you stop to think about it for a second instead of like doing your next show, it's actually kind of frightening. Like people can kind of gaslight you into thinking you said shit that you never said.
But one of the good things and the bad things about, I have to say this century, it's so weird to say that, but the last 20 years since 2000 is everything's digital. So people are recording everything all the time, or shows are putting out content, audio, video, whatever, all the time.
Yeah, it's
easier to go back and as a fan, as an archivist, something could go back and go, hey, you said this at this time, and you honestly don't remember saying that or don't remember doing something, and you go, oh yeah, I guess I did. You know, it's easier for somebody to present the information to you now if they're saying you said something or you did something. No, I didn't. Here it is. Even in the 90s, it was people were taping everything on cassettes.
Yeah.
And then eventually burnable CDs, where a lot of diehard fans have, especially like with Howard's fan base, have cassette tapes going back to the 80s.
Yeah.
Right? Because the technology was there and it wasn't as easy to present. It's like, I have the cassette tape. I don't know how to get it to you. I don't know how to play it in this instance to tell you that you did this, but the clip is right here on this cassette tape. Now it's so instant with the digital stuff that, like you said, about being gaslit into something. I don't even think it's being gaslit at this point. Now we just genuinely don't remember because so much is going on. And so if like send me the clip, send us. There's been plenty of times even on O&A where like, did we say that, Erock? You remember that? I was like, no, usually I do, but I was like, no, I don't remember this one. They'd tell me a date and time. I go back in the archive and oh, yep, there it is.
Yeah.
So people still do gaslight. They are assholes, but it's easier now to present the information and the evidence that you said or did something nowadays.
Yeah, it's incredible. You mentioned people recording stuff on cassettes and CDs. I remember I discovered your guys' old show, discovering Opie and Anthony through the, I don't know if you remember it, the CBS bits where Anthony would do the radio guy voice and put the reverb on, and he would make fun
the old boss jocks from the CBS FM.
Yeah, where he would do that. That's the first segment. I remember finding that on YouTube, and it was a guy who had recorded it. You could tell by the audio quality that he recorded onto something and uploaded it to YouTube.
Yeah.
And that was so cool to have that. I remember just passing that around. That was one of the first YouTube clips, too, I remember as a kid. Just passing around to people like, you got to hear this. This is fucking hilarious. I can't believe it. And it just kind of, it got me into that program. So like the passion, I was listening to your radio monologue that you went on recently. And I have a link.
Yeah, that bit kind of blew up. I didn't really expect that to do anything. In fact, I was only supposed to do like 20 minutes. Real quick for your audience, a station that we were on here in New York is flipping formats. At the end of this week, it's flipping formats to become the FM relay for an all news AM station.
Ooh.
And I was playing the jock who made the announcement. You know, he was kind of upset because I got the backstory, and that guy just came from a meeting that day, and they told the entire staff, "Hey, this is happening." So he does his shift, and he starts off his shift with that. And you can't blame the guy. And I'm amazed that the company even allowed him, he's a music jock, to go 7 minutes without playing music or something. So I was supposed to just review that and give a quick little history about that station flipping formats from, when the heyday, when Howard was on there, when we were on there, what have you. Next thing I know, I'm going through this whole thing, and I look down, and I already did 2 hours.
Yeah.
And I went, oh, my God, I did 2 hours. We got to end this thing because it was going too long. Yeah. But that little clip that you're talking about may not have blown up as far as the fan base goes, but anybody in radio or even television that got to hear it, I got so many messages about that one little clip. And I didn't think it was a rant that was any different than everybody I know in this business that feels that way, but nobody actually put it out there. You know, I work for another company, one of the biggest radio companies in the world, and it was pretty much shitting on them.
Yeah.
And they even liked it on their social media. I took screenshots because I couldn't believe they did. They never acknowledged my show, what we do, any of that stuff,
right?
Social media wise. And then I see their accounts liking it. So I took screen grabs, and I think I'm going to, put it out this week. It's like, this whole rant was about how terrible this company is, and they liked everything I had to say.
That's remarkable, because I remember going on, all of us in radio that have had a show have gone on similar rants to what you did. We've all felt it when we get together. We all talk about it. And you talk about iHeart and these other companies liking what you were saying when it was about them dying. That's the craziest thing, is that they all see it. They all recognize it. But I think, and I want your opinion on this, because I've driven myself crazy thinking this was the case. I just feel like they see the end coming, and they're all just trying to grab as much loot as they can before the whole ship goes down, and they're just going to strip it clean.
Okay, yes, you're right about that, but it's not everybody in these companies. It's the top tier of Odyssey, of iHeart, Cumulus, maybe not Cumulus, but those kind of companies. I hate to say this because I always thought a lot of ageism stuff was bullshit, but the top tier is a lot of still the old guard of radio, old guys running these executive positions. They, from my experience and from things I've been told, that they're just spinning the plates, keeping everything balanced so that they can eventually, when they go to leave, they get their, what they call the golden parachute, their retirement plan, whatever.
Right.
And then they don't care if the whole company collapses like a house of cards. They just want to keep this thing afloat long enough so they get their payout, and then they don't give a shit about what the industry becomes at that point. So you are right. You're saying about these people here don't care. They really, I feel they don't. And it's sad, because this business has been viewed as being dead for the last 20 years, especially when satellite, became prominent, from us going there, from Howard going there. And satellite today is not really that prominent. In fact, it's an antiquated technology that nobody really needs anymore.
Right.
Digital and all that stuff is taken over. But the people still in charge at any of these companies are just doing what they can to keep their position going so they can get their cash out, and they're not setting it up so that the business has some longevity, that has, setting up the thing for the next, not just generation, but for the next era of the business. When you worked in television, NBC, CBS, The Tonight Show, right? Tonight Show was a perpetual moneymaker for NBC, and they always had it set up like, all right, this is the Johnny Carson era. We're going to hand it off to Jay Leno.
Right.
But the network oversees this and goes, all right, we need to make, who's after Leno? Who are we looking at for there? So that they can see in the long run how we keep this going.
Yeah.
They don't think that way now. They don't think like, well, if Ryan Seacrest decides to stop doing his show, who's going to replace him? If Elvis Duran decides to retire, he's our biggest morning show property that we have. We don't really have anybody in the wings to take over this. So we may just go back to local and then syndicate stations, which is what they seem to be doing now.
Yeah.
There's nothing to keep this business going after the current management leaves, and then everyone's fucked.
Yeah. Not only is everyone fucked, but like you look at the ages, and like younger people obviously aren't listening to it. You covered that in your rant with, listening to your own playlists and all that. I couldn't have agreed with that 6 or 7 minutes more. But then if you got younger people not listening, younger people not in control right now, it's all the older, the old guard thing, and they want to keep doing it the way it was until it basically runs out. You kind of came up with this scenario that I think is the only way to save it. And that is that it basically becomes affordable for small timers to buy stations again. It all falls apart, almost like when Rome fell apart. It falls into these little fiefdoms and these small little kingdoms, and it has to rebuild from there. The old mom and pop station coming back, building it from there. And these individuals, like maybe 7 or 8 different owners in each market going, I want to put on this kind of show. This is the kind of radio station I would put together. I mean, but it sounds like to get to that scenario, we're going to have to go through, the industry that is going to have to go through a lot of really ugly and ultimately, I think, unnecessary hurt to get there.
Possible. It is possible. And it is likely, but the unnecessary hurt is to them, not to the industry. So if it got to the point where some of these companies are getting so financially destitute, One of our old companies, which has been bought and sold many times over, it's now currently called Odyssey. It used to be Entercom, and before that, it was CBS Radio and Infinity Broadcasting. Odyssey overbought. Like, they were trying to become a big dog like iHeart, and they can't financially manage that. They wound up blowing out so much of their air talent that they were essentially syndicating stations into other markets. The only thing that was different was the legal ID, but all the imaging and the maybe the frequency number too. So if it was like Alt 92.3 in New York, it was Alt 99.1 in this station, Alt 100.3 in this station, same imaging, same everything, playlists, all of that stuff. And they blew out the local jocks and shows and whatever. And then we're just simulcasting. My buddy Kane had a show, the morning show at Alt 92.3 in New York for the longest time, him and his partner Corey. They would find out on the air. They'd start getting calls. I remember one time they got a call from a guy in Orlando. He's like, "Oh, you guys are on here. I just started listening to your show." What do you mean? What are you talking about? They put the show on in Orlando and didn't tell the hosts.
And didn't pay him anymore? Nothing?
No, it wasn't a syndic. When you do that, that's a syndication deal, right? So that you go on in different markets, you're aware that you're catering to other stations, other markets, whatever. It's structured in a way that financially takes care of everything.
Sure.
And legally takes care of everything. They just turned them on and was simulcasting them on other markets. Half the time wasn't telling them and certainly wasn't paying them. And I don't know how that was legal, but they were doing that. And that's where a lot of this shit went. It's like, well, we don't need any. Eventually, it's going to get to the point, unless you start selling these stations off, and I'll get back to your point about damaging the industry, selling these stations off to the mom and pop stuff where they can rebrand, redo, and actually have a chance to do something new. It's like, oh, radio always does it. We own one station now. Let's just throw everything out and try something new. Eventually, it's just going to become stations out of New York, LA, maybe Chicago, and then they're going to be copy and paste in all the other markets around the country. Because why do you need a local personality if you can just fill it with, like, if you watch NBC, the national version in New York, it's the same as watching it in LA, down in Florida, in Texas. You're watching the same programming, the same anchor, same everything. So why don't they kind of nationalize the programming like that? And eventually they will get to that. What you said about damaging the industry, it's going to damage the big companies when they have to sell off stuff because they're going to need the money. But that's great for these smaller companies that want to come in, or even companies that have nothing to do with TV and radio. And they're like, you know what? That radio station's only about $8 million. Our company can afford it. Let's buy that radio station. So they go and they buy that radio station. And you go back to the days that used to be goofed on in the 70s and the 80s, where you could only own two stations in a market. You could own an FM and an AM, and that was it.
Right.
We need to go back to those days right now because the national conglomerations aren't working anymore. So if you go back to these little mom and pop institutions, they have money to play with. They're willing to take chances and bring in personalities. Like, look, that music station across the street is kicking the station's ass. Let's kill all this out. Let's get this guy that used to be on radio. Let's get this guy a chance to be on radio. And just go for it. And that seems to be the only way, at least I think, that this industry is going to survive, is if they invest in talent and personalities. Bring back people that maybe got their dick smacked because they said something wrong. They learned, they'll redo it, but they know what they're doing. They know how to do this day in and day out, whereas paying for celebrities, it's a press release and you get some, maybe you get a few million downloads for the first couple of weeks, but then the celebrities realize this is a job. I have to do a job, and they don't want to do a job. So they'll do 6 episodes and then say, oh, that's season 1. Season 2 comes back in 3 months. Wait, what? I'm not going to invest my time in a podcast that doesn't come back until 3 months later.
No, you find the shit you can find in a week. I mean, forget 3 months. So, I mean, look, I hope that day comes quicker rather than longer, because I think, like you, I mean, you just tell when you talk about it. I wanted to do radio since I was in middle school. Of course, discovering, you guys and Howard gave me like the idea, and being a Carlin fan, like gave me this idea, like, oh my God, you can do these things on the radio. That's what I'd like to do if I was doing a show. I mean, ultimately it led to me clashing heads with management and saying Cloud a bunch. I had to come here and do it, but that's kind of how radio is in general. You can't do what you guys did back then. You can't do what I was trying to do.
You learned your lesson now, right? from what you because you were doing morning radio for in
dude, we were doing
no,
fucking,
you were in Minneapolis.
No,
Where
fucking
were you?
huge numbers in St. Cloud. Like we were up there, but I mean, like the biggest numbers that the station we were on had ever seen. I mean, I think men 18 to 34, we were at like a 27 share. It was disgusting what we were doing in the morning.
Fantastic.
And it was, I mean, I owe it all to the influences that are, like I said, the you guys and Howard and, you know, growing up listening to Tom Bernard and shit like that. Like that was the kind of radio that always turned me on, and that's what I wanted to do. And it's harder to navigate because those shows become expensive. Like I had to do my own sales in order to make good money while I was in St. Cloud because these radio stations, they don't pay anymore. I mean, they just don't pay.
Yeah.
I mean, I was making solid money. I was comfortable when we were doing radio in St. Cloud, and I think it was like I was making $1,500 a month for the radio portion. The rest had to come from, it's disgusting. The rest had to come from doing my own sales. Now, luckily, the show was doing very well. So
wait,
the selling
were you
part
a
wasn't
morning
hard.
show?
Yeah.
You were doing mornings 5 days a week, 4 weeks for the month, and you were only making $1,500.
It's brutal, right? Now that was salary.
Not even brutal. That's just that's unheard of.
That was salary for the show, and then of course the rest of it was all. I mean, the sales was so sweet. I took the deal because the amount they were offering me with no sales was so gross that. And I was at a station in Wilmer, Minnesota, where they were having me do hot AC, and I mean, just imagine me doing like a hot AC morning show. I had soccer moms that wanted to fucking kill me. So I wanted to go there so bad, and it was a move up, and I'm like, fuck it, I'll sell, I'll do it. Kind of like that whole, you know, taking the franchise tag deal, like betting on yourself in a way. And it worked out until we decided, hey, let's make fun of this show in Iowa. And that didn't. Apparently they turned that into a sexism thing. And
Did they own that station in Iowa?
No, they didn't. What happened was it was actually.
Then why do they care?
Like one chick on TikTok who was friends with the co-host on the show that we were making fun of, she took like a 1 hour and 20-minute segment we did, Erock, and she cut like 7 minutes out of it. And I got to give her this. It was fucking brilliant. I mean, goddamn, was it the best cutting and pasting I'd ever seen. I mean, we're laughing the whole time. We're making fun of the chick. And after every horrible thing we say, we go, of course we're fucking around. We're stupid. We're the dumbest show I've ever done. And then she just cut out all that stuff and played the really shitty things we said. Oh my God, did I sound like a sociopath?
So why didn't you post and say, hey, this is all edited out of context. Here's the actual broadcast audio.
Ready for how shitty St. Cloud radio Tri-County broadcasting works? Immediately after the TikTok went up, the station goes, we're nuking every recording and every instance of that show. We're taking it down off of this. We're taking it down off of, we had a SoundCloud at the time where we reposted, and they took it all down and pretended the show never existed. And I begged with them. I said, guys, this is going to be the only testament to this show's existence. We need to keep it. And they said, no. And then they said, okay, you're suspended Thursday and Friday. We'll bring you back Monday. We had a Twitch channel and a YouTube channel.
Never agree to that.
No. We had a Twitch channel and a YouTube channel that I kept for myself. I made the money from it. I helped pay my guys because you thought I was getting paid poorly. My second mics that I had were making like $9 an hour. It was fucking terrible. And so they
tell me about it.
And so I was giving them a piece of the Twitch money to make it worth their while to come in and do a show with me. And so they said, we want your Facebook page. We want your SoundCloud. We want your Twitch. We want all that. And you can come back Monday. They also, so I said, no, we're going to take it to Twitch. We're going to take it to YouTube. Because the audience had been saying, the rules in radio suck. Come, we'll subscribe. We'll support the show. Do it online. So I said, all right, fuck it. I'm going to jump now. The best part was they went, well, you can't call it Steel Toe because we own that. They never filed the trademark. And about about 6 months earlier, I did file the trademark, unbeknownst to them. And so that was kind of the best part, was being able to take a picture of the framed trademark and send it to him and go, no, I think I'll be taking that with me.
I'll tell you a quick story about owning your material in a second, but I'm curious about your setup here. So they decided to nuke the show. Did you save your recordings and stuff from doing your show, or did they have it all?
Well, they have it on a computer and they wouldn't let me in the building, but I had a lot of them backed up on like Google Drives and stuff. And then
okay, smart.
A month after we were done, this fan of ours comes to me. He goes, hey, I have a whole Google Drive too. And it had like a year's worth of shows on it. And I was like, wow, man,
Always,
that's great.
Anybody that ever hires me for consulting or to help out, I've been sort of moonlighting the last couple of years for people who've lost their radio gigs since the pandemic.
Yeah.
And they want to get into what you're doing, what a lot of other people are doing, where they've had decent audiences and they lost their gig for some reason. So they're trying to figure out how to be self-sufficient. So I've been helping out a couple people get their shit up and running and doing all of that. And all I could tell people is when they were going into radio or any kind of broadcasting that wasn't completely owned by you, it's like archive everything.
Yeah.
Everyone, like, you listen to O&A, so they would give I had staff members who would give me a lot of, what do? You do this. You're not doing what we do. Yeah, my job wasn't to do what your job was.
Yeah.
If it was, you wouldn't be here, right? My job was to do all the other shit that nobody else was doing, and that's what I did. And go fast forward to today. Who owns the entire archive of Opie and Anthony?
Get the fuck out of here. Do you really?
Me. It's all sitting in an airtight vault room over there. Where it's the entire run of everything Opie and Anthony, because the companies don't pay attention to it.
Yeah.
The staff and the hosts don't pay attention to it. Somebody's got to pay attention to it so that when you're fired or when you have to leave unceremoniously and you go, shit, I wish we would have had that show. I wish we would have had their stuff. Well, yeah, guess we do. So who took care of it every day? I always tell everybody, it's like, own your stuff. And if you can't own your stuff, copy everything.
Yeah.
Get it. The second your show's done, go to your producer. I need today's show. Yeah. Send it to me right now, or give me the burnable DVDs. Some of these old studios still have that technology. Throw a DVD in there and record an hour. Right. Each time the break's done, dump the CD out, put another one in there. As long as you have it every day, because you never know what day is going to be your last day. Like in your case, record everything so that you have it, especially if it came down to a legal matter like what you did, where all right, granted, it might have been really rough what you were doing. I'm not defending your stuff, but I'm not attacking your stuff either. She obviously cut this stuff up and made you look really bad. It cost you your gig. But if you had the original audio to put up and go, this was the context of it. Yeah, we weren't after it, but we were nowhere near what this lady was projecting it to be. Yeah, that saves your ass.
Yeah,
clearly. And a company won't do that for you. So always record and save everything.
Oh, they were so scared. I had instead of because again, I mean, that station now, the station I was on, they went from in the mornings, like I said, 18 to 34, doing somewhere between 24 and 27 shares. And I have friends in St. Cloud Radio still, and I'm a vindictive guy, so I'm like, send me the fucking Nielsen's when you get them. This latest ratings period, they brought in an old guy who's in his 70s named John Lassman. His claim to fame was he worked with Tom Bernard in Minneapolis 30 years ago. Management thought he would be the guy. 18 to 34, a 0.2, and I was so fucking happy. I was so happy.
I mean, I get it. I would be too, but a lot of radios also like that. Look, in New York, you got a station that is pretty much the end-all, be-all, the epitome of hot AC, top 40, CHR, any of that stuff. It's the station everywhere in the world models this format off of. It's called Z100.
Yeah.
And Z100 is ideally the audience for 18 to 34 men and women. You think it's a women's station, but guys listen to it so that they know what their girlfriend's like, or they know the girl that they like, what they're into, so they can know what they're into.
Yeah. So
this is the epitome of what it should be. And even they have a hard time keeping that audience just because the format aged out.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with the programming in their sense. It's just the format, the technology aged out. Yeah. People do stream it now, so they've had a bit of a resurgence since the pandemic. Yeah, it's hard to get younger people. Like hearing what you said, like you grew up in school listening to us and listening to Opie and Anthony, where I was in school and I was listening to, some New York shows, and I was listening to Howard, and that's how I got. It was a way of pulling the next generation of this business in, was listening to these people.
Right.
And you don't do that now. And it's not from the lack of the show's audience. It's just the companies don't present these shows in a way that it would be appealing for anybody to accidentally find this stuff anymore.
Yeah.
And that's pretty detrimental to the business as well, which is why we need more personalities. We need more small mom and pop companies buying these stations to want to go back to the old way of doing it, and not because it was the easiest way, but sometimes just because it was an old technique doesn't mean it doesn't work. It meant it was proven it worked.
Right.
Do billboards, do magazine and newspaper ads, do all this. It costs you nothing now because no one's using those media outlets. Spend all this money, do this kind of shit, buy local ads again, and you'll start to see it's like, oh my God, we can have a hot talk station again, and actually people want to listen to it. We're getting younger people into it now because they are aware of it.
Yeah.
Not just finding it on YouTube.
I hear you. And people in our chat right now are saying, oh, God damn it, Erock, giving away thousands of dollars of consultant advice completely free of charge. What a good guy. I could sit here and talk radio with you.
Someone's got to listen at some point.
I think so. I could sit here and talk radio with you all day. You're fantastic. But while I've still got you here, I do want to ask you a couple of things about the old Opie and Anthony show. I didn't want the interview to be about that, but I did want to ask a few questions. Number one.
Oh, wait, I want to point out something.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was going through your archive.
Yeah.
And I was looking for shit you were talking about. I'm kidding. I'm not Opie. I was looking through your stuff, and I came across the video. I guess you were reviewing the Anthony episode where the fight went down between Gino and Kevin.
Yeah.
You said that I was sitting over there. I wasn't there. You were pointing out me on the screen. That wasn't me.
They were yelling, "Oh, Erock," and I thought that was you.
Anthony goes, oh, think about it if Erock was here. I'm not there on Thursday. So that was a Thursday. I wasn't there. That's what he was saying. Like, oh, if I was here, like this would have been any different. I would have probably been standing there watching this happen and laughing.
I thought he was referencing you in the corner. I apologize to you publicly, sir.
I was laughing because you're like, look, there's Erock. He's just standing and looking. And I go, well, one, that's not me. Two, I would be doing that, but that wasn't me. That was Steve. He hosts the show called
The Dump.
Before In Hot Water, and then he's part of In Hot Water as well.
Okay.
But when I talked to Steve, and he's like, yeah, you weren't the first one to make that that comment. They thought I was just sitting at the desk watching and doing nothing. I go, I probably would have, but that was not me there. All right.
I apologize to you publicly. I got confused with the commentary and the video. Shit. Well, thanks for calling me on it. I appreciate it.
I was laughing at it. I thought it was funny. I was like, yeah, I would have been doing that, but sadly that was not me.
I do want to talk to you about the compound stuff in just a second, but a real quick Opie and Anthony touch I want to do. First of all, I didn't know you had the masters, so you're the guy to talk to that I can't find the old Anthony Christie Stefano bit they did just before Anthony got fired, where they were doing the misheard song lyrics. I remember driving to work and laughing my fucking balls off at that bit, and I go on YouTube. You cannot find it anywhere. So
Anthony and Chris DiStefano?
Yeah, and they were, Opie was there too, but I don't mean to say it now. I'm sorry.
He was?
I don't mean to say it like, fucking he was there. But yeah, they were going through like AC/DC Highway to Hell. You hear the N-word in it.
Oh, I remember. I do have that bit isolated. Yeah, where we thought he was saying the N-word.
Yeah, and then like rocking around the Christmas tree, they were saying fucking pie and like all that shit. And I remember listening to it, and I remember to go back and search for it a while back, and I couldn't find the fucking thing anywhere.
All right. As a favor to you, I will go through the archives and I'll try to find it for you.
Well, thank you. That would make my day. Erock's like a goddamn radio Santa Claus. When the whole Opie and Anthony thing, because I believe that what we're doing now and what most podcasts are now are in some way directly, if not indirectly, influenced by what you guys were doing. I mean, you guys were podcasts on the radio. When it all went down, when the Anthony stuff in Times Square happened and everything else, how were you thinking? Were you talking to any other members of the staff? Because we've all heard how Jimmy and Anthony and Opie felt when it all happened. But what was your thought? I mean, were you thinking like, oh my God, this is it? And were you thinking it's not like you think it's a good thing, but were you thinking like it was, there was an opportunity there, or was it just sheer horror when you first heard about it?
I think I woke up. Yeah, I woke up to the news of it, and we didn't know what was happening at that point. So yeah, obviously, I was a bit concerned. But look, we've been through a lot of things. I think we're even worse than what Ant was doing.
I agree.
And we've either skated with a suspension or something or whatever. So I just figured it was in par with the Opie and Anthony world. I didn't think that he would actually get terminated from it. I don't know. I'm trying to think back to it. I didn't think the show was going to be over. I just thought like this is going to be like another suspension, like with the homeless Charlie thing, where we were going to sit out for 30 days, or maybe we did the show and Anthony wasn't part of it for 30 days, something like that.
Right.
Didn't expect that it was going to be a fireable offense. So I honestly didn't think that it was going to be too bad. I thought it was just going to be some outrage and that would have died down.
Right.
But yeah, I woke up to the news like a lot of other people. I wasn't up during the night when he was doing all that stuff. So yeah, I didn't think we were going to get fired or anything like that, but that was not the case. 4th of July came around and all of a sudden we got a phone call saying that, when we come back that Monday, it's going to just be us without Anthony, and eventually the show was going to be rebranded.
Yeah.
And that was the case. We did contracts at some point in July of 2014. We had to redo our contracts because they all said Opie and Anthony.
Yeah.
And then it just became, it was supposed to be Opie and Jimmy, and Jim didn't want his name as a co-headliner on the thing. So it was Opie Radio with Jim Norton was officially the show's title, even though everyone called it Opie and Jimmy. What
were your expectations? How did you expect that to go? How did you honestly, like with Anthony gone and Opie and Jim working together, knowing what we know now from everybody's take of it? What was your kind of forecast for it? Were you optimistic?
Well, at that point, you couldn't be optimistic because it was set in stone, like he was gone. But I did have a feeling that maybe by the end of the summer, they would see, I don't know, like subscribers going away, or they didn't have numbers as far as people who were listening on satellite, but they had numbers who were listening through the streaming, like the digital streaming.
Okay.
That they would see that drop or something would go on, and that he would be back by the fall. And then the fall came around, and then that didn't happen because Anthony started Compound August of 2014. So a month after he was let go, he was already doing his own thing. And I was hopeful for a little bit that it would just like, we'll let this go for a while. He'll be rehired. It'll be a rebranding. It'll be a whole big, press and PR thing, and was not the case. So going forward as Opie and Opie with Jim Norton, we had an agreement till 2016 of September. So it's like, all right, we know we're here for at least another 2 years before somebody fucks that up.
Yeah.
And then somebody fucked that up in August of 2016. And then it became Jim and Sam, and then Opie in the afternoon. So at that point, nothing surprised me anymore.
Yeah, and then Opie fucked that up. I mean, it is just, it's such a tragic story. It doesn't bring me any kind of I know a lot of O&A fans are really fucking weird about like the Reddit stuff after the show broke up and how nasty it got and everything else. I always, man, I know Opie likes to bullshit himself and say that, the show was on its way down. I was listening till the very last day. It was fucking hysterical, and I feel like there was still more to offer from that show. So I don't know. I'm sure you feel the same way, but I thought it was just, people can say ran its course, whatever. I think it was gone too soon.
Yeah, it definitely, it was gone too soon. I
guess you were there. You know the personalities, so maybe they were kind of fraying the edges. I don't know.
I don't think it ran its course. I think we could have I think we could have easily went on another several years. Like by today's standard, like probably by like 2018, 19, when everything became offensive, everything became a movement to get, Me Too and Time's Up and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Not that would have affected us, but we probably would have suffered from all that going on, that they would have just taken old audio out of context, and then that would have probably been our end, like something with Patrice or something with an Anthony political rant, or anything like that, which back in the day was perfectly fine based on the standards of the time, but nowadays would have been a huge problem, especially around 2019, where everything was a powder keg. They were looking for reasons for anybody. I mean, Kevin Hart lost his Oscar hosting job because I guess he made a comment,
a gay joke about his kid, about dropping a dollhouse on him. Yeah.
And everyone loves Kevin Hart. He's very beloved. And, that was a different person at a different time when people said those things. and you're like, it's like being judged for how you were in high school. It's like, well, yeah, you're a 50-year-old guy now. You're successful and you're doing finance and all this stuff. But back in high school, he called this guy a retard or something. And it's like, we gotta dissolve his whole business. What? Yeah. From the 60s and 70s, you're gonna blame me now in the 2020s for all this stuff? That probably would have been our downfall. I think we just would have went till we died, because I don't think anybody there would have just not signed a new contract if they kept offering us new contracts.
Were you at all?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Were you at all, because you just brought up keep going until we died. Were you at all surprised? And again, I only ask because you know the players and I don't. Were you at all surprised that there was not even an effort on Opie's part at all to turn that into a podcast after their contract was up? Or was there a part of Opie that really did want to go, I'll show everybody, I'll do it without this guy? Because that's how it plays to many of us. Not shitting on the guy, but yeah.
No, yeah. Look, Opes talked for a while, even before O&A were done, about not seeing the O&A brand go much longer. He had some idea of that, like, Opie would be on, like, they would still be Opie and Anthony, it'd be the Opie and Anthony channel, but Opie would be on in the morning and Anthony in the afternoon, like splitting the staff could work for both, but splitting the time. And he always talked about it, but it didn't make any sense, like, why would we do it that way?
Right.
But I think, at that time when Anthony was gone, I think at the time some of us did believe he stood up for Anthony, but as time went on, we started to realize we don't think he did. So I think this was his time. Like you said, he was going to shine. He was going to do all this. And I mean, look, eventually him and Jimmy parted ways, and they don't talk anymore, because then it was him. And then now Ope had a problem with Jim.
Yeah. And
Ope had a problem with anybody else that wasn't Opie, because he wasn't the funniest one, or he wasn't the one getting the most attention. And that drove me nuts too. It's like, but you don't understand what you have.
Right.
You're an important part of this duo, this trio. And so they're the ones making a lot of jokes. Look at a lot of comedy partners, Abbott and Costello, Martin and Lewis. Yeah. There was the straight guy and there was the funny guy, and they both needed each other in order to be successful and be funny. And he just, at some point, didn't see it that way anymore.
I do see Opie as, I've said this before, a tragic figure. I mean, a tragic figure in that I've heard him say on the old O&A show, I've heard him say, if these two comedians are in here killing, I'm not going to get in their way, because at the end of the day, our name is on the thing. We're getting the credit anyway. It's burned into my brain, him saying that, because I took that as a radio lesson when I was younger. Like, I got to remember that for when I do a show. That's a good point. And to watch him be undone by the fact that he couldn't stick to his own rule really did always strike me as almost kind of a Greek tragedy in a way.
But it was also self-inflicted in a lot of ways. Like the blow up of O&A, not self-inflicted. I mean, maybe self-inflicted. Anthony didn't see it that way, and I take him at his word. I don't think Anthony was intentionally trying to damage everything. He was pissed, and I don't think he should have said that stuff, but Anthony's explained. He doesn't apologize for that. It is what it is, and that's fine. It doesn't matter at this point. I don't think a lot of this was self-inflicted, but I think when it got to that point, everything else became self-inflicted. Like, Ope was prophesizing his own downfall on this, and will tell you that he's not, and everybody's, he's tired of talking about all this stuff. Then stop putting out 9 videos a week about everything Opie and Anthony, and move on and do everything. Yeah, everybody else did. Jim and Sam do their thing. Anthony does their thing. Sam has wrestling stuff. I do other radio. We've all figured out a way, and he hasn't. Yeah,
you're doing a lot of stuff, and that's funny you mentioned that. Like, we have a count. We kind of watch once a week on the show. I'll gather Opie's videos that he did on O&A that week on his YouTube, and we'll play him and react to him. And I'll do the counter. I'll say on the show, I'll go, guys, it has now been 8 years and 3 months since Opie has been done talking about the Opie and Anthony show, and he's over it. And it's just like, don't say you're over it. It's really interesting. A lot of people, like hearing about it. They like hearing the stories. So just be honest and just say, hey, yeah, I've still got some more stuff I want to get off my chest.
And look, I'm not shitting on Opie. I mean, we're reacting to it like everybody else does. Look, the guy gave me an amazing opportunity to work on this thing, and I'll be forever grateful for that. I just don't understand a lot of the stuff that he does. I don't understand his mindset on certain things and all the constant videos and stuff. They think that Anthony and everybody's always trashing him. We never talk about, like when I'm over at Compound, we don't bring up Opie.
No.
Unless something comes to our forefront where the audience pushes something over to us, or somebody calls in and said, hey, did you see this latest video? What? All right, bring it up. And brings the video up and we discuss it. But we're not constantly going through his, like he blocked all of us on social media. So we don't watch any of the shit that he's doing.
Right.
But when there's something to talk about, obviously we'll talk about it. We just don't understand, for somebody who doesn't want anything to do with any of us and the brand and all this other stuff, then stop talking about it. Or if you're just going to reflect stories, and reflecting stories is perfectly fine. You go, there was one time on O&A where we did this and somebody was in studio. That's fine. But when you're going after this stuff and the rest of the people are not going after you, they're reflecting on what you're saying.
Yeah.
Why are you doing that to yourself?
It's confusing.
You want clickbait. Okay. I just don't see why he needs to do this if he feels that he's moving on doing his other stuff. That's all.
You're right. You're exactly right. Then just say you're doing clickbait. That's fine. Speaking of Compound, you've been very generous with your time. I got a couple quick things for you. Your show with Brian Johnson from Comic Book Men, Would You Kindly, is on Compound Media. Guys, I have a subscription to Compound. Get it.
There's a YouTube channel too for older episodes. It's Would You Kindly Show on YouTube if you want to check. It's not current, but you can see older episodes.
I'm going to add that to the description of this video too, because I've got It's Eric Nagel on YouTube. Make sure you go there to watch clips of It's Eric Nagel. Your show comes out.
For people who don't know, that's the iHeartRadio show. That's different from Compound.
Yes, that is. You're right. That's important to point out. That comes out every Friday, correct?
We're live Thursday nights on Twitch, twitch.tv/It's Eric Nagel, and then the radio show and the produced video and everything go out on Friday.
Dude, you got more credits than Apollo Creed had nicknames in Rocky IV. It's remarkable. I'm gonna have to put so many more links in the description. I've got like 4.
Just go to itsericnagel.com. That has links to everything.
And I've got that I've got that there in the description. So go to itsericnagel.com and find it all. But I got to tell you, man, it's exciting. It's an exciting time to be a member of Compound Media. I mean, I know people say, oh, there's drama with Gino and Kevin. I love watching that shit. As a subscriber and a viewer, I'm not friends with Gino. I'm not friends with Kevin. I fear for Anthony's safety from time to time. But I just enjoy watching the interaction. I think it's great stuff. You can't find it anywhere else. Where are you? And then you got, of course, Chrissy and Anthony with the Chad Zumock stuff and the John stuff, and we just had Chrissy on last week. I mean, you guys are kind of...
we can't even take credit for the John stuff. John became... you got to give all the credit to Carl and these podcasts for initially finding this, in the sense of, like, people always knew of John stuff and kind of goofed on it, but never really paid attention to it. Carl brought it to the forefront, and then it just exploded after. It took a little time, but then everybody started to realize, like, oh my God. Anthony says it best. If John was like an Andy Kaufman type comedian, if this was a character that he was living the gimmick, it'd be the greatest gimmick in the world has ever seen.
Oh my God.
But he's not. And that's why this is even better.
John really is Tony Clifton. Yeah, he totally is. But
he doesn't know it.
He doesn't know.
That's the thing.
But that's
it's
what
the reverse, where Andy was in on the gag, and maybe what's his name?
Bob Zamuda.
Tom Zamuda were the only ones in on the gag because he needed to be Clifton when Andy wasn't there, what have you. John's the reverse. Everyone else knows the gag except the one guy. Right. It's like a Truman Show, an Ed TV, where you're just watching John and he has no idea that the world is sitting there watching him like, oh my God, this is amazing.
I honestly, like, the John air was getting so crowded with so many people doing stuff. Like, I had to move on. Like, and then I move on. I go, you know what I'm going to start watching this Chad Zumock because he's having a breakdown. Then all of a sudden, everybody's going to fucking Chad Zumock, and now Chad Zumock's the thing. And it's like, God damn, how can you get away from these guys? They're just perfect for content, but you guys have all this stuff swirling on around you. Then you got Kevin Brennan and Bob Levy and Gino. I mean, you guys have so much going on around you guys at Compound. What do you think of all of it, especially the Kevin and Gino stuff? Because everyone wants everyone, if you're a fan, everyone wants everyone fired and they should be gone and this and that. How do you see all of it? What do you think of all that stuff going down?
See, I don't want anybody fired. I'm not there to, have people fired and kicked out. I want Compound to function. Look, you could say successful and everything else. Nowadays, I just want it to function properly because it's not functioning properly between everything that's happened this year. The place is a mess, but it's a fun mess. It's a dangerous mess, but you're right. As far as other networks of this kind go, there's a lot happening. There's a lot of storyline. It's almost wrestling at this point, except nothing has been scripted.
I was going to say, is Gino a work?
Yeah, none of this is a work.
Yeah.
They're all just into their own thing. Yeah. And then those things clash with each other. And then all of a sudden they start fighting. And you're like, all right, stop fighting. Sit out for a little bit. You got to stop. They stop for a day, and then it starts right back up again. So you're constantly putting out fires at this place. I can see from the audience it's very entertaining. I just wish, don't break the equipment. But then other than that, as long as no one's getting punched, we'll find a way through all of that.
Just when Kevin goes to Anthony, he goes, "Can I break this?" And Anthony goes, "Oh, what now? Oh, this camera." Oh, no, you can't break the camera. Like to watch Anthony go from joking about Kevin being a black woman at a Wawa to it's always funny because Anthony always has a childlike wonderment of entertainment and he's putting on a show constantly. It was funny to watch him break for that 1 second and just go, "Oh, no, you can't break the camera."
But he's doing what you always, when you watch fights and you watch arguments, you always are giving the commentary. It's like, if that one person just let him go, let him do that, let him do all that other stuff. Yeah. They never do it the right way. In this case, Anthony did it the right way. He never got up from his desk. He never was screaming. He was never trying to diffuse the thing like anybody else would. He goes, "Oh, what's happening? Oh, no, don't go after Gino. Oh, now he's going in the booth. Like he's got a broadcast. It's his show." Yeah.
You've known Anthony for
what he had to do.
Yeah, you've known Anthony for about 20 years or so. So I'll ask you this: when he says, "Oh no, don't hit him," is he saying for sure, "Oh no, don't hit him," or is there part of a show host in him going, "If he hits him, we've got something here"?
I don't know. I can't speak for him, but I guess you could kind of determine based on the cadence when you go, "Oh, don't hit him." Yeah. Like then you're like, that he's not really saying don't hit him. You go, "Don't hit him." Right. Like this is a problem. So it's reading in between the lines. Your guess is as good as mine. Okay. I'm not Anthony, so I can't speak for him on that point. But you could probably figure it out based on how he was viewing the whole incident happening.
Man, in those moments, the fact that he never loses his ability, I think Patrice said it once. Jimmy relayed this. It was a Patrice O'Neill quote about Anthony. He says, he accesses funny quicker than anyone he's ever met. The fact that while that's all going on, he can just blast out these lines like, "Seal the airtight doors." He goes, "Oh no, can't break the camera." He goes, "Oh, don't hit him, Kevin," or "Black woman at a Wawa." It's like he's sitting in the middle of a position where 90% of the population feels uncomfortable to the point of silence.
Right. Accurate portrayal by Patrice. He does access funny. There are times when shit's going on and when you can level Jim Norton, Bob Kelly, Colin Quinn, Dave, some of the fastest people and the smartest people in this business. When something's going on and it's a million miles an hour and Ant just throws in one little quip and it levels the room. It's like, it doesn't even matter if he's on their level as far as being a stand-up. He can compete and hold his own in that room, which was always the best part about Opie and Anthony. Some of those days where, like, we used to always have the thing, Patrice is coming in today. All right, we don't really need to do a lot of prep today because Patrice is just and Jim and Anthony will just carry the show. But if it was one of those days where you had Bob Kelly's going to be there, Voss is going to be there, and then maybe other comics or something in there, it's like it's what became known as the Opie and Anthony Friday shows. When we'd have all those comics in, it's like there was no need to. We don't need any other prep. We don't need the news stuff. We don't need anything. They're just going to destroy each other nonstop, and that'll be the entire day. And that's one of my favorite things ever of being in the compound world, the Opie and Anthony world, is that ability. Anthony has it. He recaptured it again on Thursdays with Kevin and Bob Levy. Yeah, they feel like O&A Friday shows where it's just comics being stupid, being silly, and being funny. And you go, we didn't need to do anything for the rest of this show. This is perfect how it is. And I would like to develop that more. I'd like to keep things from falling apart at that place and have more moments like this. And I wish other shows could have moments like this.
I hear you, man. And I tell you what, it is so awesome that you're there. I mean, it's just that to kind of like bring your arc with Anthony full circle back to Compound. It did feel like when you got there, it's like, oh, there was something missing here. And now Erock's there. It just feels like, as an O&A listener, it feels like a little bit of those days came back when you did. I got to tell you, it's awesome having you. I think Compound is at its best point since I can remember. I mean, I renewed my subscription a while back because it was just getting so good. I do know. I did want to say that I don't know what you think about this. I want to get to your shows and wrap this up because you've been very generous with your time. But since I've come back and been listening to a lot of Compound in the last few months to a year. There is one sad thing, and I don't know if you followed it when it was going on or if you were too busy with SiriusXM and all that stuff. I thought when he got Artie, and I've been going back and watching some Artie clips, and I know this is the common refrain with Artie, but if that guy could have just kept it together a little bit, those two had such a funny show when Artie was on. It was really good.
To be fair, that could have been said at any point of Artie's career, where, look, Howard in his heyday was unstoppable and hilarious. But he had different generations of Howard show where, like, the late 80s into the early 90s, when Billy West was still on the show doing all the voices and what have you. And then Billy went off to have a mega successful career as a voiceover artist. But then it became like the Jackie era where it was Stuttering John, it was Jackie, it was Gary, it was the unit, KC, all of that stuff was very funny. Then Jackie leaves. They go through a period where they're trying to fill the chair, and then they bring Artie in at the tail end of the terrestrial run, but then going into the satellite run really was the Artie era when they got to satellite up until when Artie left. But I've been going back and listening to what I can, if it's not taken down off YouTube, the satellite era of Artie Lang and Howard from 2006 to 9, 10, somewhere in there. Yep. I didn't get to listen to that because we were on against them, and not because they were competition. We were just on in the morning, so I didn't get to really hear a lot of that stuff. But going back and hearing one of my favorite things, that Artie and Teddy fight.
Yes.
Where he was fighting with, I forgot who Teddy was, like his tour
Artie's
manager,
assistant,
his handler, assistant, something like that. And there are times where Artie fell asleep, and then like you just sit there. Artie was, when he was awake and on, he was light, like he was Anthony level of quickness, of being funny. He just got it. He knew it, and everything Artie did became funny. Yeah. And when those two were together, it was the same person twice almost. It was great. And it was a shame, Artie succumbed to a lot of his demons, and that wound up ending the Artie and Anthony show. Yeah. It was, like you said, it was an amazing time for when he was on, they were on, and it was hilarious. Yeah. The episodes, you can go back, just like the old Howard times, the old Artie and Anthony episodes with Gilbert Gottfried on the show.
Yes.
Like, Anthony didn't even need to be there half the time, between Gilbert never stopping and then Artie feeding into Gilbert. Yeah. And you just go, you can't find comedy like this anymore. So I know Artie's doing well, and he's, all cleaned up, and he's still in, you're never out of recovery. He's still going through all of that stuff. I would love to see Artie come back in some form.
Be great.
Just to be with all the other comics, to do like an O&A thing where all these comics that are friends with him, and just let him go. Let him tape 2 hours and just let it be that.
I still go back every once in a while and watch that episode with Chris Hansen where Artie, it was a 9/11 episode where Anthony asked Chris Hansen, he goes, so where were you on 9/11? And Artie goes, I was fucking a kid. And he's just like, Jesus Christ. And then Anthony has to inform Chris that Artie's the new co-host, and Artie goes, yeah, don't you read Variety? It's fucking so dumb. Your shows, the easiest way to find everything you're doing is it'sericnagel.com. That's the best place to go. We've got the link and everything. Your show live Thursday nights on Twitch, but then comes out on the website and everything on Friday. Give people a little a taste. I mean, we talked about the radio segment you did. It was fantastic. But give people kind of a taste of what the show's like. Let them know what they can expect from It's Eric Nagel.
All right, there's two shows, but for It's Eric Nagel, it's me and my buddy Giddles, who I grew up with. He's been my co-host for 8 years, from the satellite run to the iHeart run. It's a show that doesn't involve sports or politics. I hate the term pop culture because it's oversaturated and it doesn't mean anything anymore. So I'm still trying to find a new adjective for it, but we cover everything that's just dumb and stupid, but with the same intensity and anger and urgency as you would for a political situation or something in the news for you to be outraged. I start getting outraged over moms posting their kids holding chalkboards for their first day of school, and I think, how idiotic that is, and I go into it like pretty viciously, and you get people saying, there's more important things in the world. I don't give a shit about all that stuff. I give a shit about that football is still blocking The Simpsons on Sunday night, and it's been on for 30 fucking years. You'd think they'd have the courtesy not to do it. None of this means anything, but it means something to me. So that's what I yell about. Ridiculous stuff. How terrible those adult Happy Meals are at McDonald's. Why are you still buying this shit? This art looks fucking terrible. Those kind of things. Yeah. And then we update you a lot on what's going on in the world of streaming television movies, because every week it's sometimes it moves faster than the regular news cycle, that there's new shit going on with television shows, movies, all people, this guy leaving this project, this director came on. So we give you the update because there's just so much content out there to listen to watch it. You can't get to everything. So we try to give you bullet points of everything current going on, and these are things that you may want to check out. So it's pretty much the other side of everything else that's going on. That really isn't important, but we think it should be.
Honestly,
so that's pretty much
I would love to have you on to just talk about that again sometime. Like I was thinking, your latest episode talking about Black Adam and what DC is doing, and like the kind of the whole arc of The Walking Dead now that's wrapping up. I mean, I left The Walking Dead, I think, after Rick cut Negan's throat. I think I was like, and I was kind of watching that just to go, all right, let's get to the famous, part in the comics where, he does the throat cut thing and we do that. I was almost watching it like a funeral because they butchered that Negan thing so bad. And I had that in my notes for today, too. And we started with radio. And as soon as we were into radio, I was like, we're not getting to The Walking Dead. But
real quick, Walking Dead, I'll give you this. I punched out after season 4 with the governor revealing that his kid was a zombie. Then I just the previous season where they were on fucking Herschel's farm or whatever took forever. And I just said, I can't deal with this anymore. So I left. I came back for the Negan thing, and I stayed a few episodes, and I go, this is terrible. Fear the Walking Dead is terrible. Whatever the other thing is, I haven't even watched. I just don't care. And it sucks because I did enjoy for a while when the graphic novels were out on, who is it, IDW or Dark Horse or whoever has it.
Yeah, something like that.
I did enjoy that stuff, but then the show I was like, I don't get it. And I should get it, but I don't get it. It was too long, too slow. I didn't care. I'm like, I don't know how this show is still successful. And I felt bad because I was rallying for when the show was going to launch, like this is going to be amazing, right? And it's garbage. And I'm glad now everybody else got to the point and realized, oh my god, we watched this just because we were watching it, that it is garbage.
Yeah, it is garbage. And like I don't know, I don't know what happened with the Negan thing, because everyone kept telling me, to the point where I read the cliff notes of the graphic novels and what happened, and so I could know what was coming up, and people were like, fucking Negan's coming, and then he got there, and I don't know if it was just like some things work on a page and they're too like larger than life to be projected onto a show where like things, this is what would be like a believable zombie apocalypse. Almost like Negan didn't belong in that universe that the TV show had built. He was too colorful in an odd way.
Yeah, I'll say this. I blame it's network television. Even though AMC is a cable network, it was network television. AMC was getting some notoriety from Breaking Bad and Mad Men and all that, so they wanted to be like the next NBC or CBS or something. I think a lot of it had to be network interference with why they sanitized a lot of that stuff. If that show was being made on HBO or any of the streaming services now, not that Walking Dead wasn't gory and violent, but you were killing zombies, it was okay.
Yeah, right.
When you were killing characters, that seemed to be the problem. They neutered a lot of that. So I'm thinking that it was mostly because it was on AMC.
I think about that a lot. That fucking run AMC was on for a while is remarkable. Like a network like that to come out of nowhere, and you've got what? Breaking Bad, Mad Men, Walking Dead, all kind of in a row. I'm sure there's 2 or 3 I'm forgetting about, but like that AMC was just on a crazy run, and just kind of they let it all just kind of went away.
Well, you got to remember, this was the network that was like Turner Movie Classics. They just played old-fashioned movies before they started buying TV shows.
Right.
And now AMC, it was American Movie Classics. That's what it stands for. Now they just go, oh, it's AMC, but it still was a classic movie network. And now they lost their luster because they can't compete with what the streaming services, not just the money, but the freedom to do a lot of this stuff. I mean, if you've got HBO that was perfecting violence with The Sopranos and with
Game of Thrones.
Dragons?
Yeah.
Game of Thrones.
Just call it Dragons. We know.
No, I'm keep thinking of the new thing, whatever the new dragon.
Oh, House of the Dragon. Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody gives a fuck about it. With Game of Thrones, they were perfecting these style of shows, and then they were letting comedy go as far as they want with Bill Maher and Curb Your Enthusiasm and John. Go ahead. There was no restrictions.
Yeah.
The streaming services are going even further and allowing you to do that because like Netflix has got Squid Game and Alice in Borderland and all these really hyper violent shows in there because that's what people want to watch. The days of watching a sitcom on ABC are long over. Unless you don't pay for cable, you're not watching that shit anymore. That's why it's all stupid game shows and competition shows that don't make anybody famous. There's no point to watching any of this stuff.
Wait a minute.
I think
are you telling me you didn't think The Big Bang Theory was good?
It had promise, and then it started to get so watered down. We're like, oh, he's wearing a Flash shirt now. No, they're in the comic book store.
Yeah, did you know they were nerds? Did you know that?
I had no idea.
Oh yeah, that was the whole point.
They wore glasses. They worked at Polytech Cal, whatever made up university it was.
Yeah, it was really it was subtle, but they did a really good job of kind of sneaking.
I should have liked it, and I did to an extent. And then all of a sudden, I was like, as it got on longer. Oh, now they're having kids. Oh, now they're married. Now they're no, I don't care about that.
There's the synopsis for the It's Eric Nagel show is things I should like but end up hating.
Yes, pretty much that's what it is. A bunch of curmudgeons. And then the other show I do is called Would You Kindly with Brian Johnson from Comic Book Men, The World of Tell 'em Steve Dave, and Kevin Smith movies. And if you didn't think It's Eric Nagel was enough complaining, that this show's even worse with that. It's pretty much two men yell at cloud. That's pretty much the whole gist of the show, where we talk about what's going on in our lives. That show does get a bit more news driven. Sometimes we don't really, I don't like politics, so I don't care what people's politics are. I'm not saying your politics are wrong or their politics are wrong. I know I'm not good at it, so why bother? But we talk more about new stuff and just, like it's pretty much life passing us by, and while we're just commenting on everything that's going on that we're not doing. So it's more of a curmudgeon discussion show. So that's on Compound Media. Yeah. Every new episode is on Fridays on Compound Media, and older episodes on YouTube. You can find them there.
It's ericnagel.com. That's where you can find a lot of it, just kind of consolidated in one shot there. Again, it's ericnagel.com. But again, Would You Kindly over on Compound Media on Fridays. Eric, wow. I mean, great to talk to you. Thank you so much for being so generous with your time. And we're going to have you back because a lot of the term pop culture, you're right, is really oversaturated. But a lot of that stuff is, you've got some really fascinating takes on that.
I hate pop culture, the term pop culture. I hate the term nerd. And it's not because, you're being labeled nerd. It doesn't mean anything anymore. In fact, it has like a negative impact if you're using nerd branding nowadays. Right. It rose, and then it quickly declined. Like it's actually negative now to use those terms. Geeky show, nerdy show. I'm a geek gamer chick. Okay, well, nobody gives a fuck about your stuff. Yeah, are you wearing a bikini in a pool?
Yeah,
you know, that's all anybody ever cares about now. It doesn't matter that it's like, I'm streaming the new fucking Batman game. Yeah, all right, cool. You're kind of cute, but you're annoying.
Right.
Nobody wants to watch this shit anymore. So all those terms are detrimental as far as branding goes. They don't help you equal money or any kind of trending or popularity anymore. So we could talk about that another time. And then I can tell you about how I think Disney is going to buy DC. So
really?
Another time.
So they'll have the whole market cornered. Oh, so then it'll all be shit. Won't it?
No.
Will it be good?
There's a whole chess game in play about them buying it and what they may want to do with it. So we'll talk about that another time.
Okay, well then you're coming back for sure. And also,
sorry to your audience for being taking up all this time.
No, it was fantastic
watching his show and whatever he does.
There were a lot. Oh no, this is a special. We did this. This is a special one. This is outside of the other shows. Whenever we do an interview, we just give the guest is the whole thing. There were a lot of people asking. There were a few Scott and Todd questions. I figured that was a little outside of the purview of what we were doing.
No, I worked there for a tiny bit. Like I wasn't there a long time, but I still talk to Scott to this day. Like he's one of my mentors in this business.
His baby face turn on the Opie and Anthony show is one of the greatest fucking things of all time.
Dude, you don't know the work I put into trying to make that happen because of how much I hated Todd.
What a pro, though. What a pro Scott Shannon was about all that.
He's one of the main guys in this industry that everybody looks up to because he developed the stuff that people goof on now. He was the guy in the forefront that created these concepts that everyone thinks it's old and outdated, and he banked on it. Everybody was trying to rip him off. He trademarked and copyrighted all that stuff and then licensed this stuff out across the country. He's like a multimillionaire, a bazillion times owner and over, and you could say, oh, this is hacky shit. You're right. It kind of is hacky shit by today's standards. But the guy's got a Porsche on a yacht down in Florida.
Yeah.
So what are you gonna do?
All the there's a tree on my house shit. We thought, oh my God, he's like this stumbling old man. Well, what we realize is Todd had built such a dog shit show that's all Scott Shannon could really do with it.
Well, Scott was conscious of this stuff. He would throw little nuances out there, little things to be funny, to kind of be the butt of a joke. We exploited it. Like that tree on the house thing should not have been anything, but because we exploited it, was funny.
It's just such a fun thing to say.
Scott knows funny. Like, even though he's limited by what he was doing, right? If you talk to him off air, you're like, the guy's fucking hilarious, and he gets it. He knows some raunchy, like horrible style humor.
Yeah.
And it's like he's not doing that, but he knows it. He knows it. He recognizes it. He knows the talent of it. So when you see how it goes, and then you look at Todd and you go, this guy he still thinks he's in the era of the song and dance man, like in the 50s and the 60s. I can sing, I can dance, I can tell jokes, I can do it all. Nobody wants that. Who wants a song and dance guy? When did they want a song and dance guy? In the last 40 years. Did you go to a show and go, hey, I'm watching like Tony Danza sing, where he's singing and dancing and all that shit? And it's like, who's going to the theater to see this stuff?
So
nobody. So
it's safe to say that your distaste for Todd Pettengill 100% a shoot.
100%. 100%. Who do you think brought his show down? Me.
You know what? That's true. And then, of course, your famous post-mortem celebratory interview with Meatballs.
Yeah. Well, Todd was still on the air at the time when I had Meatballs on. Meatballs
really?
left the show. Meatballs is actually doing really well in talk radio. He's on what station he's on? He's on in Rochester on 95.1.
Please tell me he's still Meatballs.
No, his name's Rizzo. Meatballs was not even the name he wanted. Todd named him that.
Oh,
and he didn't. I forget the reason. It's in that interview clip where he explains the name. But he's like, he thought it was dumb, and Todd insisted that he'd be called Meatballs. Wouldn't call him anything else.
Yeah.
And then when he left Todd, he got a radio gig. He was on in Detroit for a few years with his partner, and then they were one of those shows that got cut by Odyssey for no reason. They got cut in their 9 o'clock hour, by the way.
Ooh.
They were supposed to be done at 10, and they got cut at 9 o'clock, and they were running music or whatever, and they found out that was their last show. I've never heard of that, being fired during your show.
That's brutal.
Yeah. So, but they're on in Rochester now. You can stream them. He's doing everyone's doing well. That was on Todd's show.
Except
that is no longer part of Todd's show.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, I tell you what, we've got more than another hour in us with stuff we can cover next time. So I'll be reaching out, and hopefully you'll do this again.
Sorry, I took up all your time.
No, don't worry about it. I'm gonna have to go to the gym after this anyway. So you're kind of helping me put that off. So that's all right.
Well, I'm the king of putting off the gym, so it's glad to help.
So now you can consult for me on radio and staying away from the gym. Good.
There you go.
Erock, thank you very much. Erock Nagel, of course, it's erocknagel.com. Again, Compound Media, Fridays. Would you kindly? Of course, you can watch it whenever with your Compound Media subscription. Again, thank you very much, Erock. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, buddy.
Oh,
there's Gino.
There he is.
Are you here?
I'm here. How do I sound? Because I'm gonna be honest, like my favorite way to do morning things is just this on my phone. I'm sitting in the kitchen by the exhaust fan so I can enjoy a cigar. Sorry I got here late. I was literally watching you guys for the past half hour bullshitting on my fucking phone like an 8th grade girl, and I lost track of time. But I don't think you needed me that badly, so I'm not that worried.
Oh.
How the fuck are you two today?
It was fine. We're very good. And don't
good.
worry about acting like an 8th grade girl. April is one.
Yeah.
So.
Little old for my blood, but yeah, whatever works for you, buddy.
Well, yours
sound good.
yours just turned 30 from what I'm hearing, so you got to go shopping pretty soon.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I do. They grow up so fast. You got to treasure these times, Aaron.
I know. It feels like just yesterday I was taking the wheels off her bike, and now.
I've got 2
Is that
years
code
left.
or something? Because I could call back if you turn
No. It's just you take the training wheels off one day, and then all of a sudden she got a blown out shit cutter the next. It's
Yeah.
like they grow up so fast.
It's over. I've got 2 years left here.
2 years. Well,
2 years.
Wow, somebody's a little presumptuous. Okay. Wait until we get to 15,000 subs, then we'll see what your value is. All right, Geno Bisconte, everybody, in hot water Monday through Thursday. Now, I have to always go Central Time, 1 to 3
Yes.
Central Time, 2 to 4 Eastern Time on Compound Media, compoundmedia.com, of course, Anthony Cumia's network. Your show has gone through a bit of a facelift in the last year or so.
A literal one as well, with the broken jaw.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
You put that out there on purpose. You're very good at what you do. You're setting me up. That's what a good host does. I appreciate that.
Oh.
Thank you, buddy.
Oh, if you don't think this interview is getting, what do you call it? Not segregated. Oh, my God. I got
Clipped.
that on the brain. Clipped out and then uploaded. Yeah, of course. Gino, you're a star, for God's sake. You're a heat magnet. You got to put you
That's
out there
true.
individually.
Well, I mean, I love, we talked about this on the Content House, and that was my girl said that. She's like, that was one of my favorite parts. It was like the last night we thought we were done. We ended up bullshitting with you guys for a fucking nearly an hour. That was a great time. But yeah, it's neat how how you fucking get to where you get, so to speak. And I love that we're fucking hanging out now, because I'm realizing like you're a lot like me, and like you just want a seamless life. There is so much that, circling back to the 8th grade girl Twitter thing, there's so many comics. And I mean older ones now, older than me. I know. Lie down, April. Old, and they think Twitter is real, and they get caught up in it when really, like, at the end of the day. And I get this about you guys, and tell me if I'm wrong. You just want to do your show, have fun on your show, and then go live your fucking life and come back. And people don't get that. They're like, no, I need to. Since I talked to Aaron and April on Twitter, we are dear friends, and I'll tweet them. And one of your fans, when you said I was going to be on, and like I follow him on Twitter, he's like, I hate you, and you're like, okay, well, don't watch that episode.
Yes,
don't look at that.
Watching, and you're like me, and you're like, and thanks so much for watching all the other episodes. But it's everything you both can do to say, like, we're not friends, buddy. You're a fan of mine, and I love you for it. But I'm not sitting here saying, let me check and see what Twitter thinks of this move. It's hilarious how a lot of people have let that become their life, rather than realizing this is just a part of the shit we do, and we love it.
Well,
It's
and I
fun.
think for some of them, I think it's part of the gig too. Like for them, it's part of the fun. Is they want to, they want to get a joke in, or they want to shit on you, or they want it's their way of feeling like they're a part of it.
Without a doubt.
They have
Sorry
it
about
in.
that. Without a doubt. But at one point, and maybe look, obviously you're better than me, but maybe you're better at me than this, because it's like, I don't see it sometimes. Like, why are you writing this? Like, there's one troll on Twitter right now that is just saying bizarre lies about me. And I'm like, okay, 3 people fucking like this tweet. But it becomes like all the conspiracy theory shit when I'm saying, I'm like, why would you make this up? Why would you make up the laptop? Why would you make up that he was making, millions of dollars, Hunter Biden, for being an energy consultant when he knows nothing about energy in the Ukraine, where he doesn't speak Russian or Ukrainian or whatever fucking. A year ago, I thought they spoke Irish in Ireland. I'm stupid, but whatever they speak, it's like, it's the same thing. It's like, why would you go out of your way to make this stuff up on Twitter? And you're like, nah, they're just having fun. You're a better person than me, because I don't think they
I
are.
will say
They're
this. I wanted to talk to you about this while you were here, because, it's not like Kevin Brennan saying it to you. It's me, so your guard can be down a little bit.
Yes.
I think you got to let some of these people go, because I'm telling you, like, I look at some of them, and the one you talked about on your show yesterday and all that stuff. I think, like, you doing, like, the stuff on the show about him and stuff, that kind of fuels him. He likes that. There's this thing on Twitter called the mute button. And if you just mute those guys, they don't exist.
Did you find a button that's called amplify? Because that's the one I hit.
I know.
Yeah,
Me telling you not to do something I understand is not going to help.
No, in my defense, and you can go back and watch. It was 3 weeks ago on the show. It was a Tuesday. I'll never forget that because one of our fans made a playlist. Actually, Kiana made the playlist to make fun of me, but I opened the show by saying it ends tonight, right? And I started quoting that song by whichever that fucking emo band is, you know, and I'm like, it ends, we're done. And I stopped talking. I really did stop talking about them. I did. And I don't fucking touch them on Twitter. But when you cut off their oxygen, I don't mean to brag, but I've been the topic of the last 10 Kevin Brennan podcasts, you know, and I know we're giving them oxygen now, but I haven't talked about them. Yeah. And then I made the mistake last Thursday of having Bob Levy on, a dear friend of mine, and he starts talking about that tubby guy. And next thing you know, it's all, and I'm mad at myself. But for the most part, I have fucking cut them all, you know, and we're just being as stupid as ever on In Hot Water.
I will say this. I've been watching In Hot Water regularly, and you will.
And I apologize for that. It's
okay.
Like a fucking sore. You're like, I got to watch again, see what this dummy does. I know, but please go on.
It's like watching 37-year-old Mike Tyson. You're like, one of these rounds, that punch is coming. I just fucking know it is. I'll watch him eat the jabs. I'll watch it because that right hand is coming at some point. But anyway, I've been watching, and it pains me. It does. It pains me not to watch the show. It pains me to watch you and Bob and Kevin. The guys on Twitter, I think, are irrelevant. They're whatever. They're just guys on Twitter. That's what they're That's what they're there for.
Yep,
they're simply white noise, which is the best color noise. We were talking about that off air, weren't we, April? We don't have time for the color. Anyway,
that's funny. We were talking about it on air. So anyway.
Got to catch the whole show.
Yeah, you got to catch the whole show. It gets
yeah, I slept in. I'm sorry.
It gets bad. But you know, to watch, because we had Bob on last week, and Bob is a very funny kind of elder statesman of comedy. You look up to Bob and everything. And you know, Kevin brought us up on Misery Loves Company yesterday. He likes what we do, and he was busting Chad Zumock's balls about it because we rip into Chad so hard. And I'm watching that, and I'm like, I feel bad. I like Gino. I like Bob. I like Kevin. How can we fix this? I watch Kumia's show when he's got those two on, and I get it. I get it. Kevin goes hard on you every time you're good. And they're deep digs, man. You're going to be homeless. Yeah. They're like livelihood type shit.
It's kind of like Red Bar type stuff.
Well,
Kevin's a little more talented than Red
Bar.
Bar.
The people that actually live in this apartment are back in 20 minutes, so let's speed it up. What?
All right, I'm sorry. Well, what I'm saying is...
I'm kidding. I'm saying I'm homeless. Go on.
How do we get this... Is there any way... Like, you and Kevin could do a show together now. I don't think he's going to hit you. I don't think you're going to hit him. No. You guys could sit down and you could hammer this out, because I feel like in your guys' history, oddly enough, you've been here before.
Yep.
Kevin hates everybody. That's why when he talked about our show and he didn't say anything good, but he didn't say anything bad, I felt like that was a compliment. But he hates everybody, and now you seem to be the target he's fixated on now. Will time heal this? Because you're all so much fun to watch and enjoy.
Aaron, watch this, and April as well. Watch this. Why is Kevin mad at me?
You gave out his phone number.
Yeah.
Why'd I give out his phone number?
I don't know. God damn it. You know what? I don't remember.
I do remember.
Wait, April thinks she's got it. April thinks she's got it.
There was some sort of...
Okay, April for the win.
Was there some sort of criticism about a comedy show? Was that where this started?
Nope.
Really?
That's part of their drama. But watch this. Close.
Okay.
Bob Levy, I love Bob Levy. He's a brilliant comedian, but every 15 years he starts to book a comedy room, which is a mistake, okay? Because Bob's stressed out and he's too funny to worry about the business aspect of it. And the last time he did it fucking petered out after a couple of years. So this year, when he does it, it's like the only thing to make Bob less stressed would be if he got a laid-back partner. Now, who's the most laid-back partner? Yeah, exactly. So it's Brennan. And they do the first show and the second show, since it's in Vineland, New Jersey, which is if you don't know where Vineland, New Jersey is, you go to the end of the universe and make a left. That's where I was born and raised. And so the week before I do the second show, I'm talking about it's the Phillies are in the fucking World Series run, and I don't even want to talk sports because I can hear you're sitting on that Vikings thing. Go fuck yourself. But
I wish I had the horn. I wish I had the horn.
Yeah.
Get me my get me my helmet. I got to show you. You brought it up.
Though.
Keep that train of thought because we're both the same way. We'll run off into 18 different directions. I got to show.
Question for April. Well, I have a question for April. When fucking Josh Allen fumbled that snap, did he yell "fuck Gino" louder than I yelled "fuck Aaron"? Because I could not believe that play.
Check this shit out. She was hunting. I was home. Drinking with my dog and texting my buddy back and forth, and the amount of horrific slurs that were used back and forth during that game, both in celebration and anger, should be in a Vikings museum somewhere to document that game.
I'm a Chargers fan, and it's a nightmare, and they need to fire their head coach. But I've said this, and you'll agree. I'm like, I live amongst Jets fans, and you think terrible plays only happen to you. And watch this. As a Vikings fan, let me say this. Brett Favre just run 5 yards out of bounds and you kick the field goal against the Saints. And you're like, that doesn't happen to anybody else. The Chargers last week fumbled away. All they had to do was have Eckler, their best running back, who's a stud, run 3 yards with 40 seconds left against the Falcons, fucking run the clock down to 10. He fumbled it. He fumbled the ball away. The linebacker for the fucking Falcons picked it up, ran 40 yards, fumbled it without being touched. Chargers got it back, won the game. That doesn't happen unless you watch every game. And I'm sure fucking Bills fans right now are like, that's never happened to any other team. But it does.
Yeah.
It's incredible that happens. But I'll say it. It's like, you can't say, I will not say the Vikings got lucky and I'm not fucking kissing your ass. It's like, it's just a part of the game.
Yep.
And it's amazing how the second you make one fucking mental mistake, these are fucking pros and they make you fucking remember. It was an incredible win. Fuck you.
You're gonna take back what you said about old Kirk?
Uh-oh.
Come on, baby. He's for real.
Uh-oh.
He's for real. He just needed a coach who believed in him.
Come on.
He just
Excuse
needed
me 1 minute. There's somebody at the door. Fuck you. Fuck you, Kirk Cousins. Fuck you. No, it's the wrong number.
It's
wrong number.
Kirko Chains now.
It's now Kirko
I said
Chains.
it when we first talked. I will be. If Kirk Cousins wins the Super Bowl, there are two people, you and my buddy, and I will fucking be thrilled to. I see the hat, Aaron. I will be thrilled to be wrong. I will. I'll tell you someone else that I wasn't wrong about, but 8 years ago, I would always say to people, they're like, Geno Smith is the man. I'm like, I want to be wrong, but he's a terrible QB. He's fucking staying out of the way of the fucking Seahawks. And I sit there when he does well. Oh, I had a joke in my football video that you'll love. I said, Geno Smith did in 10 years what it only took me 3 years to do, get everyone to stop laughing at him. And I thought that really underscored it. But yeah, I mean, that's football. And yeah, like you need a fucking break like that to fucking win.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you guys have the same record as the Eagles now.
Yep.
So there you go.
Thank
You're
God.
the best team in the NFC.
All right, cool. So that was my tangent that I sent us off on. So now back to what you were saying. Why did you end
You ever
up?
see a bitch called Wanda?
Why-
I'm so
why-
very.
Why?
Fuck you! I'm
Why-
sorry. I'm sorry.
Why did you end up giving out Kevin Brennan's phone number? Which I will admit, because I like all of you guys, so
I do too.
I can tell you as a friend, I did feel when I was watching that was a move that shouldn't have been made. Not that you apologizing for it would have helped, but
No.
it was a move that maybe set some bad things in motion. So you defend yourself now by telling us why you made that move, because we forgot.
So what? So you're saying I didn't apologize?
I know there was controversy
think
about
he
the
did.
apology too. You texted, you didn't
Watch
text.
this.
You did.
What was the controversy? And I'm not trying to call you out. I'm trying to say, like, it's all lies. And every single thing, like when people are like, oh, the common thread between Aaron and Chad and Pat and fucking Brennan is Gino. No, the common thread is Gino pushing back. Do you understand? When Aaron left and we got the facelift, not the Pat Dixon facelift, rather than just say, I want out, and we would have had his back, fucking nothing. He tried to make it look like he had to leave because I'm a racist and all that. It's like, just say you want out. So I pushed back and said, no, that didn't happen. And he got angry. Without getting too tangential, since you put that word in my head.
We were going to ask you about the Berg thing anyway, so you feel free.
Yeah,
Yep.
But watch this. But I'm telling you, I'm not trying to make you look dumb. I'm trying to say, like, fucking, if you listen to Kevin Brennan, all he does is lie. If you listen to his podcast 2 weeks ago, he's like, Gino punched a cop at that show. It's like, none of it.
I don't see you punching anyone.
I've seen you get punched.
Took it standing like a man.
My point is this. I can tell you exactly what led to every one of these incidents, and it's just me pushing back. Here's why. Kevin Brennan was on, this goes, watch this, I'll do it as quickly and clearly as possible. The second week of Bob Levy and Kevin's room, I'm on the Boss's show joking around, and because he's believing the narrative that I scream the N-word on stage, and I don't, but because you believe that narrative and I don't push back, everyone in New York thinks it, and I don't care because I know what my act is. And anyone that saw us in Orlando at Content House, anyone that saw me this past weekend at the Cognitive Dissidence Store knows, like, I talk about, I say that it's like in hot water. I will say this. The thing I love about getting through that bullshit lockdown is I did in hot water every day. And I've realized now, whether I'm behind a microphone at my desk or behind a microphone on stage, I'm the same guy. I want everyone to fucking laugh, and I don't care how we get there. And I say the dumbest stuff in the most brilliant way, or maybe the most brilliant stuff in the dumbest way, and that's in hot water. You've seen it. So when Dixon is screaming this, the boss is busting his balls. He's like, Gene won't do it. I'm like, no, but I don't, right? So fast forward to the show. It goes fine, especially since, the Phillies are fucking in a playoff run that they do every fucking 15 years. And the show goes great. But then a week later, Kevin Brennan fills in for the boss, or I don't know the exact timeline, but when Kevin Brennan fills in for the boss, he gives out Mike Calta's number. He gives it out on the end. Okay. Did you know that?
Nope.
Yeah, you did. You did mention that. I don't know why he did that.
Okay. I didn't care because I watched Kevin and Levy on the Boss's show, and it is fucking hysterical.
It's fun.
So I'm watching it, and I don't think anything of it. A week later, somebody calls into our show on a Thursday and says, is Kevin Brennan's number still blah, blah, blah? It'd be funny if I said it, but I don't know it. So he goes, right. Is Kevin Brennan's number, right? So he goes, is Kevin Brennan's number still this? And I go, you can imagine, I'm like, I guess, I don't know. And I fucking hang up, and we go back to the wacky, insane brilliance. And fast forward to an hour later, he's on the Boss's show, and he goes, yeah, Gino gave out my number on his show, but I don't care because no one watches that show, and I laugh at that too, right? Okay. So now, fast forward to Sunday.
Boy.
I'm outside jumping rope as I do to blow off steam.
That's really gay, by the way. That's a gay thing to do.
It's a good workout, though, right, Gino?
Very. So I get a message from Kevin Brennan that says, because whenever the show's done, like one time I called Kevin on his cell phone, and he goes, you've reached whatever the number, and Garrett fucking bleeped it out before, so no one could see it. So Friday I get a message from Kevin Brennan saying, you didn't delete my number from that call on the air. And he says, you really are and I'm going to say the N-word so I don't say the sentence because it's the most racist. The reason I fucking make fun of the Holocaust, I shouldn't even I make jokes about the Holocaust, and I make jokes about the N-word is to disarm it, and we all want to disarm N-words, but because it's easy.
I knew I liked this guy.
It's easy to laugh at what's funny, so I try and make jokes so you can laugh in the face of these terrible things, because when I was a kid growing up on a farm in South Jersey, you heard fucking old Sicilian people say it all the time, and I was 8, and I'm like, ooh, that's not. So I make fun of that word and don't use it in a mean way. As much as people bitch, try and find one text, one fucking hot mic, one anything of me saying that word in a mean, derogatory way, okay? Right. But when you send a text to someone personally and say, you left this on, you really are I'm like, and I just screenshot, I write back to him immediately. I say, Kevin, thanks for the screen grab, as though I were going to post it.
Right.
And he loses his mind. He's like, fuck you. And I will send you the screenshots later. And I write, and I say, Kevin, look, I'm really sorry. Garrett usually takes it down. I'll check with him. And he writes back, no, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. And I write again, look, I really apologize. I wrote the word apologize 3 times in the text. He wouldn't let it go. So then I go on the air Monday, and I get so worked up. I get a little fucking, carried away.
From time to time.
It happens. It happens.
Yeah. And I give it out several times, but not only do I give out his number, I give out my number, 646-369-6564. So I take his fucking, and I didn't realize I did it. And I'll say this, I've said it on the show every day, smartest thing I ever did. Because I spend my mornings having a cigar, smoking a cigar, drinking coffee with little Six, who's still in her styrofoam thing, responding to human beings, flesh and blood people. And they send me pictures of their pets. We now have that skit on the show. I'm sure you've seen it, where we do Gino's pet of the day, and they'll take an adorable picture of a pet and put a cock on it. Really?
Sure.
Oh, it's fucking wholesome.
Can I need to ask you, when you got
I'll inhale and breathe now. You go.
When you got, quote, carried away, and you gave out the number and you gave out your number.
Yes.
Do you not see how maybe in Kevin, who is he seems to be, from what I've watched, an angry guy? Do you see how maybe he might not see that as exactly the definition of de-escalation?
But do you understand? Had he just, and by the way, that goes on to fucking when he's on the boss's show and I'm trying to hug it out and he's like, I'm gonna fucking break your jaw. I'm like, here's the other thing. When he wanted to kill me and he wasn't gonna hit me, when he wanted to when him and Bob Levy were doing their full-on pro wrestling shtick, the reason he trashed the studio, and you can go back and watch this, everything I say is rooted in, what's the word I'm looking for? Facts. There's another one, actuality. Both times he did it, I threatened to show screen grabs of what he texted me. I said, would you like to see the apology? So I'm sorry that I'm smarter than these people. And I'm good at what I do and made for good radio. Watch this. What should I have done? Because he was already lost.
Do you think that maybe, and I'm
gonna say no, but
I'm the youngest guy by 20, 30 years out of the three of us here, not April, I mean Kevin.
Sure.
So it feels
we're
weird.
Not dating. Let it go. We're not dating, Aaron. Let it go.
It feels weird that I'm saying this because I feel like a parent. Do you think that maybe you should go this way and he should go that way, and maybe Gino and Kevin just shouldn't interact or mention each other?
No more playing together.
Yeah, you guys can't play nice in the sandbox. Maybe we move you to different parks.
But am I wrong to say this? He gave it would not even have been in my head if he didn't fucking give out someone else's number, act like it wasn't a big deal. Kevin's mad at me because I beat him at his own stupid game. And Gavin McGinnis said it perfectly. You're all in. Watch this. I'm going to ask you something. Has anyone ever given out your number, Aaron? Because I can do it right now. Has it?
I think, my chat, back in the radio days, our chat, when we simulcasted on Twitch, our chat would put my number in the chat on a pretty regular basis.
I've never had my number
said it perfectly. Fucking, that's part of the biz. Like, when they give your number out, it lasts 2 days. You let it go. You man up. You can and I said this when I was losing my mind. I'm like, I used to do the Kid Chris show with Bob Levy, and in 2005, they gave out my number when you had a landline, and you'd answer every call because you think that girl was fucking calling to take you back, and she didn't, and you blew it, Rita, but you had a landline back then, and you had to answer your phone. There was no such thing as text messaging, but now, when someone has your number, if you don't want to answer the call, you don't have to. There's a setting where you can ignore numbers that fucking aren't saved in your phone. You can get a text and ignore it, so it's not a big deal. And Gavin said it perfectly. It's 2022. It goes away in 2 days. But he has to hold on to this because he needs to be a victim. That's all there is. And he's still mad about that. And to underscore my point, that's what led to it. And I apologized on air. I offered to hug it out with him. He just wants to be angry. So again, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, yeah, I'm right. That's what I'm saying. And it's like, but do you understand there's a reason that I had to take 10 minutes to explain exactly what happened. And when I asked each of you, you're like, well, you kind of, and I'm not busting your balls, but that's what the idiots believe. You understand? That's all there is to it.
But now I did feel I'm becoming too much of a fan of all these shows as I'm interviewing these people at the same time.
And I say it every day. Mystery Loves Company is hilarious, even when he's not talking about me, which was it's been 10 straight episodes.
I will give you this. I will give you this. Kevin is. I would say this about him, and I would say I'll give my diagnosis of you next. But Kevin's thing, I will say first, he is going way too deep into the Gino. It's bothering him way too much. He's got to let it go. On your end, I would say these Twitter guys, like, I'll say the fat guy. I don't really have a beef with the fat guy, but I've watched his tweets, and I'm like, this guy's... Look, let me say, I'm going to respect your not wanting to say his name, but look, the limited interaction I've had with him on Twitter, he's been relatively reasonable to me, but I've watched some of his stuff he's written to other people, and he seems like a fan who's getting a little too close to the sun with a lot of these guys, and he kind of feels like he's part of the bit. But I want to tell you this. No, I want to tell you this. You can respond to this. I think maybe you should be a host who's kind of above all these people, and then they can live in that swamp, and you do In Hot Water, and then just fuck those guys.
Fuck those guys. Yeah. I don't look at any of it.
Oh, sorry. What'd you say, April?
I don't look at any of that shit on Twitter ever.
What? But if you do watch, Aaron, if you look, the only time I've mentioned my beef with the fat man is going to be, and you can have this, it'll be like the next How I Met Your Mother, and it'll be called My Beef with the Fat Man, and you can just do episode after episode, because I love that phrase. Aaron, go look at my Twitter. I mean, that's a terrible thing to say to anyone, but I don't respond to any of them on Twitter. I'm texting my fans in real life, and I don't mention them on the show with the exception of Thursday when I was dumb enough to let Levy on, and he's like, nah, he's a good guy. This, let me tell you my latest beef with Tubby, or however you say it. He literally, he lies. He said, I was at the show Saturday, Cognitive Dissonance. I walked outside and pointed at him and said, he's with Antifa. None of that happened. None of that happened. And now people are texting underneath it, I'm going to break his jaw. And it's like, you understand? He's good. And by the way, you want to play a fun drinking game? Because I said this about our fucking friend Red Bar. You cannot spend 7 hours a day, any days a week, let alone multiple, just being toxic and vitriolic and not have that attached to your soul. And if you watch Kevin Brennan, here's a fun game to play. Drink every time he has a fucking nagging. I said nagging, people. He has a nagging call. Just drink every time because something's going on there. And I'm sorry that if you watch In Hot Water, which we do 4 days a week, 5 if you include Dumb Friday on our Patreon, we don't talk about them. We talk about the dumbest shit. Yesterday was such a fun free-for-all. We had a guy that flew across the pond from England to see the Cognitive Dissonance. We were in Long Island Saturday. I couldn't drink because it's such a long drive back. And I said, come to the studio Monday. Come drink with me Monday. Not only did he drink with me, I sent him out to get whiskey. He sat down at the desk and we just did this. We just fucked around like fucking the reason we do this. So I'm not giving them oxygen, but shit like this does. But I'm telling you, I think it underscores my point when I say to each of you, why is Kevin Brennan mad at me? You're like, was it? Is it? He just says all this insane shit. And the bottom line is, I'll say it again, I beat him in his own game.
I watched the show, and there was one moment yesterday where I went, oh, man, that really sucks. Why? I mean, do we have to ban Bob from the show? Because I'll tell you this. You said about the
I'm going to ask you your opinion on why I think I need to, but please go on.
Okay. I will, because of this. I think
and
Bob...
I never said he was banned from the show, by the way. Go on.
Okay.
And I'm going to interrupt you again because it's what I do and tell you to go. I'm sorry.
All right. So with Bob, I feel like Bob he's 60 years old. He's seen it all. He doesn't want to be in beefs anymore. I've literally, every time I've been watching Bob lately, he likes everyone. He says okay to everyone. He's like Jim Carrey in Yes Man or whatever that movie is, where he says yes to everything.
That's Yes
Like
Man.
Bob, they tweet him and they like him. Even if it's shitting on you, he'll like it because they're saying something nice about him. He's having fun with Kumia. Kevin's shitting on you, and yeah, that's terrible and a little obsessive. But Bob's just there to laugh, and he feels like, I don't want to get involved. I can see where that would upset you because you're getting the shit beat out of you, and being ripped on by Kevin endlessly, and Bob's sitting right there. But I think it's fair to say, like, what's Bob supposed to do? Like say, oh, knock it off, guys. Like, I don't know what Bob's role. I don't know what Bob's role in all this is.
I think
I don't either. But let me ask you each. Watch this. Let's say that so you and April do this show, and it's a great show. I'm telling you, like, I watch it too now. Not all the time, but like I'll say it again. I'm watching it today, and I'm just enjoying it. I'm like, I'm supposed to call into this show.
Yeah.
And it's a fun show. It's an easy watch. You know what I mean? Like, and I'll tell you again, when we had the beef, the second time I'm watching. Two things fucking broke me, and I said, I'm not bothering these people. Because when you're like, it's radio, Gene, fucking relax. You yelled at him in the mic. I'm like, it is radio. I should fucking relax. And then you have this other guy. He texted me, I got to do his podcast. That fucking...
Oh, Jake Hudson, don't.
Oh, yeah.
Don't. You'll
this?
never shake that son of a bitch.
Don't go there.
But you were nice enough to do it. So that's my point. But it's like, watch this. So you do this show every morning, right?
Yeah.
Do you think it's good for your brand? And I would equate Bob with April because obviously we've only had sex once, like you this morning. But me and Bob are friends of 30 years. And I'll say this again. He is one of the most brilliant comics I know. I owe so much of how I got here to him. But do you think it's a good look for me? Do you think it'd be a good look for you if you do this show and then half an hour later, I'm sitting in that chair next to April, calling you an asshole, and she's not even fucking. And I get that it's comedy, but it's a bad look. It'd be one thing if it was a different show. It's that desk, it's that microphone, and it's like
that's interesting.
And I'm like, I can't have him on my show. That's all I said. And if you watch yesterday's show, I said, I'm like, Bob Levy is a brilliant comedian. He's a dear friend of mine, but I just can't have him on this show anymore. I didn't say Bob Levy is banned.
You're
But
saying
you
you're
get
saying
your
for you personally, for your own shit,
Yeah.
can't have him on.
because my show is my baby, and if fucking somebody doesn't like my fucking baby, not this stillborn abortion. If somebody doesn't like my baby, I'm not gonna like. Imagine if you guys fucking had a kid and fucking 1 minute like some guy goes like, "Yeah, your kid's stupid," and April just goes, "Yeah," you'd be like, "April."
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of
April, this
stupid.
isn't a good look for our kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now,
Now I'm asking you, should I let him on? Should I let him sit at the desk? Like, I will support him. I follow him on Twitter. I like his tweets. I love the guy. I will never sit there and tell you he's not funny. And I will never sit there and tell you I'm still not watching MLC, patting myself on the back, laughing at the show. But it's not a good look to have a guy on my desk when fucking 30 minutes later, he's at that same desk, letting a guy lie about me. Say I'm not funny, say fucking I beat up cops, fucking say like lies about why he's mad at me. And Bob just goes, it's just not a good look. That's all.
Yeah.
And I'm not making anyone take sides. I'm just defending my show. Is that wrong?
I feel in my experience watching Bob on all these different shows, which they're all great and stuff, I don't think he's invested in any of it. I really don't. I don't think he's invested shitting
but
on you
I think that's what Gino's saying. He's like, it bothers, like the Kevin stuff obviously bothers Gino, as it should.
Defend a little maybe.
And he doesn't want to have a guy on who's going to not necessarily silently co-sign it, but also sit there while it's happening. He's not saying Bob's a bad guy for it. He's saying as a host, I get this on the host level. As a host, Gino would feel somewhat phony if he sat there next to Bob, laughing with him. If he knew Bob, it's like if I'm sitting next to you and then you're laughing along when you know some girl is going to come in here next and we're going to have a great time and fuck and all this other stuff. You wouldn't put up with that because you're like, well, wait a minute. I don't like what's going on. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gino.
I feel like you're asking her right now. You're like, you wouldn't put up with that, April.
That's how you broach these subjects.
Is it good for the show, though?
Yes. How is it for the show? But I mean, is that pretty?
See, because she cares about the kid.
Yes.
But let me pay you to a compliment that proves my point, of course, because I'm a dick.
Of course.
The other thing that's good about your show is, here's the word people love to use. It's not a work. Everything I say at my desk, people are either like, God, that's stupid funny, or God, that's stupid and not funny, or God, he's really trying to make a point, and then Garrett and Steve and Bobby from the booth shit on me. And everything I say, it's genuine. It's genuinely funny, genuinely stupid, genuinely an attempt at intelligence. It's genuine. Same thing with this show. I'm watching your show, and there's never a point where I go like, is that a dumb joke? Is that, we know. Like everything Bob is doing, he's like, it's just a work. It's just a joke. Like, I still get messages from people going like, is this a bit you and Kevin Brennan are doing? It's not a bit.
Right.
He's lost every bit of his senses. And that's another reason, like, it's not a good look for my show to have Bob on who wants to play these fucking games. I just got rid of fucking some dead weight that used to do that shit the last year when he was tapping the fucking brakes because he wanted out. So that's why, again, Bob Levy is a hilarious comedian. I can't get enough of the fucking guy. But I don't need someone that's fucking making my show look like I don't take it seriously.
So were you talking about him also yesterday when you said you wouldn't mention someone, or was that Jim Stansel?
I don't know.
There was someone else you said you wouldn't mention because they're playing pro wrestling shit.
No, Stansel, I busted his balls for doing pro wrestling shit.
Okay, because I know that Stansel and Bobby kind of got into it a little bit on your show last week, so I didn't know if that was a thing or something.
Well, no, see, but here's the thing. That's the other thing about Bobby. You can't talk to Bobby. And don't get me wrong, if I'm going to attack someone for being stubborn and set in their ways, I'm the asshole. But when Bobby's like, nah, it's just that, it's like, Bob, you're not getting it, and that's fine. But Stansel was doing some pro wrestling shit, and we're having a beverage after the show. What are you, Mother Cabrini? You never touch this stuff? And I said to him, like, were you doing pro wrestling shit on my show? And if you say that to Bob, he's like, Stansel's all drunk. He goes, yeah, is that good? Is that bad? What do you think? And I'm just
Which one do you want me to say?
He's like, I'm like, you do whatever you want. He's like, yeah, see, because I threw them. I'm like, yeah, don't throw. It was insane, but that's the difference. Stansel will do pro wrestling shit, but he'll be on a thing like, woo, I'm a pro wrestler. You know, he's just the guy I have on every other Tuesday now, because like that's the other thing. There's so many people like you guys fucking are good at this because you fucking have fun. It's that seamless shit I talk about. There's people will just say Chad Zumock. There are certain people who say Chad Zumock.
Favorite.
Yeah, and if you don't think I broke Kevin Brennan, Chad Zumock is back on his podcast. Okay, that's insane. But Chad Zumock's comedy, I'm sorry, it's not good. And you can say mine isn't good because I don't care because I have so much fucking fun on stage. But he's another one. It's like, what's he doing a podcast for? Well, I should do a podcast. Yeah. The opposite of that is people like, well, you've always been a radio, but the opposite is a guy like Stancil, who I'm like, I just stumbled into one time. He was in the studio fucking around with The Dump, the show before ours with Steve and fucking Bobby, which is so fucking great. And Garrett's fucking basically on that now, even though he just shows up to set up for our show. And fucking Stancil was on, and Stancil's another guy that's just, he's good behind a microphone. He didn't say, let me behind the microphone. You asked him, and he just talks. That guy fucking, literally, his name is Guy, that was on the show yesterday on In Hot Water, and I can't recommend enough. If you're going to watch one episode, take a peek at that, because that's the show, okay? It's just fucking me rotating. We had fucking Guy, a guy that came over from England. We had Larry fucking Bay, a brilliant comedian who's on the East Coast, so we took him in. We had Rich Carucci, just a fucking old school fucking New York comic that fucking, he's one of those guys that just, you want to do his room. It's like, he books you for a room and you don't even ask for the money. It's just like, open bar, drink with you. Yeah. All right. Just give me the money when I get there. Like, these are the people that are on, and they just have fun behind a mic. Chad has nothing to say behind a microphone other than, look at me, I'm on a microphone. Yeah. It's not good.
I don't think he knows how to have fun.
No, he doesn't know how to have fun. If you, Gino, I hate to suck my own show's dick, but if you want to go, if you want to go and watch our last couple of months of Chad Zumock shit, and then go watch him on Misery Loves Company yesterday, we've broken the man. And I'm taking credit for it. Yeah. I know Carl is a big part of it, but we kind of got the ball rolling a little while ago. We have broken him. He was shitting on Frank and Chrissy on MLC last night. And then Kevin goes, I was watching Steel Toe and I subscribed to him. He pops up all the time now. He's got this, what's this problem you have with him? Like, you're a Steel Toe denier? Because he does that thing where he goes, oh, I don't know who they are, and then quotes back everything. We do. So he goes on about Frank and Chrissy for 2-3 minutes. As soon as Kevin and Bob start bringing up Steel Toe and talking about, it's a pretty good show. So they go, Chad, what's your beef with him? Chad immediately makes a side joke that changes the subject, and I'm like, we got him. I'm like, we got him. We fucking got him. Shaken. This is great. And then he starts doing that tremor shake that he does. I loved it. Yeah. Loved it.
But here's the thing, and I mean this, like, this is going to be a compliment, but it's just a statement of fact. Like, you just, like, this is, you get to do this. You guys show up and you're genuinely enjoying it, and I like that we're the kind of people who are like, we were fucking fighting with each other, and the universe like, no, you're going to like this show, and it fucking just, I always say this, we're the sum of everything that put us right here. Me fucking smoking this cigar like a chronic fucking whatever, you guys, and everything, I wouldn't change a fucking thing that put us here because you have a better appreciation for it. It's like that book, The Prophet. The more fucking sorrow carves into your being, it hollows it out so you can contain more joy. And he said it much more eloquently. It's a poem, but it's true. And other people hold on to this shit, and it's not moving them forward. And I will say that about Bob, and I mean this as a friend. You said it, April. He's like, he's just cottoning to everything, saying, I'm here, I'm hanging on to. It's like, what do you want out of this? Like, I am, as much as like people think I'm just fucking, I don't know what I'm doing. It is. I say it all the time, and feel free to call me gay. It is that song, Sarah McLachlan's Building a Mystery.
You're gay! Oh, sorry.
Thank you. You're right. Please, all the fans yelled it. But there's a line, you're building a mystery and choosing it so carefully. And everything I'm doing put me here, and I enjoy it every day. And I do every fucking single show, not saying, what am I going to do next week? Or I sure hope I'm doing this next week. Every single show I show up and I'm like, are you fucking with me? Am I getting away with this? That I get to fucking hang out, fucking tell jokes, be stupid with people I like, drink with my friends, have people fly across the fucking ocean to see me tell dick jokes. Like every day it's like that. And I just have faith it will be tomorrow. I've
got 15 minutes with you, and I got 2 more things I need to ask you about here. First, $9.99 from David. He says, if you dip your toe in the river of inequity, the opposite of love is a broken jaw. Gino, that guy gets it. But I got
that is if you dip your toe in the river of iniquity, soon you put your leg in it, your whole foot, and you drown in it. So you don't give in to temptation. But the other thing, the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference.
Okay, this is not the one I was going to ask you about, but this is just a simple yes or no, because I got to kind of go rapid fire here because we both talk a lot.
All right, I'll shut up. Sorry.
Pat Dixon and you are cool?
We're cool.
Okay.
Like, don't get me wrong. Like, and I love telling this story. Like, talk about breaking someone. Like, I was like, I'm full. I always say, I don't want to be full of shit. And I'm not kidding. after Dixon punched me, fucking, I missed 8 weeks of eating. So I went to the gym. I got in great shape. Fucking the whole reason I'm with Keanu is because she saw a video of it. And we've been hooking up. This is why it works. We've been hooking up off and on for years. She saw the video. And the face she made, I went in the next day and I showed Garrett, the producer, and I'm like, this girl likes me. And he's like, you're dumb. She's always liked you. So I got her out of it. I've got a new appreciation for the show. Aww. And if I stay mad at fucking anyone, whether they broke my jaw or gave me $1 million, if I'm mad at someone that put me in a better place, I'm full of shit. Mm-hmm. And it dawned on me when I got really drunk with my buddy Marshall and I sent a fucking mean text to him, like, and it was just all, it was like, it's like, hey, let me know if your girlfriend needs any more dick pics and stuff, which I never sent, but I'm drunk. And he just writes back, you doing okay, buddy?
So,
yeah. So I'm not mad. Don't get me wrong. He committed felony assault. And if he wants to fucking atone for his actions, he should come to New York, go to the cops, fucking not pay bail, and fucking just let it be gone because this city is a piece of shit. But he doesn't. So that's on him. I'm not saying he doesn't have to face the judgment, but I'm not mad at him because he made my life better.
Do you see though?
And I'll say again, the funniest one of my favorite jokes ever is Pat Dixon, and he goes, do you ever hear this? It's like, if it weren't for porn, I wouldn't know how to spell amateur. Okay, that's a brilliant fucking
it's
joke.
It's a good joke. But do you not see that where maybe you're throwing the last fuck you in there when you're like, Pat Dixon and I are cool. He should go to the police and atone for what he said. No, leave it at we're cool. Leave it there. It's good.
So you're saying a guy should break someone's jaw and just be like, it was a learning experience? No, because we will not be punished for our anger. We'll be punished by our anger. And I'll say this, I'm cool with Pat, but Pat really has anger issues and he's abusing Adderall. I don't think he is now. I hope he is now. But he was during the lockdown. He got into it. And that's what led to that. And you can yell at me for saying that, but look at me. I'm not like, I honestly think that. And I think you know.
So maybe we've come to this solution. People with anger issues shouldn't be around Geno Bisconte.
There's never any justice.
Okay.
It's that, yeah, because I'm going to poke.
Yes.
Whenever someone says, don't do this, I'm like, or I could do exactly what you told me not to do and see what happens.
Yeah.
Which is fun.
So I have an audience that has quite a few people who moved from Red Bar over to this show. I think we were seen as like a happier, less angry kind of like when we make fun of people, it's just we're watching them from outside, poking a little fun, having a good time, not getting so invested. They would crucify me if I didn't ask you about Red Bar. And you got a chance, I guess, to turn some of them, I suppose, because they've got those glasses on. That whole thing. How did it affect you, all the Red Bar stuff? How do you feel about it now? I know how you feel about him being sick. It's how a lot of people feel about it is, it's kind of karma or the energy he put out there coming back to him, whatever. Yep. But how did all the Red Bar stuff make you feel? What did you think of it, and where are you at with it now?
If you look back at the earlier episodes, the whole beef started with us because him and his fans, and we've been doing In Hot Water for maybe, okay? And me and Aaron, we're loyal. Me and Aaron, he shit on the boss, so we went after him, and that brought us into it. So this is my first foray into Twitter and trolls and all that stuff, and I really fucking got sucked in, and I went after him. But now, you can see, I have if the guy wants to do a show like that, that's great for him. But it's what I've said, I have no problem with Red Bar. I don't. In fact, when Pat Dixon broke my jaw, he texted me on one of my Instagram things. He's like, hey, Gino, what do you have to say about Pat Dixon breaking your jaw? And I just responded, ouchie. And he said it on the air. He's like, I got to give him that. Yeah. So he can do what he wants to do. But I'm telling you, there's a reason that I look younger than 53, 52. But 53 is older than 50. Because if you love what you do, people always say, and I'm not fucking blowing my own horn because I'm trying to get a point across. People are like, you don't look 53. I said, when I was 27, I looked 53. I had a job at a bank. I was living in Delaware. I hated what I was doing, but if you love what you do, look, it's a fact. We're all energy, okay? And I'm not trying to sell you a Dianetics book, but it's a fact of the universe. Like energy attracts like energy. Atoms that are similar fucking attract. And when you fucking wake up every day doing things you like doing, the universe says, let's give him more things he likes doing. If you wake up every day living in lack saying, I need more shit, the universe is like, let's give him more shit that he needs. And when you wake up every day doing a podcast, 7 hours, just shitting on other people. I couldn't tell you a thing about Mike Red Bar. Does anyone know anything about Mike Red Bar? He never talks about himself. He shits on the podcast, and that's a great model. No one else is doing it, but it's going to make you sick.
You can't get through the you can't get through the gimmick.
Yeah. And that's what I think of Red Bar. I think he's doing great. He's got a new studio. He's got to be doing well. And I said this when he took that year off. I said, I hope he's sick, because I'd rather he's sick. No, let me say this. I'd rather he's sick and taking time to get better than he's fine, just wants a year off, and he lied about being sick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He looks.
I was right. He's sick.
He looks
He
quite
looks the
sick.
part.
He looks pretty sick.
And I never mention Red Bar, other than the passing digs that, I can't help but not do. But the guy is fucking making himself sick. I'm sorry. He does 7 hours of hate. Mm-hmm. And that's fine if people like it. But shout out to Luis J. Gomez, who said to me 2 months ago, and he's like, stop worrying about Twitter. He's like, I have thousands of fans on Twitter, and half of them want to see me rip out the throat of Zach and Aaron or whatever. They want to see us fight because they're jackals, and he's right. And I would argue that's 90% of Red Bar's fan base, and that's fine. But I'm going to say again, you see our show, I see your show. It's just you fucking around having a good time, and it's really fucking fun to watch. And what's better than that? If you're going out of your way to watch fucking, and I'll say it, I watch Misery Loves Company, and it's miserable and it's hysterical, but it's that's never what I wanted to do. I'm not good at it, That's all. That's my thoughts on Red Bar. I wish him well, but that's all.
Citizen M with $4.99. He's one of the big Red Bar guys on our show. He says, if Red Bar offered to pick up your show, would you be willing to rebrand as No Dough Gino Insolvent Water?
Well, I am flat broke, but no, because there's a thing called loyalty. That's why, for all this shit, fucking people get Geno's a drunk. I've never missed a fucking show. When we went to 9 a.m, fucking for 2 years, I was like, Geno's fucked the way he drink. No, never missed a show. Because I'm so loyal to Kumi. He's been so good to me, and that's exactly, some people just don't understand what loyalty is. And it's a sin, but it's easy to be loyal to people that are good to you. And some people don't get that. You know what I mean? Maybe that's another thing that bothers me about Bob. He's loyal, but I don't see it like that. I'm not saying he's being disloyal, but that's how I'm taking it. And that's why I'm like, you can't be at my desk right now. You can't. Right. And let the record show, the first time I ever missed a show, because I had to do some film down in Delaware, quit bragging, somebody's doing well.
Humble brags.
Bob Levy, I made sure to make him be the host, which led to the Pat Dixon beat, because that's when Pat invited himself on the show, fucking said creepy things to Keanu before we were dating, and bumped one of my guests because he's an insecure psycho. We're fine, Pat.
Damn it.
Which is clearly why you had his ex on. I hear
my mouth getting ahead of me, and I can't stop. Well, you should have stopped it.
Yeah. Well, anyway, the other thing I wanted to ask you about, I was going to have us mutually fangirl out over your boss, over Kumia, who, after years and years of idolizing the man, I not only got a retweet, but an acknowledgement from him that he laughed his fucking ass off at one of our clips on our show. And I have to say, as a guy who grew up watching Opie and Anthony, has said many times on this show wouldn't be here. It's directly influenced by the Opie and Anthony show. To have that guy have just, not even vocally, but laughy face emojis all over a retweet of something you did, that's fucking crazy. So for you, I can't imagine how that must feel if you're an Anthony Cumia guy, to have him actually laugh at shit you say.
Yeah.
We grew up, me and my buddy Dan down in Delaware, I don't mean to brag, used to do a trivia show 3 days a week. And one was on a Tuesday. We drive down to the beach in Delaware. 2 hours we'd be listening. We were listening to fucking The Boss when the Sex for Sam thing went down, and we were dying, and I'm good friends with Norton. We go way back. But it's now I talk to Dave, you're buddies with the guy. Yeah. And by the way, I love how all the friends Gino's just his drinking buddy. I drink with the boss maybe 3 days a week for 3 fucking minutes at Sullivan's. Yeah. And whenever we go out drinking, maybe once a month, I'll be at Sullivan's still at 8 o'clock after and we'll drink. But I barely get to hang out with the guy other than when I'm fucking bothering him in the studio and shit like that. Yeah. But it's it's because I consider us very good friends, but he's a busy dude. Yeah. I don't want to fucking bother the guy. But when it's still I consider him a very good friend, but there's still that when you're talking to him, you're wow, fucking look at what you did, Gino. It's fucking great. So I'm right there with you. Yeah. He's such a genuinely generous, nice guy. And all these people have these fucking things to say about it. It's he's just a regular dude. He wants to have a drink, hang out with his girl, play fucking video games, scream the N-word in his apartment during Call of Duty. What we all hunt Jews. What we all do.
Well, I will say this. I may have yelled a few choice phrases during that hectic Vikings-Bills game this weekend, so I'm not going to judge anyone. Actually, when Patrick Peterson made that pick in the end zone, I've been so scarred as a Viking fan that as soon as he ran it out, I yelled, "Get the fuck down, you fucking gay F word." And I just shouted it at my television because I'm so used to something bad happening there that's how I ended that experience. But
it's a nightmare being a Vikings fan as well, I'm sure. But good luck. Like I'm telling you, like Cousins aside, like I fucking follow him now. I'm a huge Bills fan because have you checked with Carl? Is he alive?
I haven't. I should have shot. I forgot to shoot Carl a text during the Vikings game because I was so worried we weren't going to
himself. So you don't need to shoot him a text, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's probably not doing so well. But now you gave me an idea for harassment later on today. That's good.
Nice.
We're completely out of time. I'll just throw this at you real quick. It's the last thing on my list we didn't get to. Aaron Berg, you guys obviously not doing In Hot Water together anymore. He went to Gas Digital. That could have ended differently, I felt like. It felt like it was one guy who had a great opportunity and he wanted to take it. A lot of teams have broken up that way. But it seems like it got a lot more personal than that.
It got personal because I honestly think he just wasn't. Look, the bottom line is, in my opinion, he wanted out. He wanted to get out from behind the paywall. Yes. He wants to be more mainstream. He still is as edgy as fuck.
Yeah.
And I hate saying edgy because that's such a gay word, but you know what I mean? He fucking definitely pushes back, but he wanted to get out in front of the paywall and he thought, and I just didn't, his dismount was terrible. To quote, you ready for this? Bob Levy said it perfectly on fucking Kevin Brennan's Misery Loves Company podcast when he fucking announced he was leaving. And he's like, I'm leaving in a month. And Bob Levy said, that's like when you break up with a girl, that's a long walk to the door.
Yeah.
And he did a lot of shit in that month, in my opinion, to try on Twitter to get people to be like, oh, please stay and all this other stuff. And I've talked about it on the air. I'm not going to get it. It was just the way he left that made it messy. And there's a lot of fucking, scars that fucking aren't going to heal properly. But let me tell you, you follow me on Twitter. I still follow him. You'll never see me badmouth him. Fucking, I retweet a lot of his shit. Well, I retweet some of his shit. I don't want to fucking, retweet it and have people be like, but he's doing really well.
Yeah.
And he's so close, knock wood, to getting like this thing that he mentioned once. And when he does, I'm going to be the happiest guy in the world.
Yeah.
But it's just the way it was a terrible dismount. That's all it was.
Gotcha.
And look, the cream rises to the top, and I'm doing great at fucking Compound Media, and he's doing great fucking at Gas Digital and touring with what's his tour called? Offend Everyone with Luis J. Gomez.
Yeah.
And he's loving it. So if he's happy, that's great. And the other thing was, in his defense, he wasn't coming into the studio a lot because he got a house in New Jersey with his wife, his fucking beautiful wife and daughter. And it's one thing to have to leave them in the middle of the day and go through Lincoln Tunnel traffic and go back, then to have to come back into the city at night. And he just chose spots in comedy over coming in twice. And I get that. He should have. Like I said this, simply put, he's a fucking comedian who fucking was doing a podcast. I've become a fucking guy who hosts a show that also can do comedy. Yeah. And I love it.
I watched his announcement, that awkward episode that you guys had. It's up on YouTube. I watched it back when you and I were going at each other. And I was like, yeah, fucking get him, Berg. And I watched it again this past weekend. And I went, oh, that's kind of shitty. I went like, you're kind of piling on things that don't really seem like they're part of this conversation. And it kind of, after, speaking to you and not having the bias that I had the last time, I went, oh, that you're saying things that aren't part of the deal. And kinda that gross. It's just, you're kind of giving yourself an out when you just could say, hey, I gotta, it wouldn't be the first time someone got a great job offer and took it.
No, and like, again, to prove both of our points, look at how I am with Levy. I'm to a fault forgiving. You know what I mean? Like, and I said this about Pat. If Pat, after he punched me and I stood there like he hit me and I never went down, fucking swallowed that.
You got saved by the bar, Bisconte. You got saved by the bar. No.
He's a man. Come on.
Ironically, the bar made out of redwood, a red bar.
Tell that to Janae Rice and the bar in the elevator. Didn't save her. But my point is that if Pat takes it, and I honestly believe this, you don't have to, but I know me. If I looked at him and said, if he didn't just leave, and I said, what the fuck was that? And he's like, dude, and I'm sorry. If he said, dude, I fucking, I really messed up on this Adderall. I'm sorry. I'm sure I would have hugged him and said, dude, we got to fucking, I would have. I'm forgiving to a fault. And when Aaron fucking just said, he tried to make it completely about me, I fucking responded like I always do. I fucking pushed back immediately. I'm like, the fuck? Like, he's like, and then we'll see. Then we'll see what we're doing after a month. I'm like, I'll show you what you'll see. You'll see me at this fucking desk. I worked 30 years to get here. Yeah. 30 years. I'm not going to fucking, because you don't want to do it anymore. You're free to leave. But that was how maybe we both overreacted, and it was a bad dismount. But again, we're the sum of everything that put us here, and we're both doing great. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, I tell you what, man, we are right up against your heart out, Mr. fucking Showbiz. We will.
Those dick jokes aren't going to tell themselves. I don't need to tell you two.
Look, it's not like you're letting Conti go a little longer every fucking day anyway. So anyway, in hot water, Geno Bisconte, there's the link in the chat, compoundmedia.com. Go there, follow Gino on Twitter, and Gum Fridays on Patreon also, which is doing very well. So go check all of that stuff out. Again, Geno Bisconte. I'm glad we did what we did at Content House. I'm glad we did this today,
Absolutely.
and we'll be glad to have you back on some other time too.
Shoot me an email. We'll get you to Skype into our silly little show, you two.
I'm a fucking whore. I'll do it anytime.
That'd be sweet.
You kidding?
Did you say that or never mind?
Yeah.
All right, so have a great one, guys. Thanks for having me.
People.
You
Thank
too.
you.
See you later. Geno Bisconte,
Bye.
ladies and gentlemen. Again, compoundmedia.com. There's the link in the chat. Well, guys, you got yourself a 5.5-hour show. How do you feel? Good morning, afternoon, whatever it is. Welcome. It's our, we still don't have a name for this. It's our Steel Toe interview special. We want to do this every Tuesday, as long as April can keep up with booking me guests, because I'm lazy. But I booked this one. This one was all me. This is a guy that I discovered a while ago. I mean, I didn't discover him. I personally found his videos when he was doing a lot of Opie and Anthony stuff, and especially when it's drama stuff, I can't get enough of it. But he interviews some people that we interview after he's done with them, I came to find out. But the channel is called Husey Entertainment. Husey joins us now. How are you, sir?
Very happy to be here. And I'm just realizing I should have gone to the bathroom before we started. But hey, the smell, you can't smell it from your end.
Hey, man, if Red Bar can wear diapers, so can you.
Yeah, what's his illness?
I don't know, but there's like this new thing now. Like when we moved our show to YouTube, like I guess Red Bar and his Bring Back group noticed our show, and like I've been a Red Bar guy since I was pretty young, and I kind of liked his show up until recently. But like Red Bar in his Facebook group just started shitting on our show. Well, not even shitting on it. He's like, "Fuck these guys! If anyone listens to them, they're banned from this page." And I'm like, all right. Well, then a couple of Red Bar fans come over to our show and start listening, which is always how that shit kind of works. Like you tell people not to listen to something, they're going to. And then, so I kind of soured on the guy because I thought that was sort of a dick move, especially when we mentioned we're fans of his. Then he came back from his 1-year illness, and it just, something was missing, you know, kind of like you and I are going to talk about like wrestling and boxing later. It's just like that fighter that takes a few years off and they come back, they're not the same. And
yeah, the Red Bar, it's like he was a character, and now he's trying to push a persona, and
yeah.
But he looks really thin. Like, I hope his illness wasn't anything shocking.
He still has it. I guess it's an autoimmune illness. And the big thing that's been going on the last week is that I don't know how deep you go into the Red Bar cast, if you will, but Sven Stoffels, who's done some artwork for Louis J. Gomez and those guys, and he was on Red Bar a bunch, and they're friends. He was on Red Bar's show recently, and he was really frustrated. He thought it didn't go well. Mike was telling him during breaks not to talk about certain things. And so this Red Bar fan, this is going to go deep into Red Bar autism here, but a Red Bar fan found out where Sven Stoffels was staying in Arizona, called the hotel, and in the worst hotel staff move ever, they connected this fan to Sven's room. And it didn't take much for the guy to like get Sven to just start spilling his guts about Red Bar. And all of a sudden, Sven drops this bomb that Red Bar wears adult diapers. And that started to become a thing that everybody made fun of. And I'm kind of torn because on one hand, that's hilarious. A guy who's made his living like trying to just shit on people and just say the worst possible things about them. Like it's kind of, what goes around comes around. On the other hand, he's wearing adult diapers because he's frail and has an autoimmune disease that will probably kill him someday. So even pieces of shit like us, it gives you a second. You go, is this funny or is it not funny?
Well, it's only not funny because Red Bar hasn't made fun of me yet. But when he does turn his targets on me, I think it's hilarious.
Well, that's what Sven said too. He goes, oh, and he turns on everybody. Like Red Bar's buddy, it took like he was so bored in Arizona that it took one stranger calling his hotel room for him to go off. It's like a 55-minute clip that's up. A guy named Lossless did it. And it's a 55-minute clip, and he is just shitting on Red Bar. And that's kind of the latest in his world. But anyway, back to, I don't know, that all came from you having to go to the bathroom. I found your work. I don't know, has your channel always been the same channel? Because I remember way back when I was an Opie and Anthony listener, you would have, I believe it was your channel, you had a lot of the clips up, right?
Yeah, I had a bunch of, I used to be a big, because I'm a huge pro wrestling fan from the 90s.
Sure.
I love all that shit. Well, pretty much anything from the 90s, I love. That's when I loved porno the most. We had the greatest whores of all time back then.
We really did.
Jenna Jameson will be the greatest whore ever.
You got Brianna Banks. You got a lot of the great ones.
Yeah, Kobe Tide, remember her?
Oh, yeah. God, we really did. We really did have the best. Well, now
Sydney Steele, now that's a high quality whore.
Well, then you had now anybody with like a cell phone is a porn star now, so it's it's hard to get the same traction that you did back in the 90s. I mean, back in the 90s, you had to earn it the old-fashioned way. You had to be groped and assaulted and treated like dog shit and like barely paid any money. Those whores did it for the love of the game.
Exactly, and the problem is, porno stopped being as exciting once HD came in, because then you could see where their dad used to touch them.
That was the hardest part. The cigarette burns and everything. It takes you out of it in a weird way.
Yeah, I remember there was a porn star a recent one called Asa Akira or something. And I remember accidentally watching one of her videos, and you could clearly see a shiner.
Oh, no.
That she had like makeup over it, and it's like, you've got a fucking black eye.
Oh, no. They couldn't wait a few days. They couldn't push the shoot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it was possibly, her Bible fell on her face when she was reading it, but I'm going to think her pimp gave her a wake-up call.
Well, look, I mean, you can be judgmental if you want to, but we haven't heard his side of things.
Yeah, maybe she spoke while he was trying to eat his meal.
Yeah.
She hit her with a plate.
Maybe she didn't bring back enough of the cut. Maybe she withheld some of the money that she had earned.
That's just so typical whores. They just can't even share the money.
I mean, Jesus, you fucking bleeding heart. I mean, there's a difference between disrespecting women and upholding business standards.
True. And plus, holes are there to be paid for.
Exactly. And, if you don't keep standards, you're going to lose them all. I mean, these broads talk.
Yeah, sadly not into my banana.
All right. So anyway, the Opie and Anthony clips, you love everything about the 90s, and then we got stopped on whores.
Yeah, no, I just think that we're so lucky and spoiled from that era that I think we had like the best sitcoms and the best comedians, and well, maybe not that many good films, but musically, the pro wrestling from back then, it's still rewatchable. And I just think that that's so the YouTube channel was accidentally a tribute to the 90s.
Oh.
But then the YouTube copyright laws really just went out of control. So it was like, oh shit, if I've got this audience that gives a shit about 90s stuff, I'm going to have to put my own content on there. And it took a while for it to work, but hopefully it's in the right direction.
So, no, it's an awesome channel. And again, it's Husey Entertainment. All the links are in the description and all that. But now it's kind of evolved into you kind of talk to everybody from that era. And I've noticed this. I said this to you before we started today. I said, I just seem to kind of keep accidentally getting your leftovers. Like, I got Pat Dixon, and I look, and I go, oh, Husey talked to Pat Dixon. Carl from Who Are These Podcasts? Oh, Husey talked to Carl from Who Are These Podcasts? Now, wait a minute. Have you been on Who Are These Podcasts yet?
Yes, I've been on 3 or 4 times, and I think the last time will be the last time because I was completely hammered.
Oh, no. I was on one time, and I was on my best behavior because I'm a complete whore, and I just want more subscriptions. We've been doing this on YouTube for like 5 months now, so there ain't no way I'm gonna fuck up anybody's show. But you were you like okay, but you can be hammered and do a good job, or were you hammered and it was performance hindering?
I think it was after the first 4 beers, because it was the first time I had the place to myself in 2022.
Okay.
So I thought I'm going to have a few beers and have a good laugh on the show. But I ended up having like about 12 Guinness. And I went from being sort of witty-ish at the start of it to just plain fucking drunk and obnoxious and aggressive, and I kept needing to go for a piss. And so and we went after Mike Tyson.
Oh.
Yeah, we went after his so-called podcast, and it's 50. You know what made it really bad is that Shuli was on with me.
Okay.
And I didn't realize it at the time, but I was just basically repeating anything Shuli said about 15 minutes later.
Oh no.
Because I was like, I'm gonna. It didn't go well.
Oh, you got, but I mean, you got shit-faced and you got to blast Mike Tyson publicly. I mean, not many people get to say that.
You know, the thing about Mike Tyson, and I find, like, not to go on about cancel culture, but in this day and age where just say you put something on Facebook 10 years ago, like, no woman will ever be a president, you're finished. Where Mike Tyson raped a woman.
Yeah.
And brutalized her, but he's getting endorsements and cartoons and fucking action figures.
A convicted rapist. Our co-host Corey Adam on Wednesdays, he always refers to Mike Tyson as the world's most forgiven rapist.
But that's exactly the thing is he definitely did it. Like, did you ever hear about the police reports?
Well, I actually interviewed a guy who was part of like his team, and he said they walked in that room and they thought it was a murder.
Yeah, like she literally needed plastic surgery on her, not to be vulgar, but her cunt flaps.
I'm glad you weren't vulgar about it, at least.
Yeah, because it was going to say her fucking pussy.
Yeah.
But yeah, a big hairy cunt get destroyed wide open, and like he brutalized the fuck out of her. And
stop making me laugh and then say he brutalized the fuck out of her.
Yeah, that's what he. But the thing is, it's just. Mike Tyson's such a fascinating character that he's done everything wrong in the world that you could think of, but he's likable.
Right. And he's only been well behaved for like 10 years.
Yeah.
Like before that, he was punching old bitches in traffic and like threatening to kill himself. And now it's like, he's behaved himself. Like Mike Tyson's entire life is basically the model for how Chicago and New York handle crime now. It's like, if you've been behaved for a little while, we'll forgive the 30 years of deviance that you committed.
Yeah, I remember reading a thing that a guy said. I think his name was Tony Atlas. I don't know if I'm getting the
Teddy Atlas, right. The trainer?
Teddy, yeah. I'm thinking of wrestling again.
Yeah.
Teddy Atlas said that Mike was so notorious for groping women that women were just basically told, do not come on the hotel floor he's on. Because it's going to happen, and what are you going to say?
Yeah,
it's the greatest fighter in the world.
Yeah, well, and Teddy, have you ever heard Teddy Atlas's story about Mike and his niece?
Yeah, what's did Tyson rape her too?
Well, did Tyson rape her too? God, we have to talk about him like he's fucking John Wayne Gacy. No, Tyson groped Teddy Atlas's, like he went behind her and like grabbed her and like said some shit to her, like what he was gonna do to her. And Teddy found out, and Teddy was working for Customato at the time, who was Tyson's trainer, the old man Customato. And Atlas, I mean, Mike always says, oh yeah, Teddy will tell you that story, 100 times till your ear falls off. But Teddy has told this story a lot about how he, as Mike Tyson came home, because he was living at Cuss's house, Teddy cornered him and put a gun in his. Now I've heard in his mouth or to his head. I think it would probably do the same amount of damage. But he said, if you ever do anything like that again, I will fucking kill you. And of course, of the person who groped the teenage girl and the man who then threatened the man who groped the teenage girl, Teddy Atlas was the one who got fired. Cuss just could not part with Mike Tyson.
Yeah, but with these days, that would be called racism.
Yeah, that's right. It probably would be worse for Teddy. Now,
we're getting to that era where if you're a boxer and you're in a fight against a black man, you're risking being accused of a hate crime.
Right. I think Tyson Fury after those 3 with Wilder is actually on a watch list somewhere.
See, fucking Tyson Fury. Like, this is going to sound so stupid because he's a fucking 6'10" boxer and he could punch a hole through my fucking eyesight.
Yeah.
But the way he keeps ducking fighters, and he'll set it all up to the point of literally having the contracts drawn up, and then Tyson will go, I'm not fighting him. He's afraid of me. I don't want to do it. Well, you just think it's like he's killing boxing. You know, it's like if you ever watched. Obviously, we're too old for pro wrestling, but when they start doing stuff like cartoon matches, like fucking water balloon matches or whatever, you go, this is not for me. And I think that with boxing, we've got to that era where there's all the biggest fights are happening years too late.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like they're going to get Spence Crawford done at least.
Here's one of my stupid problems, and again, this is my dumb ego, because I'm 6'2", and I weigh about like 240, 225 when I can get in shape. So when I see guys like Crawford and even Canelo, I think, fucking midgets. Of course, they would kill me if they were.
Exactly.
But the heavyweights, I love them. They're all sexy, and I come. I mean, they're very exciting to watch.
Well, now Tyson Fury. Now, I would say I'm kind of like middling on Tyson Fury. I'm not a super fan of his, but I do kind of like him. I like having that persona in heavyweight boxing. But I was a bigger Wilder guy, so it did suck to see Tyson beat him the way he did, in my opinion, in all 3 fights. But what now? When you say he's ducking people, like, are you talking about Usyk?
Yeah, Usyk, and then this Anthony Joshua fight. And the weird thing is, right now, I think it's the time to fight Anthony Joshua. Because AJ, he's got that incredible deal with the Zone, where he's getting $100 million a year. So if you're getting $100 million a year, whether you win or lose, why the fuck do I care? I'll go in, I'll throw the fight, I'm getting $100 million.
Right.
So the fact that Fury, who I think would have beat him anyway, and it really does seem like Fury has ducked out of this fight again, or it's like it's just a joke now, you know?
Well, it's massive in the UK, and it'll do very well. And like you said, they'll both make a shitload of money, and the fight had to happen at some point. But how much of that, I've always wondered this now, you know, living in the US, we get to hear about Tyson's problems with Daniel Clinahan and his association with that whole thing. He can't come to the U.S. right now. So I wonder how much of the Joshua stuff and how much of talking about fighting fucking Derek Chisora again, I wonder how much of that is the fact that he's got to basically stay in the UK or go to Saudi Arabia, or he can't fight because he can't get here. And I'm sure the promoters are going to want to have the undisputed heavyweight title fight in the United States.
Yeah, but I think that when Fury, I can't remember the names of the fighters now, but when he had those 2 fights in between Wilder, if you go back and look at those ticket sales, like, it's really bad. Like, it's Stuttering John levels of fucking ticket sales where they actually on the day of the fight were giving them away for free.
The Tom Schwartz fight didn't sell very well.
Oh God, it was just. That's the thing about. I remember, what was the guy? Otto Wallen.
Otto Wallen, yeah.
Yeah, Fury was like, I don't want to fight Anthony Joshua, who's got like 5 of the heavyweight titles in the world. Instead of this unification fight, I'm going to fight the number 6 ranked guy from fucking Holland.
Yeah.
And it's like.
And the guy the guy made a good account of himself. It was like an 8-4, 7-5 kind of a fight. He did all right.
Yeah, it is. But then, see, there's something very weird about Tyson Fury, in that if you remember that fight, he got a really bad cut on his eye. And by the rules, when a wound is open and the blood is running, the ref's supposed to stop the fight.
Yeah.
And award the other one wins by default. And I just thought that was very unusual to me.
Yeah, that ref knew how much fucking money there was on the line.
Yeah.
He wasn't getting another gig if he stops Tyson Fury and hands Otto Wallin the world championship. If you're the ref who hands Otto Wallin the championship in a run up to that would have been the rematch, right, between Fury and Wilder. Yeah, if you're the ref who fucks that up, they're not going to employ you again.
Yeah, but there's something up with the whole Fury stuff where when you see some of his fights and on the very rare occasions that he's knocked down, the refs don't count as fast as usual, or he doesn't get penalized for certain rule breaks. And to me, that's why I find Fury hard to watch. But at the same time, when he fought that guy Dillian White, was that this year?
That was this year. Yeah, it was a few months ago.
It's like that guy Dillian White just put such a shitty performance on that it's like you waited for 4 years, and you just completely Stuttering John'd it.
Yeah. Oh man, that guy. I mean, he was calling out Wilder forever. Then he got beat by Povetkin. Then he came back and he beat Povetkin. And like you said, he waited. He went to court. Like he had to go to court and then drop the case just so he could get the fight. And then he turns in just one of the worst performances in a big moment I think I've ever seen. But you're still. I mean, look. Fury, I think the shit he's talking about Usyk is him trying to downplay the immediacy of having to fight him. But, we're boxing marks, so you're going to love the Fury-Joshua fight when it's on.
Oh, there's not a chance I'm missing it. It's still, watching boxing, it's still my most fun thing to do. You just sit there with your pizza in one hand. You make your girl jerk your chicken the whole time while you're watching it. It's great stuff. And then you tell her to clean this fucking mess up or you're getting one.
Right, because you're all
pizza,
amped up. You're amped up from the violence.
Exactly. And that's just the way it fucking is.
You just want to watch Rocky and beat the shit out of your girl. It's just, that's the best part about main event pay-per-view boxing, I think.
Yeah, Rocky, of course, would be considered a racist right now. It's a whole franchise about beating up fucking black people and making friends with a Nazi.
Yeah, he finally got to the fourth one, and then he's like, oh, you know what? I should probably beat up a white guy. And that was only because there was, like, international World War III. Like, and, of course, a black guy had to die first before he would fight the white guy.
By a Nazi, too. But the great thing about Rocky IV is, I love that one.
Yeah.
And it is ridiculous, but it's great. Like, you can just picture Stallone writing it and going, well, I'm not doing the impression.
Yeah, I didn't want to do it
either. He's like, hey, in this next one, we're going to have a fucking talking robot. And nobody's going, why would you do that? He's like, hey, Rocky IV. Yeah. But I think that with Rocky, like, what was the point of that? That Apollo Creed died, so Rocky gave up his belt to beat Klitschko, not Klitschko.
But he is Klitschko, though. Like I think he's probably more Vitaly than Vladimir, but he's definitely a Klitschko.
Yeah, to beat him, and then they sort of became friends at the end of it. And it's weird. But then I've seen Creed 2, and I thought it was okay. But I heard that on the DVD, there's a deleted scene where Rocky and Drago get into a fight backstage. It's like, why the fuck would you delete that?
What? I want that one. I need that scene.
To me,
I love that you very innocently, and honestly, called him Klitschko. That makes my day. I'm going to be thinking about that the rest of the day now. And then he befriended Klitschko. He did. Oh shit! How do we even? Anyway, the boxing thing. That's what I was on tangents here. That kind of brought me around to the Joe Joyce thing from this weekend. I mean, you guys. The British just keep cranking out fucking heavyweights lately like crazy, and Joe Joyce is the newest one. Speaking of Teddy Atlas, he just compared him to George Foreman. The way he fights. What do you think? I know I actually DM'd you or tweeted you a couple of times during that Joe Joyce fight. I was like, God, I thought that your British announcers really fucking love their British boxers, and I thought they were kind of sucking his dick a little too much. But I mean, when you knock a guy out like that, I mean, you deserve it.
Yeah, but the thing about your guy Joyce is he hits really hard, but he's super slow.
Yeah.
So if you put in Joyce against Usyk, Usyk's just going to run rings around them, and it's going to be a big fight, but it's going to be incredibly dull.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you're right. I think Usyk beats him. I would like to see him. Speaking of how slow he is, I would like to watch him fight Weili Zhang or whoever the Chinese Zhaili Zhang or whatever his name is, the big Chinese heavyweight, because they're both kind of similar fighters. They're just big, slow, plodding battleships that'll just wing knockout punches at each other till one of them falls down. They both got slabs of granite for heads too, so they can probably take a couple.
Yeah, and the thing about Joe Joyce that I love is that he's got a really nasty mean streak in him. Where did you see the fight with Daniel Dubois against Joe Joyce?
Yeah, I did. I didn't watch that one live, but in the run up to one of his other fights, that one came up on YouTube and I watched it.
Well, for anyone who didn't see it, in real life, Joe Joyce's mom is blind, so your guy Daniel Dubois made a joke about that in the press conference. So in the fight, Joe Joyce cracked Dubois' orbital bone.
As you do.
Yeah, as you do. It's just like, and you could just see they kept targeting the eye, and it was brutal, but I loved it.
I mean, if a guy says anything about your blind mom, naturally the place you hit him is in the eye. I mean, if you do it in the liver, it doesn't have the same oomph.
Yeah, I'm just glad he didn't call her a cunt.
Oh boy, then what would happen? So is he the real deal then? Because I've only watched like 1.5 of his fights. I've watched this one and part of the knockout or the some of the highlights of the Dubois fight. Is he for real, or is that because what I've seen of him so far, I always say to other people, I'm like, he's too fucking slow. Like, I just don't see this guy beating the top tier guys. Like I see Wilder as too hard hitting and too quick for him. And I just I don't see that lack of speed being made up anywhere against the top guys.
Yeah, I think that the real problem with English people is everyone's the next big thing.
Yeah.
Like you could go make a fucking a fried fish sandwich and people go, that's steel toe guy. That's the next big chef. But that's just English people, those dickheads.
They're just excited. They just get excited about every guy. I mean, for God's sake, I mean, how many years did they try to tell us that Frank Bruno was legit?
Frank Bruno, one time almost former guest of It's Usually Hello.
Really?
Yeah, I through mutual contacts, I knew his agent who said he'll do it for a 25-minute interview. They said, or he'll give you an hour for a fee. And I thought, well, you know what? On this, I've never paid for anyone, but on this occasion, I'm like, Frank Bruno's getting the money. Yeah. And they said it'd be £500 for an hour. And I thought, not a problem. Then the day before, they says that actually Frank's changed his rate. It's now $2,500. And it's like, fuck him.
Yeah, fuck Frank Bruno. I was just going to spend the hour asking him what it's like to get hit by Mike Tyson and Lennox Lewis anyway.
Yeah, I was just using him to try to get close to his daughter so that I could get a piece. By the way,
Frank Bruno has a hot daughter?
Oh, fuck, yeah. Well, she was at the time, unless she's dating a boxer now. And you know what that means.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean...
But I went to London for the first time about a month ago. And I didn't realize how white Ireland was until I went there. And I have to say that the black women are very attractive. But also, I felt like a perv because you're just walking around the streets of London looking at these arses and you're just like
You know, anytime I hear someone in 2022 say black women are attractive, but I get really excited for the next part. I'm just like, oh, this should be fucking great. And it turns out you're just a massive pervert for black asses.
Oh God, yeah. And there was a woman working in the hotel where I was thinking, I'm going to start breaking stuff in the room just so she'll come up and see if she's up for some banana.
And indeed, she was or was not.
No, she couldn't understand my accent.
God damn it. I was pulling for you. Speaking of, one thing I wanted to say before we move on away from boxing here, you brought up Rocky IV. Please tell me, and if you haven't, you have to watch it after we're done here. The College Humor, like I think it was like a 4-minute documentary they did. It might be longer than that. Like they did it like it was a legit 30 for 30 on the Balboa Drago fight. It's oh God, you know what? I could probably I know you probably can't see it, but I can play a little clip. 30 for 30 Rocky, and it's just they're shitting on the whole movie. Like for this whole they play it straight. They got Max Kellerman, they got a bunch of sports writers. This is about 5-6 years ago. Here, I'll just play a small clip of it for you. The College Humor Rocky Balboa 30 for 30. The people watching this, you'll be able to see it. They start with a Russian guy going, sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still see it. It's a professor at the University of Moscow. Like a recurring dream. To this day, his words echo throughout my countryside. If I can change, and you can change, everyone can change. At that moment, when the Politburo stood up to cheer for an American on Soviet soil, I knew our union was going to fall. And the title of the 30 for 30 is Balboa Ends the Cold War. And there's just a couple here. They go through a timeline
of 1985, which is 3 years after Balboa Lang 2, which at the time was the most watched fight in U.S. boxing history.
From a political standpoint, it was as tense as ever.
In the sports world, U.S. and the Soviets, they really hated each other.
Memories were still fresh of the Olympic upset in 1980, and surely the Soviets wanted revenge.
In comes Ivan Drago.
Drago is the kind of embodiment of the Soviet Union. Half machine, and you wonder if he has a soul in there somewhere. And Apollo Creed is the embodiment of America.
Now, I've followed boxing and dance for 23 years. Apollo Creed was in dance shape, not boxing shape.
Creed is clearly exhausted by the dance number he did with James Brown 5 minutes earlier. And before the second round is over, that's it.
So that the rest of it just goes on to like talk about the Balboa revenge fight, and they go like, and you wouldn't believe it. These guys were hitting each other so hard that the punch wouldn't even land, and their heads would fly back, like from the air or something. It's just about 6 minutes long, and they play it straight the whole way through. That Balboa Drago, or Balboa Klitschko, in this case, was a legit fight. It's pretty good. Moving on to the Opie and Anthony stuff. You have gotten to, and this has got to be kind of just a weird ride for you, because you've gotten now to talk to a lot of the people who were in and around and players in this world that you were a fan of, and gotten to hear some kind of behind the scenes stuff. That's got to be pretty wild.
It's the most surreal thing ever. Like, I actually interviewed Anthony Cumia.
Oh.
And it was a fucking disaster.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because I remember his brother Joe and his former producer Keith the Cop.
Yeah.
I'd been speaking to over Facebook and stuff, and they helped set it up. And I was thinking, like, well, maybe one day. And then Keith said, yeah, Anthony can do it in about 20 minutes. And I was like, what the fuck? Are you kidding? And I was so nervous that I forgot to put the fucking headset in. I didn't have the mic set up.
Oh, no.
I'm just talking directly into the onboard computer mic. And I had like a big anxiety shit beforehand, and it was insane. And I've been desperately trying to get his attention for another one. He used to follow me on Twitter, but that was about 4 or 5 accounts ago.
Yeah, that was one of the other boss accounts.
Yeah, so it's a shame, but Anthony's fucking he will go down, I think, as the all-time greatest radio/podcast host that there's ever been. I don't think he'll obviously never be as legendary as Stern, but right. I think that the Ant-Man is number one.
Yeah, I mean, when I started doing this show on YouTube, and I told you when we were talking about setting this up, I said, I've been so heavily influenced by Opie and Anthony, I can't fucking escape it, to the point where I've listened to so much Anthony Cumia, it's like been burned into my personality. Like I can't, it's the influence is so strong there. When I first started on YouTube, people went, oh, is this guy doing an Anthony Cumia impression? And I'm like, no, this is just how I fucking talk now. Like I can't help it. And I can't help but think it's just from years and years of being a fan of that show that it's a heavy influence. And the guy is, I mean, he is that good. I mean, Ron Bennington in that Compound episode where he had that fight with Colin Flaherty, I think Ron Bennington nailed it when he said Anthony Cumia at one time was one of the funniest people in the entire country.
Yeah, no, I think that there's a famous Opie and Anthony where the guest for the day was Louis C.K., Jim Florentine, Nick DiPaolo, and Patrice O'Neill. And Anthony's the guy who's controlling the room.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's fucking insane.
Right. You're in there with the funniest men alive.
But the thing that makes it even funnier is when you listen back to it, Opie's silence says everything. Like he's fucking furious.
Right, but, and you know, this is getting into the Opie part of Opie and Anthony because we have nothing but nice things to say about Anthony, which is fucking boring. So let's get into the guy who's easily shit-onable, and that would be Opie. You know, Howard Stern, I've said this about him. You mentioned Howard. We'll talk about him in a second. But I see Howard as a more successful, more self-secure, self-confident version of what Opie could have been. Howard was surrounded by very funny characters, and he was the ringleader, and he made it all go. Opie could have had that role, but for some reason, I don't know, what is it? He got jealous of his own creation because he would not be comfortable with the role he'd made for himself.
Yeah, Opie has what I would refer to as James Corden-itis.
Oh.
And that's a medical term for an obsession with being considered funny.
Oh, I was going to say, it's James Corden-itis is terminal.
Yeah, you don't want to catch it.
No.
And the thing is, it's like if you look at Jason Alexander, he played this incredible character on the greatest sitcom of all time. But Jason Alexander is not even slightly funny as a person.
Right.
But he doesn't get it, that it was Jerry Seinfeld and Larry David producing this show. He thinks, no, I'm part of a group that's funny, therefore I'm funny. It's like, well, no, it's like, put it like this. If you look at Metallica, Kurt Hammett's known for being this amazing guitarist. Lars Ulrich doesn't go, yeah, so am I. It's like, well, no.
Right.
You're in a group with someone who's an amazing guitarist. You're a great drummer. And I think that's the problem with Opie, that he stopped wanting to be the host and he started wanting to be funny. Right. And you either can or you can't. Like, that's like saying, I want to be taller.
Yeah.
You can't.
You're just not. Like, you noticed these guys. You noticed, like, the talent they had, where they belonged. You put them in this spot. That's an admirable spot. That's a nice spot that you're in. That's a great role that you filled. That thing could not have gotten to where it was without you. But then when it got there, again, like, you just got jealous of it.
Yeah, and then Opie's thing, he couldn't come up with one-liners and puns and stuff. But what he could do is more like the sort of the shocking, mean-spirited stuff.
Right.
And while it was funny, I'm not going to be like, oh, I never laughed at all. Like when he smashed the wooden instrument guy, and then when he stomped on the cake, and it's like at some points it's like the problem with mean-spirited jokes like that is they don't age well.
Right.
Like, witty's always going to be funny, but if we're like, hey, go pull their trousers down in public, while it's funny at the time, you start to realize, oh shit, this is actually kind of horrible.
Yeah, like the stomping on the homeless guy's cake thing. Like, in the moment, there's that shock laugh where we're all like, holy shit, I can't believe he did that. But then you're like, okay, that was the only thing that was keeping that guy alive today, or feeling like he had any purpose, was his fucking cake he was so proud of.
Yeah, and the guy, I remember them. They said that they gave the guy $100, and it's like, right, okay, but do you know how tough it is for homeless people to actually get inside food places?
Or like the $100, like that's life-changing money to a homeless guy. I'm like, I'm sorry, guys. It's going to take a lot more than that to make him whole.
Yeah, and plus, the problem with giving homeless people money is that they then become targets for other homeless people.
Oh, it's true.
So that guy may have get robbed or mugged, and it's a whole horrible situation. But so the moral of the story is don't be homeless.
Right, exactly. Kids, work hard, stay in school, and listen to your parents, but not your dad. He's a cunt. Yeah, fuck him.
Unless your dad's Mike Tyson.
Unless your dad's Mike Tyson, then he'll fuck you if you get out of line. But the Opie thing, like, I thought the funny shock jockey type stuff that he did would like, include like the phone hangups. I think is a very funny bit, and also like if a staff member would have like a donut or a cookie that they were really proud of, and he'd just grab it and he'd smash it on something. I'm like, now that's good, but he just. There's just that overreach. Like he wanted to be more, but he didn't realize he was already part of more.
Yeah, I think I've heard Erock say in some interviews that on the air, weirdly, it's okay. Like if we're making fun of each other, that's all right. But if I'm then texting you that stuff after the show,
yeah,
or if we're going out for like lunch and I'm still giving you shit, it's like, right, enough already. You don't need to fucking mess up my wedding day. But I will. Bad example.
Oh yeah, his
but,
honeymoon. Yeah, the honeymoon thing where he gave out Erock's cell phone number. Did you remember that one?
Yes.
Opie called Erock's phone, and Erock had just gotten married. He was on his honeymoon in Florida, I think. And Opie let the fucking away message play that gave out Erock's phone number. So Erock had to change his number, stop what he was doing on his honeymoon, and change it all. And then that fucking cunt Opie gave him like, was it even $1,000 or something in coins to say he was sorry? And it's like, you fucking dick.
Yeah, like that. See, that's the sort of stuff where, but it also, and I know this Erock, I don't think ever got the full credit for the work that he had to do on a much smaller income scale than what Opie was making.
Yeah,
and at some points, that kind of shit can grate on you, where it's like if you hate the guy you're working for. But I think that the karma of all that has really come back to bite Opie badly.
Yeah, I mean, he's nowhere.
And like, no, he can't get talking to anyone. He makes friends with people, and they die.
He does. Everybody dies. I was just gonna say, like, Erock, you're right. He does deserve a lot of credit because that producer spot on the O&A show, working with Opie, has a body count to it, and Erock made it out alive.
Which is not what people would think when you look at Erock. God bless him.
God bless. I'm actually going to be talking to him in 2 days. Again, after Hughesy's already talked to him. He does seem like a really good guy.
See, the thing about Erock is and I don't want to overstep the boundaries with him because like he follows me on Twitter and we've DM'd like every couple of months, but I don't want to be tweeting them like, hey, do you want to come on the show again? Yeah. How about again? Because it gets to the point where you don't want to, push your luck. But Erock's a real guy where you can talk to him about all kinds of shit. You can do the funny shit, the geek culture stuff.
Yeah.
Like he's a perfect guest. But would you like to know something kind of dark about the Opie podcast? That's kind of crazy.
Now, did Erock work on that one?
No.
Okay. What's the darkness on that?
Well, Opie, of course, had two co-hosts on his podcast. It was Carl Ruiz and
Vic Henley.
Yeah. I interviewed Vic Henley a couple of years ago, and he was like, and everybody, I've interviewed a lot of people when they're kind of high, when they're kind of drunk. But Vic Henley was fucked up to the point where I thought he's having a stroke or something.
Oh,
because he was like during the interview, his voice, he started like talking like that, and like his voice is like his mouth wasn't staying closed.
Yeah.
So I never released that episode because it was so bad. Oh. And then Vic Henley fucking died about 3 days later.
Shit. Hughesy, you could have helped him. He was
and
dying. I mean, like Carlin said, I'm not saying that you're responsible for his death, but you didn't help.
And then with Carl Ruiz, I'm supposed to interview him the week that he died too.
I'm never I'm not saying you're ever fucking asking for any reason. I'm never doing your channel.
Yeah, it was that one was really surreal because I remember I'd made some type of joke on Twitter about Daft Punk.
Yeah,
which Carl Ruiz, whatever the fuck his name was, found it hilarious, and I can't remember even what I said. So he started following me. So I'm like, Carl, I know you're very busy and you get asked, and there's this Opie versus Anthony war going on, but I'd love to interview you. And he's like, yeah, sure. And then,
oh no. Oh, you're on a roll so far. I mean, Carl's still kicking. Pat Dixon's still there. Let's see, Vince Russo. Radio Gunk is still relatively new. You're still putting clips up from that one. So, I mean, they could croak. So
although that's why I really, really want to interview Sam Roberts.
Before he dies?
No, so that he dies.
Oh, so that he does die. Oh, so I take it you're not a big fan of the Jim and Sam show.
No, you know what's so weird? I love Jim Norton, but I had to stop listening to that show because I love Jim Norton. It's fucking horrible, and I get why he's doing it because that's his main income source.
Yeah,
but it's fucking horrible. It's that kind of thing where it's like, do you ever get where you love a band and it's like, right, I love Aerosmith, but Aerosmith up until 1997. After that, it's never existed.
Well, yeah, it's like we were talking about boxing earlier. I can't, like, sometimes I'll do it like out of a weird, perverse torture of myself, but I don't want to ever see Ali Holmes again. Because Muhammad Ali's getting the living dog shit beat out of him while he's got Parkinson's. That is kind of like, the Jim and Sam show. It's you're watching this guy where you're like, if I watch this, I have to shit on it, and I don't want to shit on that guy.
Yeah, because I see some people go, oh, well, Norton's not funny anymore, but when you see him on any other show, he's fucking hilarious.
Yep.
But it's just this, when you've got Sam Roberts, like if that's your foil, then nothing's like, you're not going to have laughs. There's not going to be any back and forth between the guys.
Yeah. Sam Roberts is a great example, though, of what can happen if you're just a good company man.
Yeah.
I mean, he said yes to, the movie Yes Man is like a documentary on Sam Roberts because he said yes. Sirius XM says, hey, you want to seg shitty pop songs? Sure. Hey, you want to do shows with, women you shouldn't be doing shows with? Sure, I'll give it a shot. And then all of a sudden they're like, hey, Opie and Anthony want to kill each other, and Opie just filmed his producer taking a shit. You want a morning show? And there it was.
Yeah, but the thing that I just find so crazy about Sam Roberts is that he's not getting better.
No, he's peaked.
And you really should be like, when I hear my early podcasts, not that I'm fucking the greatest of all time, but when I hear the early podcasts, it's shockingly bad, and it's just full of dead air, and you can hear how nervous I am. But as it goes on, you start editing better, producing better. It just gets better. But with Sam Roberts, he's still day one intern shit.
Right. I mean, it's still the same gimmick of like, oh, I'm a shit stirrer. It's like, yeah, cool, you're 45, dude. It's not as funny as it used to be when you were, given, when you were a 24-year-old intern / producer, goofing on Scorch. Who, by the way, I think about a lot more often than I should probably admit. I was just going to tell you, Scorch is a guy I want next on this fucking show. Husey and then Scorch. I think that's a hell of a lineup.
Yeah, is he alive still?
Yeah, he's doing radio in Wisconsin. Yeah, I looked it up. I can get, look, I'm not sitting here swinging my big 5,000 subscriber dick or anything, but I can get Scorch.
Hey, 5,000 subscribers, nothing to be ashamed of. I think the craziest thing about YouTube these days is it's a free service.
Yeah.
and it's the most difficult place to build up an audience ever.
Yeah, I mean, we've been doing our show here for 5 months full time now, and we're up to 5,000. So, I mean, hopefully it just keeps going up. You know, if I keep talking to the movers and shakers like Husey, I'll be there in no time.
That's pretty fucking good for 5 months, though.
Yeah, we're excited. We're fingers crossed. We just lost our most expensive sponsor today, but you know what? We'll power through.
Yeah, I work for this wrestling show called Keeping It 100. And that has actual wrestlers from the WCW days as hosts.
Yeah.
And for like the first 7 to 8 months, we couldn't get more than 300 subscribers. But now it's up to fucking 45,000. But it should be triple that. But we'll get there.
Well, that's great, man. That's very awesome. That's incredibly encouraging too. As far as pro wrestling goes, I want to get to 2 more things here. I know I've taken up a little more of your time than we said, but you're a fantastic guest. You just talked to Radio Gunk, who is, I guess the best I could put it is a Howard Stern critic, critiquing what Howard's doing now versus what he used to do. And also Husey Entertainment, by the way, is the name of the channel. Subscribe to it. The guest list is incredible, and it's a wide range of, different types of entertainment. We got the link down in the description here. Click on it, subscribe to it. Husey's great. But the Howard Stern phenomenon is an interesting one because I don't think it's that unlike your Jim Norton description. I remember watching Howard when I was a teenager and listening to him and going, this guy is fucking brilliant. I mean, to me, those Richard and Sal Tradio prank phone calls are fucking hysterical. I still listen to those. And then to just watch, like, Artie tried to kill himself, and then Artie's gone. And then just this, everyone thinks that Howard went PC or something like 3-4 years ago. Honestly, I think it's been since like 2010. Howard's show has just been getting progressively more boring, and I almost feel like he resented Artie in a way, and him leaving allowed Howard to do what he'd wanted to do for a while now.
Yeah, the greatest. It's funny you mention that, because what was the episode? Oh fuck! Do you remember the time they tried to do a prank on Artie where a girl came in and said she liked him, and Artie caught on to it immediately and turned on Stern?
Yeah,
that's the day to me that Howard Stern changed forever, because Artie Lang, who's funny as fuck, he's a guy's guy.
Yeah,
is like just coming up with all these hilarious lines and making Stern look bad, and Stern's comebacks are like, "Fuck off, Artie."
Yeah,
it's like, whoa, you sure got him, big nose.
Nah, nice show, Howard. But that's always been Howard's thing. Like, he's always found really he's a more secure. Not that he's the most, secure guy in the world, but he's a more secure Opie. He found really talented people, put them in the right places. And now you see when his show is stripped of all that, and it's just him and, Yes Woman Robin in there. It's strange to say this about Howard Stern, but it's been unlistenable for a long time.
Yeah, but the problem is that people today have no idea what Stern was back in the day. Like, it was this weird show where you would get this unbelievable level of comedy. You would get behind the scenes Hollywood scandal news, like, oh, this guy's on drugs. You would get these porn whores coming in, and you could fucking whack your bag to the radio.
Right.
You think this is all great, and then people like Gary Delabate and Stuttering John and all these people, like, it's just. It was the greatest radio show of all time, but when you go back and listen to Stern, like early stuff, like from the 80s and the 90s, you can tell now that he's always been a fake, even back then.
Like, it's always been the gimmick, not the guy.
Yeah, he's always, like, in the 90s, as silly as it may sound, it was cool to be sexist and edgy and controversial. So. And he would be like, oh, I took a big dump this morning. I watched a hot chick and porn doing oral sex. And then you would think, yeah. But now Stern is doing what the masses want, and that's the woke shit of, like, Donald Trump is not a good president, and his hair is weird. And it's like, fuck. It's like, yes, we get it. That's why I think that radio / podcasting in general is dying. YouTube is a fucking shithole where they keep changing their rules every month of what you can and can't do. It's literally going to get soon to the part where you can only upload visuals of fucking flowers.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this, man. We came from Twitch, and I have to take from my slightly different perspective. YouTube, I'll say this, you're right about all that, but thank Christ it's not Twitch. Twitch is fucking dog shit. It's terrible. I can't recommend enough. If anyone's watching this going, me and my friends want to fuck around and start a podcast, start it and Hughesy's right about the limitations. Start it on YouTube, because Twitch is a dumpster fire.
Yeah, but the other thing, the thing is, and we kind of mentioned them with Stuttering John. He's the perfect example of my whole theory is that this whole super woke liberal phase he's going through is because Stuttering John thinks that that's what Howard Stern wants.
Really?
And I think he feels that Stern will take him back at some point. He's basically like, he's the high school guy who never got over his girlfriend, despite the fact that the people that are in their late 20s now and they've moved on to college.
Yeah.
And he's still trying to, hey, we should meet up and catch up. Do you remember your favorite movie? And it's like, well, when I was fucking 14, no, I don't want to watch Police Academy 3. Actually, I would watch that.
Yeah, sure, of course. Just not with Stuttering John.
Yeah, but you know, it's because of Stuttering John that I have any type of following.
Really?
Yeah, because I did an interview with him in 2018 or 19, and I had this basically the short version of the story is I was trying to interview anyone, and I was always a Stuttering John fan, so I'm not being like, oh, I'll take anyone I can get. I did like him, and he agreed to do the interview on this day that I had this really bad back injury, and I just taken this new medication, and the pills didn't kick in until mid-interview. So I went from being like, so tell me about this to I was like fucking Vic Henley. I was like, ugh.
You were like Kyle from Unique Entertainment at the end of his streams.
Oh my God, that guy's fucking.
Have you interviewed him?
Yeah, a few times, but he's really. I've been trying to get him back on.
I had him on recently, and I watched him take a swig of something. And I literally looked down at OBS and I watched the clock and I went, in 15 minutes, I got to get the fuck out of here, or I'm not going to be able to understand him. And as that 15-minute mark hit and I'm trying to wrap up the interview, I'm just really happy to do this because he's fun. And there's no natural breaks in his speech pattern or whatever that was at the time where I can get in to wrap things up. And whenever he does, and I go, all right, hey, man, I want to thank you for coming in. That, like, just trying to bring the plane in for a landing. He's like, this is Brendan's lawyer. The shit. I'm like, fuck, no. So I sit back. Finally, I stopped fighting it. I let him just, spend the clip. And then I just wrapped it up from there. But yeah, Kyle, like, I'm not, and people go, oh, you're shitting on him. I'm not shitting on the guy. I think he's great. I think the stuff he's going through with Brendan is actually, as stupid as it sounds, important to what you and I do. And I support him in the thing completely. But yeah, when he starts taking a sip of whatever the fuck is in that styrofoam cup he drinks out of, you got about 15 minutes to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, I remember, once watching his stream, and he picked up the microphone and tried to take his swig out of the microphone. And he knocked stuff over because he's like,
It's endearing when he does. So okay, cross that off the list too. Here, I thought I had somebody on here that you've never had. Okay, Kyle from Unique too. The last one I wanted to talk to you about wrestling because you talked to Vince Russo, and I watched your Vince Russo stuff. And I got to tell you, as a wrestling fan from the 90s, it makes me kind of feel bad about how bad I've shit on Vince Russo, because as a guy, when you were talking to him, he seems likable enough.
No, Vince is a great guy, but the thing is, he's kind of like, it's like, see if you're ever with your girl and you want to try something devious, as they say. You can't just go right into it.
Yeah.
And be like, so I thought I'd fuck you up the arse after we go watch Expendables 2. You interested? Because she would say no. But so you've got to ease into it. So with Vince, if you want to talk to him about the 90s stuff, you got to do it under false pretenses of like, hey, Vince, I know you love classic rock. I'd love to ask you about Journey, but before we get to Journey, speaking of classic rock, tell me about The Rock. What size is his penis?
And then so he won't talk about The Rock's cock straight away, but if you can promise him Journey talk, he'll talk about The Rock's dick.
Oh yeah, but see, hearing some of these behind the scenes rumors, like The Rock beat up Shawn Michaels in the locker room in a fight once, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Right.
Like that's the stuff that makes you teenage your brain. And then you hear about, not Vince Russo didn't tell me this, by the way, but you hear about how certain legends are closeted homosexuals. Not that there's anything wrong with that if you smell what I'm cooking.
Oh, whoa. Holy shit. Are you saying that this Rock parody could actually be true?
We gon' hump them, we gon' suck their dicks off. We gon' hump them, we gon' suck their dicks off.
That's not, you're saying that could, that's not him, by the way. Just some asshole on the internet made a thing where it looks like he's singing that.
That's just something that I randomly added at the end of the sentence.
Oh, that was an example.
Yeah.
Not, you just like to say that. That's like a catchphrase you have. If you smell what you're cooking, that's a thing you're going to do.
Yeah, I just so happened to mention it at the end of the sentence about a wrestling legend that's closeted gay.
What the fuck did you say to Russo? There's one thing you did like a Stone Cold impression, and you said like, that's my Bret Hart impression.
Yeah.
You went, oh, goddamn, son, that's my Bret Hart impression. Fucking, oh, that was a funny fucking line. But I thought it was great to hear you talk to him. And again, like as a 90s wrestling nerd, to like hear all those stories and everything else, I'm sure you almost forget you're interviewing him and just you're kind of sitting there with your fists under your chin going, continue.
Yeah, no, it's fucking surreal. Because like one of the people I interviewed was a guy he's a filmmaker called Alex Prorais. Have you ever heard of that name?
Prorai? No. Am I right there?
Well, he's the guy that directed The Crow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do know who you're talking about then.
And he did like iRobot and stuff. And then I interviewed a guy called Jeremiah Chichik, who you may not know the name, but he's the director of Christmas Vacation.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, and you just think it's stuff like that where it's just like, I can't fucking believe how this shit works out. And that's what I always say to people when they're podcasting. Because I do get asked a lot, how'd you get that guest? How'd you get this guest? And I just say, I asked.
Right.
Just fucking ask, and eventually they'll say yes. And once you sort of build up a reputation of people, it'll happen. And one day I'll get to interview a secretly gay wrestler or The Rock.
Or The Rock. Yeah, it could be the secretly gay wrestler or it could be Dwayne Johnson. We don't.
Yeah.
You'll take either one.
Yeah. I love The Rock. Not that there's anything wrong with it.
Exactly. You had the Vince Russo interview. So I got the only ones I can get right now that Husey hasn't gotten. I'm going to get Scorch. I'm going to make it my life's mission now to get Scorch. And now, please tell me you haven't had my father, as our audience calls him, my dad, because tragically I look like him a little bit. Please tell me you haven't talked to Jim Cornette yet.
No, but I would love to interview Jim Cornette.
Fuck you! You can do it in 6 months. I get 6 months to do it first, and then you can talk to Jim Cornette. I'm not going to do this anymore.
I've heard that he is quite difficult to lock down at all. Like there's even big name podcasters he's turned down.
Oh,
so it's tough and it's a shame, but one day.
Well, I got in a slight podcast back and forth with his former partner, Kenny Bolin, and I shit all over him. Maybe that's my in. I'll just tell Jim Cornette, hey, I fucked with Kenny Bolin for a while. What do you think?
Yeah, he's another guy that I interviewed once, and maybe it was just a bad choice of words, but it kind of sounded like he said that he was attracted to underage Asian girls.
That's something that's been kicked around
Yes.
in those circles.
So, I hope the fuck that it was a he misspoke, but when he said it, it was like, what?
Yeah, I hope you're the one who started that.
Yeah.
I hope that's all because of you. Because I know we, for some reason, we got some crossover with people who hate Kenny Bolin. YouTube is a weird place. When you do streaming on YouTube, you just get weird crossovers sometimes. And we got one of people who really hated Kenny Bolin. So I went, all right, we'll check it out. And we shit on Kenny Bolin's show for probably 10 minutes. You know, just like, oh, this guy sucks, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Played some clips people want us to play. He fucking YouTube strikes me. And the thing I love about YouTube strikes are if they're deemed to be frivolous, they send you the fact that that person reported you and also what they said. And like Kenny Bolin's report on us was like, he threatened my children and my dog. And I'm like, I didn't fucking know you had any kids or a dog. The guy was a complete psycho about getting mocked for like 10 minutes.
I have a secret weapon that if I ever fall out or have any type of issue with Kenny Bolin, is that he used 2 of my clips during his streams, and I get 2 notices about copyright violations. So if I ever fall out with him, or there's that's the first thing I'm doing is I'm striking his channel twice.
Striking him twice. Fuck you, Kenny Bolin. All right. Well, then, hey, thank you for softening up all these interview subjects before they go slumming to my channel. I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate you giving us the time here, man. It was a lot of fun, and I hope you had a decent time, and you'll do it again sometime. I'll be honest with you. I think you gave us so much good stuff here. I'll probably put this up in clips and then maybe put the full thing out after all the clips are out, because it was just a lot of great stuff on a lot of different things.
Oh, definitely, no problem. And completely sober, didn't get high or drunk at all.
You're fucking hilarious, too. Look at that. Husey Entertainment is the channel. Go subscribe. Of course, the link is in the description as well. It's Husey, Hughezi Entertainment. A lot of great guests on there. A lot of fun stuff. You got like a bunch of clips with Radio Gunk now talking about Howard Stern and your latest one. I can't recommend the stuff with Vince Russo enough if you're a wrestling fan. And I thought you and Carl worked really well together. So it's a fun channel you've got. I love it. And I hope you keep creating a lot of great stuff. And thanks for coming on with me.
Thank you for having me. And let's stay in touch and send each other shirtless photographs.
That sounds great. Only during fights, though, because that's when my nipples are the perkiest.
Yeah, and tag The Rock. Not that would have anything to do with what we've been talking.
Not that there's anything wrong with being The Rock.
No. I'm sure he's very openly proud.
Yeah.
Behind closed doors.
Of himself.
Yeah, good career.
Great career. Wonderful career. I would say that his career, I mean, he's worked with great people like Jason Statham and Vin Diesel, people I'm sure he's been very excited to work with.
Yeah, and every time he invites them over to his house, I'm sure 1 or 2 have come in through his back door.
Yeah, well, right, because they're big stars. So, you don't want to be bothered. Sure.
Yeah, and there's always all types of fisting, and kicking and stuff in his films.
Well, they're physically fit.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm sure there's a lot of sweat and just a lot of fluids in general. Again, not that there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to suck it up and swallow it all.
Yeah, I mean, if you smell what you're cooking, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. All right. Husey, thank you, buddy.
All right, no problem.
All right. For YouTube later. Fish, by the way, from the formerly of the Fish and Heather show on the program. In the interview on All Access, it made it sound like you two had you and Heather had never worked together before, and that they never introduced you two during the process.
No, and it was a weird thing. Not only did we never work before, but they wanted me to be lead mic on the show, and corporate hired her before me. There was the first mistake right out of the gate, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
What, that they got her first, but they wanted you to be the lead mic. So what does that create tension? You got to understand, I've only worked, I've been lucky enough to work for small radio companies, and that was by design. I didn't want to deal with the bullshit you had to deal with. What does that create? Does that create some kind of tension, or how does that work?
No, I wouldn't say it created much tension. I was willing to roll with the flow. I was excited to take the gig. You know, I'm from here. I've worked at this station before back in like 2002. I did afternoons there when we had Mancow in the morning. And so I was comfortable going in. My program director was there when I was there. So they knew what they were getting when they hired me. And things over the past few weeks have taken a drastic turn. Just continual beatdowns by corporate. Bunch of corporate slugs that don't even fucking, can I swear or no?
You can. I mean, we got some people at work, they get mad at us when we drop F-bombs, so we save those for the evening shows, but we drop them too, so go ahead. You know what? Fish?
I got you.
Fish, you are on a throne of bones at the moment.
Yes.
You have carte blanche to say whatever
cool.
you want on this pro. Go nuts.
This is very cool.
Look, these fucking corporate slugs beat the hell out of both of us. And that's the sad state of radio these days. And it is literally going to kill live and local. And my whole reason for I got the Des Moines Register calling me up. They hit me up yesterday. They want an interview. You know, they did a piece about that whole Steel Toe morning show when that happened back in November or early December. They did an interview with us.
Yeah.
They want the follow-up interview. And I'm going to give it to them. And I'm going to rate Saga Communications like El Presidente rates a pizza.
Oh, my God.
Oh, okay. El Presidente. That's funny because for the death of the Fish and Heather show, we did a Dave Portnoy. We did open some champagne this morning.
That's incredible.
Nice.
For the whole thing. And again, I want to make it clear. It's not personal against you because you said you were fuck radio. You can't stand it. That's part of the reason we did it. It's nice to see that a guy who was so integral in our history ended up reaching out to us and going, you were right. This business is bullshit. So the minute you said that, you won me over. And also,
for sure.
you were never the issue in this whole deal. I want to go through this in order because I'm the kind of monkey who will just jump all over the place and never get anything done. The day this whole thing happened, let me, since we're talking to you directly, I just kind of want to lay out what our side of it was. Our company, we'd been number one in St. Cloud for a couple of years at this point. And the numbers, I mean, we were doing 40 shares, men 18 to 34. It was gross. And that's
crazy.
Yeah, our company started saying, well, we're going to syndicate you guys. We're going to syndicate you guys. We're going to, while we got a hot hand here, we're going to ride it. There's so many places that want to find that male audience. We're going to get you out. Well, they weren't doing anything. So what we decided, half as a joke, half as a, if this works, let's roll with it. We started applying to places that were hiring. And if we got the job, we were going to throw it in our boss's lap and go, hey, you got to get us on in this market because they've already hired us. And we did it in Des Moines. And then we started listening to Moose and whatever, their morning show before you guys. Moose and Nadia.
Yeah,
and
Moose and Nadia.
Right, and we were picking on them and having fun with them. I mean, you're a Portnoy fan. You're probably a Stern fan. We were doing that kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
You know? So Opie and Anthony, Jocktober kind of stuff. So we start doing that, and then they hire you guys, and we start listening to that one day. And again, I got to say this about Heather and that Tori. It was a beautiful hatchet job. They dug the dagger right into my back. They twisted it. I got to tell you, as a guy who likes mocking people, that was a beautiful job they did. I give them all the credit in the world.
Oh, it was amazing.
Oh,
they blew the doors off with that one. You got me too'd hard, dude. You got me too'd. I came home after that and told my wife, I'm like, Jesus Christ, remind me never to get on that girl's bad side.
Oh my God.
But the funniest part was, as bad as what we said was, and the worst thing the company did was make us take down all the audio.
Yeah.
Because if you listen to the audio in context, it's all, and this was kind of our show in general and still is, we always play ourselves up as the dumb guy, the bad guy. So after we'd say those horrible things that were on the clip, we'd go like, this is so stupid. What the hell are we doing?
This is funny.
And we're like, this is just funny. This is dumb. Yeah. And they cut all that out.
That didn't make the little 6-minute clip she made, did it?
It didn't make the cut.
And again, I'm not mad because the way this is going now, I mean, we've been joking that we're going to send Heather and Saga Communications flowers because of how well this is going. But at the time, like now that I look back, I can go, wow, I have a weird appreciation for what they did. So I want to ask, the day we went after you guys was... Because Heather says in articles she wasn't personally offended. And our thing was she started hitting back at us. So we thought, this is fun. We got like a real beef going. Because when we've done this to other people, they've never responded. It's just block, go away, ignore it. She was fighting back. They're in their basement, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, we're having fun. And then they dug that dagger in. What did she lead on that day that she was upset about this at all?
Well, I think that was our second Friday. You know, we were just finishing up our second week. I hadn't been on the air for 10 years, so this was all a crazy whirlwind for me, dude. I've had some crazy shit happen on the air before, but nothing like this. And here I am, barely 2 weeks into the damn thing, and I'm getting roasted, you know. And, you know, yeah, we were both pissed about it.
Oh, really?
And then it was Saturday night, when she came up with the idea to do a blog post, and she had she was in all these women radio groups and stuff, and I was like, okay. And I didn't know about the Tory part or anything.
Yeah.
I didn't find out about that till a few days later, but yeah, she put together a nice little package on you guys.
Yeah, she did. So I'm guessing by that you just kind of went along. You don't seem like the kind of guy who's like, yeah, let's get him. So she started doing it, and you're just kind of like, all right, whatever.
Right. What do you do?
Well, I was like, you know, screw these guys. Yeah, it did piss me off a little. She conveniently didn't put any of the clips of anything. He didn't say a whole lot of bad stuff about me. He said I sounded dead inside, which was probably true. This pandemic has killed me. And corporate radio, even 2 weeks in, I was already kind of feeling a bad vibe in that joint right out of the gate.
Yeah.
And, but you know, I let it slide off my back, and they kept bringing it up. And I was getting very tired of talking about it, because I was like, dude, I told my wife, I'm like, this guy, Aaron, regardless of what he said, he's got the glow, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it takes one to know one. Bubba, when you were talking to Bubba, he kept saying you cut through. He's saying the same thing.
Yep. You
got the glow, and you shine, and you cut through these breaks. You got what it takes. And I felt, to be honest, I felt a little bad for you, because you're one of me, you know?
Yeah. No, it was.
And I liked how Bubba took you under his wing, and but they just kept coming up, and it just snowballed worse and worse. And I just wanted the shit to go away, because it wasn't doing anything for us through the speakers, you know.
Yeah.
Des Moines didn't know about us. They didn't care about us. We weren't going to get any extra listeners because of it. It was all going viral in the trades, and I could give two craps about the trades. Okay.
Right.
I haven't been looking for. I didn't apply for this job. They came to me. You know, and once this job ends, which it just did on Wednesday morning when I walked out and told them to kiss my ass.
Congratulations.
Thank you, by the way. I don't know who you are, but thank you very much.
Fish, I'm working with a woman. I had to, you know, this was an equal opportunity hire. I had to prove.
Idea.
Yeah, we have different co-hosts. We have different co-hosts every day. We have a rotation of 3 or 4 guys, and I had to get a girl. Right otherwise, you know, I'm done out of the gate.
Yeah, they'll me too your ass again, dude. But,
I'm still looking for a black guy so I can really be protected.
There you go. You gotta get an Asian guy. You gotta get them all in there.
Oh,
but I just wanted this whole steel toe show thing to go away, and they kept like calling us up for interviews, and I didn't really want to talk about it. Listen, on Wednesday night, the night before Thanksgiving, we get a call from the idiots at corporate. I'm sitting in here. I'm a few beers deep. You know, it's a big party night. The night before Thanksgiving, I'm on a 4-day weekend. My wife's in the kitchen prepping for Thanksgiving. Our little girl's running around like a chicken with her head cut off. We're having a good time. We got music going. We got some sports thing on the background and TV. I get a text from Heather about 8 o'clock. She's like, hey, corporate wants us to meet down at the station right now and do a video thanking all of her supporters about the steel toe show thing.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, no. Dude. I'm like, First of all, I've been drinking. I'm not driving anywhere. Second of all, this is my family time, sucker. This is the night before Thanksgiving. I was already tired, so tired of talking about the Steel Toe Morning Show. Right, you could give a shit less. I wanted to let it go. I wanted to focus on our show, and that's what we should have been doing. You know, we're brand new. Who cares about all this other stuff? Let it go. And so I told corporate, no, I'm not going to do it. So she went and did it by herself. I don't know if you ever saw that video or not.
No, we didn't. We were busy. I mean, honestly, after we quit on Tuesday, because they offered to bring us back, but they said, we want your Twitch, we want your Facebook. They didn't know that I had bought the copyright to Steel Toe. I owned the Steel Toe Morning Show. And the minute they asked for that, I said, well, you can delete all that, fire me anyway, and I can't talk to my audience. And so we said, you know what? We're pushing all our chips in the middle on Twitch. We're going there. So people use the word fired. It was, we were offered a chance to come back. We said no. So it was more of a resignation, but a resignation we didn't have a choice in.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what just happened to me after these endless meetings we've been having for the past 2.5 months. They've just been like slowly beating me down. I think they were wanting me to get out for some reason. I don't know, these suits that don't even live here anyway. But, you know, and that whole thing, that was just another example. It's just one small example. And the bullshit that was going on, it ruined our whole Thanksgiving, you know, because I was just like, now I'm going to get in trouble for not doing this video. I'm brand new still, you know, I hadn't even been there for a month yet. And, you know, it was always something with these guys. And you bring that darkness into your house.
Yeah.
This darkness was riding me like a demon on my back. Sometimes you could see it in the reflection of a passing window, or sometimes on your shadow when the sun was hitting right. And I'm bringing that son of a gun into my house, and my wife didn't deserve that. My kid didn't deserve that, and I didn't deserve that.
Dude,
and
that's
finally had enough of it.
That's ballsy, man. That takes a lot of people don't understand when that stuff is a cancer in your household, the balls it takes to actually leave something like that. A lot of people just live that out, and it ruins their whole life. So kudos for you in doing that. I do want to ask you, because you had the right idea. Like, as a radio guy, I can tell you, you were right, they're wrong, and I think history always proves these things. They're going to crash and burn. If they haven't already, they don't even have ratings. You were right. You got to build your show. You can't radio has this thing where they think viral clicks equal ratings, and they so don't. It's the grind of what you do every day on your show that gains you an audience. It's a slow build. You had the right idea. So was she like, after this whole thing, I understand. I'm not blaming her for it, but you can get caught up in this stuff. Did she get kind of caught up and swept up by corporate and like kind of get propped up as, oh, you're this new hero for anti-bullying? Did you notice a change in her and Heather?
Well, that was, you're exactly right. And that's why I wanted to focus on the show. Cause I'm like, this is filling your head a little bit. You know, you kind of become the poster child for this whole thing, and everybody's reaching out to her with apologies and stuff. And that's all fine and everything, but I wanted to focus on the show because, like I said, it's not coming through on the speakers. We're still brand new. The story made the Des Moines Register. Nobody in this town even knew who we were at this point. We'd only been there for a few weeks. They don't care. You know, we didn't even have anybody call in about it. It's not like we were some long-standing radio show and all the listeners were pissed off about it.
Right.
They were pissed about the Moose Show getting canned ahead of us. You know, and on top of that, on top of everything else, every other phone call is like, "What happened to Moose?"
Yeah, right. So all this stuff is
going on. What do you think happened, idiot?
He left like I did.
Right.
So all this stuff is going on. She's getting her head swelled up by this whole thing. Meanwhile, the market you need to be focused on making waves in is not even talking about it.
No, they're not.
Jeez.
Outside of the Des Moines Register article, that didn't make. You know, it was people from all over the country and in the business and the industry that were reaching out to both of us. And it was mainly her getting reached out. Hardly anybody reached out. Just a couple of my few old radio friends, you know, saw it in passing because it was on All Access, Radio Inc. and all the trade stuff. But me, I didn't care about it. I thought it was a distraction, and it was.
Yeah, and I mean, look what happened. I mean, you were absolutely. I mean, it's amazing to talk to these other radio people who get it and understand it, and it's scary for I wish radio would pay attention to guys like me, guys like you, because we say these things, and it's so clear as day. And and look what happens. Guys like you and I get it, and we leave the goddamn business. So all they're left with is the people that say, yes, ma'am, yes, sir. Yes. They go along to get along, and meanwhile, they're killing the business.
They're filling the buildings with an army of vanilla robots. And they wanted me to sound exactly. Look, we had a huge meeting. We have a big meeting every week with this guy named Randy Lane from the Randy Lane Company. He's a big time consultant. He lives out in L.A.
Okay.
He just told me. On this past Tuesday told me a funny story about Bubba. But he's like, you can't be the shock jock anymore. And they've been trying to break me of doing all this stuff for the past few weeks. And I was like, I just kept saying no. And so then this time they had our. On the Zoom call, they had our director of group programming at Saga, a guy by the name of Scott Chase, on. And these two guys in tandem, Scott's like, hey, I drank the Randy Kool-Aid, and I'm liking it. Whatever Randy says goes. So that's when I knew in this hour-and-a-half meeting after our show on Tuesday that it was game over for me. Okay, it's just lights out London.
Yeah.
This Randy guy told me, he's like, you can't be the shock jock anymore. Okay, those days are over. And his advice on how to do all this radio stuff was so outdated. It's the same bull crap they've been doing for decades. You know, he peaked in the 90s. He's still coming up with these stupid benchmarks. You know, they want us to do like a joke of the day and stupid news. And I hate benchmarks. They want us to tease every 5 seconds like Ryan Seacrest. Ryan Seacrest spends most of his show teasing, and then he finally gets to what he's teasing, and you're like, damn, all that for that? That was nothing. That was a stupid little story.
Right.
And so this Randy Lane guy is like, him and Scott Chase, like, you need to be the cool dad. You can't be the shock jock anymore. I'm like, cool dad. And I'm not kidding you. Aaron. They're like, you need to start telling dad jokes.
No.
I'm like, what? I don't even know any dad jokes. And they're like, look, the shock jock thing is done. Bubba the Love Sponge is done. Mancow is done. And then Randy went on to tell us this story about how Bubba just flew out there recently to talk with Randy, this Randy Lane guy.
Yeah.
And he wanted to do some coaching with Randy, and then he wanted Randy to put in some phone calls and get him back on the terrestrial radio. I don't know why he wanted to get back on radio, but he did, if what Randy's saying is true. And Randy just laughed. He's like, I made a few calls. Nobody wants that guy. He's done.
Yeah.
He's never coming back. I bet if Bubba knew that he was even telling us that, he'd be pissed, because I guarantee you the Randy guy took Bubba's money, and then he's bad-mouthing him to us in a Zoom meeting with 6 people on Tuesday, telling me the shock jocks are dead.
Yeah.
So that's when I knew the writing was on the wall.
Yeah.
I went in there Wednesday morning, and the whole drive there, you know, the closer I got to that station, the more the darkness, it was inside me, and it was crippling my glow. You know, it's hard to shine when you're getting crapped on every 5 seconds by idiots who don't get it.
Well,
and I got in that studio, and I looked at that board. I looked at that microphone that I was going to be taking. I was running the board, and I was just like, I just couldn't do it. I was just like, Heather's in there. I'm like, I got to apologize, Heather. And she's like, for what? And I'm like, I can't do this anymore. I'm not feeling this vibe. And I'm slowly taking off my keys, my key fob to get in the building. I'm taking off my key to get in the office, and I put them on the little breakfast bar thing there.
Wow.
And I'm just like, listen, I apologize, but this isn't for me. This isn't the right direction for me and my family. She already knew I was unhappy, so she got it.
Yeah.
She didn't really try to stop me or anything. And I told her, here's what you do, okay? You're going to run this board. You're just going to do a simple, like, normal midday show, okay? Keep it sweet. Plug in some extra music. Don't mention my name. Don't run any Fish and Heather sweepers. Pretend I never existed, and just limp through this until the program director can get in here, and y'all can have 10 meetings today, later on, and every day afterwards.
Wow.
And you know, so I didn't leave her hanging too hard, but I just couldn't get behind that microphone again after that meeting on Tuesday. And that was just one meeting out of several that beat me down.
That, you know what, honestly, what he's telling me right now sounds a lot like my experience at Lakeland Broadcast. It's just so weird how this business is so uniform and the same everywhere that he's describing I spent a month at Lakeland Broadcasting before I went to 101, and it was, I swear to God, Fish, they hired me. I was doing kind of I hate when they use the term shock jock. That's such a gaslighting term, because what shock jock basically means is you speak your mind, you talk about stuff, you bullshit, you try to be funny. That's it. You know,
you're authentic.
You're authentic.
You're
That's
authentic.
it. But you understand, though, these consultants and these station owners, the reason they discourage that is because that then becomes a popular entity they can't control, and you can do something like we did or like Bubba did and go digital and bring your audience. You can drain them of their audience. So instead of treating those guys well and letting them do their thing, they do what they tried to do to you. They castrate them, make them what they want. Meanwhile, they don't get the audience, they don't get the ratings, but at least they have a guy they can control.
They just want a bunch of clones, really.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's a clone war army, and the thing is we just had a big meeting about how much money our particular group here in downtown Des Moines lost last year. You know, and this was with, of course, the pandemic and everything, and they just want to keep doing the same thing. You know, it's like doing the same thing isn't going to make you any extra money. You got to have a hit morning show that's going to knock some balls out of the park. Yeah. And they just want to keep doing the same. It's the definition of insanity. And last year they lost their asses, and that was with election dollars, state and local and state election dollars pouring through the speakers. And we didn't even have the pandemic for the first 3 months. I can pretty much guarantee you this year is going to be pandemic the whole year. There's not going to be any election dollars. I don't agree with their business model. And part of my reason for speaking up against these corporate suits, look, I don't have any problem with the people at the Des Moines Radio Group here in downtown Des Moines. I really don't. They were always very cool to me, and for the most part, welcomed me with open arms. It's the corporate bullies, and these guys were bullies, that I have a problem with. And I'm going to speak out against them because I'm not trying to get back into radio. Go ahead and smear my name. I don't care.
Good.
You know, now do I want to necessarily be the poster boy for saving live and local radio? You know, I don't know. Not really. I just want to go back to doing what I was doing before this, and that's writing horror novels. And with any luck, score my third New York Times USA Today bestseller.
There you
that's
go.
what I like doing.
That's
I like that rush.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely. And
you can go to
anytime,
my-
go. I was just going to say, anytime you need us to promote your stuff, you just send us a link. We'll post it.
Yeah, you're a friend of the show. That's for sure.
Yeah, you can go check out my Amazon page. I write horror under my real name, Sean Thomas Fisher. That's Sean. And at the behest of my wife a few years ago, I started writing romance novels under a female pen name called Caitlin Cross. Caitlin with a K and Cross with a C. And I've had 2 of those books hit the New York Times. I've had a handful of others chart hard on Amazon, you know, but it's not always guaranteed money. It comes and goes, but I like my chances.
But you feel good about what you're doing, don't you?
Yeah. Well,
yeah, and exactly. And I'm the boss at this place, in this house, and it's safe here. And my boss is the coolest boss in town. I guarantee it, because it's me.
Yeah. We know what that's like now. It's the best. And you send me a message. Send me a message with any links, and then next week we'll put it all over the chat and the pages and everything like that. We want to make sure that takes off. And I mean,
right on, man. That's cool.
I'm getting PTSD from you describing your situation. It's unreal. This
I know it does sound very similar.
I feel like look, there's a crap ton of people across this country that could relate to what I'm saying, but nobody ever says anything because they're not necessarily in a position. See, like Heather, she moved here and she bought a house before we even went live on the air. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
you bought a house. That's a ballsy move. I'm not sure about that move because now you're beholden to them. You're anchored down. You got this weight around your neck, you know, whereas I was already had something going. My wife's got a sweet job. You know, we make a little off the books here and there. We were okay. I could afford to quit and it wasn't going to crush me. I wasn't going to lose, you know, our cars are paid off. I wasn't going to lose our house or anything. So I'm like, and it's like they didn't realize it. They still treated me like I moved here from Seattle and I have nowhere else to go, and they freaking know it. You know, they made a mistake.
Isn't that a great feeling, though, when you know you don't need them and you can quit in front of them? I mean, the looks on their faces must have been great, right? I mean, even Heather's to an extent. I mean, she had to be shocked. The company had to be shocked. That had to feel good, right?
Well, she was the only one I saw that day. And I told her to tell everybody I don't have any hard feelings against anybody there. Don't try to call me or text me today because I'm not going to be answering my phone. I didn't want to talk to any of them. And I still haven't, actually. So I will here eventually. My program director was a very cool guy who I worked with before, and he got it. But unfortunately, he had zero power when it came inside the building. It was these corporate guys that didn't even live in Des Moines calling all the shots.
Yeah, I mean, I was happy when you sent me the message that you said you were right. Fuck this radio. It sucks. It's dead.
Yeah.
I was both happy, but also a little heartbroken because I'm like, I put this fucking guy through the ringer. Even though, like you said, I never really said much about you, but I said, I put this fucking guy through the ringer and he's a friend. He's an ally. Like, he gets it. He understands. So I got to, honestly, I got to extend an apology to you over the whole thing if it caused you any problems, because you were a guy who was working from the inside like I was, who maybe could have made a difference. But honestly, Sean, I don't know if we could have made a difference because they don't want us. They don't want you and I.
No, they don't. They don't. And you don't have to apologize. It wasn't a big deal for me. I mean, it was a little exciting for a couple minutes, but then it just became a distraction. But you're right. They don't want guys like us, and they're making a mistake. They want guys from like the 90s. They want like a John Tesh. They want everybody to be like Bobby friggin' Bones.
Yeah.
A vanilla robot sent from the past to destroy live and local radio.
Yeah.
And
Meanwhile,
they're taking over. And wait till you see who they replace me with. I have no idea who it's going to be, but I can tell you right now, it's going to be a yes man. It's going to be another vanilla robot coming in there, just like yes sir, no sir, yes sir.
It'll be fun to watch.
they'll be doing dad jokes. I mean, did it kill your soul when they told you should do dad jokes and be the fun dad? Did you get that sinking feeling in your gut when they said that?
Oh well, I'd already had it because they wanted me to do benchmarks, and I told them, look, I want to be more like a podcast. Like a Joe Rogan type thing where you don't really do benchmarks. You're not really teasing a whole lot. You're just kind of, I like to shoot from the hip and improv. Look, you're a comedian. You're good at that. When you got the glow, you can get away with it. And sometimes it's hard for other people to keep up. But that's what the formula I wanted to do. I wanted to do something modern and fresh and mess with people on the phones. I wanted to do interviews, you know, and do hot button topics and keep it as local as possible. And they wanted me to do benchmarks so they could sell them. I'm like, hey, how about you just sell an extra couple of commercials in the stop set and quit trying to it's going to be like, the stupid joke of the day brought to you by State Farm Insurance or something. You know, it's like, oh, come on.
Yeah, so basically you were telling them, hey, I'd like to be like podcast and this, that. Hey, I'd like to be like the thing people are listening to right now.
Right.
Yeah, and you know what they said?
What?
You know what they said when that happened? We were on a Zoom call. Our operations manager in-house got pissed. She walked out, and then she called us in for a meeting the next day and was going to write us up for talking against Randy Lane, the consultant.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, and Heather's like, I thought this was going to be a discussion and not like a dictatorship. She had a very good line that next day, and they're like, it is a discussion. I'm like, really? Because it doesn't sound like it to me. We threw out what we wanted to do. We threw out the vibe we were feeling, and you're going to write us up for I mean, it wasn't argumentative. It was polite. It was well-spoken, and this is what we wanted to do. I threw in my ideas. I already had them all ready to go because I knew they were starting to slip to the morning zoo side of that thing. Yeah. And they were going to write us up. My PD had to talk our OM off the ledge, and he got her to chill. And so we had, we were having meetings about meetings. That's what's going on now.
Gross.
Well, yeah, like I said, they don't want guys like you and I in there. You tried, and they wouldn't listen. Now, it sounds like Heather was a little bit of an ally at first, maybe. Now, after the anti-bullying stuff, and like you said, she got the shine from that. Was she like, I'm not saying she was against you, but was she more amenable to what corporate wanted versus fighting for what you were fighting for?
Oh, yeah, big time.
Okay. All right.
Like I said, she moved here from Seattle. She bought a house. She's locked and loaded. She's got an anchor around her neck now.
Yeah.
She's got to play it right. Whereas, unfortunately for her, I was on the other side of the fence where I could go footloose and fancy free.
Right.
I could afford to take some chances. And I thought that after they lost so much money, and it's not just this radio company here in town that's lost money, it's radio stations across the whole country last year that lost a ton of money. I figured after losing so much money, they'd want to take some chances and try something different, something fresh, something cool, a little more on the hip side, a little more Theo Vaughn, a little less Bobby Bones. Nope. Yeah. They wanted me to come in and out. This Randy guy told me exactly what to say, coming in and out of breaks. It was a sandwich theory. It was a series of events. Each break, very robotic, and I just couldn't do it, man. I'm coming in and out of breaks. I'm playing like my favorite songs and talking over them. They're like, you can't play a Jay-Z song and talk over that anymore. I'm like, why? They're like, just play a bed, an in-house bed, some boring bed, that doesn't get. I wanted to have a party and get people up and going.
Right, something
I'm playing
exciting.
Jay-Z, I'm playing Kanye.
Yeah.
They weren't getting it. I thought it was cool to me hearing some of that stuff on Laser, and I'm not playing the whole song. I'm just using it for a bed. And they're like, you can't do that anymore. And that was one of my favorite things to do because I was good at it.
Yeah. I tell you what, man, hearing your stories, relating to it, knowing what you wanted to do, what I wanted to do, and knowing that they're going to write you up for it when you try to take them in the right direction. Is there any other way to describe radio today? But it's a death cult. It really is. They're all going down with the ship.
Yeah. Yeah. And when I knew that they were going to write us up for that, and they wanted me to do these benchmarks, then they wanted me to be the cool dad and start doing dad jokes, I was just like, okay, there's no light at the end of the tunnel here. The tunnel is just turned all black.
That's disgusting.
I've got no future here. I'm wasting my time. Meanwhile, I'm getting up in the middle of the night It's frickin' 6 below. There's 10 feet of snow. It's like 27 below. Feels like temp out today. And I'm dragging my ass into that station for what? I'm missing my family. Wake up in the morning. I don't get to wake my daughter up and send her to school anymore. You know,
Right.
It's little things like that I miss, but I was willing to sacrifice that to put on a great show and have some fun. In this town, Des Moines, Iowa, deserves better than what they've been getting.
Would you be upset? Because we're spending our advertising dollars right now, our marketing dollars. Would you be upset if we bought a billboard near Saga Communications?
Would I be upset?
Yeah.
What would it say?
It would just be a promotion for the show, and it would say, thank you, Heather.
Yeah, that sounds funny.
Yes, good. All right, Fish is on board. Fish is on board. I'm okay. And then, I didn't tell you. We're going to put Fish told me to do it. No, I'm just kidding. We'll put that on the board. No, I'm really glad you're doing well. I'm really glad you made the decision you did. You're going to be so much better off. It's going to be so much more fun. Like you said, you're the boss now. I'm so glad you reached out. I'm so glad you're on the show today. And we're going to bring you back. I want to do some things. Let's stay in touch because I've got some ideas. I'm notorious for just bringing shit up as soon as I think of it. So I'm actually going to sit on these and bake it and actually present my ideas orderly this time. But I do want to stay in touch with you, and because the audience loves you. I mean, our chat is going nuts right now. They think, they thought that this show was the only person who thought this way about radio. They like hearing another guy say it. So
No, I know it's not. I've already been the victim of this before. I've been victimized like this before by corporate bullies, and hopefully this will be the last time because I have no desire to get back into radio after pouring my heart and soul into that show. And I gave them my entire family. My mom, the original church lady, was on the show once a week. My wife was on the show once in a while. My kid's been on the show a few times. You know, I gave them everything, and all I got was crapped on. Every time I turned the corner, I got smacked in the face by these guys. And it's the end of live and local radio. And that's why I'm going to speak up, and I'm going to expose these guys so that whoever wants to think about taking a job here with Saga Communications thinks again, because this is what's waiting for you. Wow. The gallows.
Yeah. Bravo, man.
Good
hey,
on you.
Fish, thank you very much. This isn't the last time we'll talk, buddy. I really appreciate you giving us your time.
That's awesome, man. I appreciate you guys having me on, and I definitely love to talk again sometime.
Yes, congratulations again.
Absolutely, and take it easy, buddy.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, thanks, Aaron. I appreciate it, man.
Have a great day, man.
I'll be listening now that I got extra time on my hands.
Yeah, there you go. People are already in the chat. They're begging to gift you a subscription. So you get on Twitch, and they'll take care of you.
I know where to find you. I will too. I appreciate it. You got the glow. Just keep doing what you're doing, man. And I really hope things work out for you.
All right, and good luck with the writing too. That sounds like a lot of fun.
All right, thanks, brother.
All right, have a good one. There's Fish. little brief break, and then we're back. Welcome, everybody. Back here on Steel Toe, and we have a great guest for you planned today. Coming on a little bit earlier because I got a DM from Shuli, and he said, I'm ready to go if you just want to send me the link. So I fired it off to him. So Shuli will be in here momentarily. Very excited to talk to him. Shuli Agar, who, there's so many things you might recognize him from now. I mean, he's got, first of all, the most current thing, the Uncle Rico show, which is a show primarily dedicated, and I think it's great that we're now at a time where there can be a show dedicated to this, but just shitting on Stuttering John. Now, what I kind of like about the Uncle Rico show is Carl from Who Are These Podcasts, and, whenever we talk about John on our show, usually once a week or so, it's usually just we're reacting to what we're seeing from John. But when you see the guys on Uncle Rico, a lot of them have had personal dealings with John Melendez. And just to hear stories from people who have actually dealt with this man, it's just... I like what we do. I like what Carl does. I think we both do a great job of it. But at the same time, there's only so much we can get. We're giving it to you purely on a reactionary basis. Whereas when you get guys like Shuli and Bob Levy and all of these people who are remarkably funny and have been doing radio for a long time, when you get their more of a firsthand perspective on all of this stuff, it adds a different level to it. So we'll talk to Shuli a little bit later. I also want to talk to him about the Miserable Men show, his time on the Howard Stern show. And then, of course, he's been a stand-up comic forever. So you've got Shuli doing so many new projects. And I tell you what, if you go on to Dabblers Anonymous or you just go on Twitter, you really can't miss the Uncle Rico show. A lot of people are talking about it. But then, of course, there's that time on, the biggest radio show that ever existed. There's a lot of stories to be told there. But all of these different projects he's been a part of and still regularly touring around the country. It's an impressive career. I mean, you think about the Howard Stern show and you think about guys that are doing comedy now and all this stuff. And a guy like Shuli is just one of those guys who has always been there, consistently. He didn't have this meteoric rise and then this huge drop off. He has just always been plugging away, always right there in the conversation. So I'm very excited to talk to him in just a few minutes here. I did send him the link. I don't know if he meant he was ready to go right now and he wanted the link because he'll just pop on, or if he was still going to come on at about 11:30. I wasn't sure, but we'll see. There he is. There's Shuli. How are you, sir?
Hey, pal. I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm pretty good. Very excited to talk to you. I cannot, obviously, I'm very much locked in and following all the Stuttering John stuff, and you really can't go anywhere in the Stuttering John world without seeing the Uncle Rico show, so you guys have to be really excited about that.
Yeah, buddy. Things are going very well. I ain't gonna lie.
What was the motivation for that? How did you guys, were you guys just fucking on John and then you said we should probably put microphones in front of ourselves and record it? Or how did you get the idea for the show?
Long story short, he's had some problem with me forever. And back when I was working on the show, he would basically just talk shit about me for no reason, create these stories, these lies that we all are so familiar with now.
Yeah.
That basically, trying to get me fired, trying to get me in trouble, all this weird shit. And I'd finally just kind of had enough. And I was like, I even when I left the show and I started doing my own thing, I didn't really fight back. I just took the high road with him. And then finally I was just like, fuck this shit, man. You know, after doing WATP a few times and seeing how fun it is to goof on him, I'm like, well, I have a personal attachment to this fucking guy. Right. I owe him one, basically. And And yeah, now it's time to fucking pay up. If you would have never fucked with me, this would never have happened.
And if you're just joining us, we're talking with Shuli Agar, of course, Uncle Rico Show. The links are in the description on their Patreon, patreon.com/The Shuli Show, The Miserable Men Show. There it is. There's the balcony.
There we go. Sorry, I was looking for it. I couldn't find it, but I got it now.
Now, of course, so many credits now. You guys have so many different irons in the fire. And, of course, you're still touring and doing stand-up and all that stuff. Miserable Men, Uncle Rico, of course, on Stern for a long time. You said that John started fucking with you a while ago with the Stern stuff. When did it start? Like, how long have you been biting your tongue?
Oh, for years. For years. I mean, he would make accusations that I was his mole on the inside, giving him information, and at one point accused me of being the one that either filmed the summit meeting that Howard had or released it. And I've said it a million times. Thank God nobody up there takes him seriously, because that could have fucked things up for me. And he doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
He check this out. This is for you guys.
Oh, there you go. The Marshall amps. Oh, no, your green screen fell down, John. Oh, no.
So, yeah, it was like there was just no reason for it. I never said a bad word about the guy. I was a fan of the guy and his stuff in the early years. Like, I think John was great on the Stern Show, and served a great purpose on the show, which was a shit stirrer.
Yeah.
That being said, I had no idea why the guy was attacking me. I had no idea why he was trying to get me fired and get me in trouble. And so it was like, fuck, man, what did I do to this guy? And the other reaction I had was, if he's willing to do this with no cause, why would I fuck with him? But then I'm like, why wouldn't I fuck with him? I got to stick up for myself.
Well, yeah, and you do add, like, the Uncle Rico Show and the stuff you've been doing on John. You do add that layer that, like, and I love Carl, and he's got a great show, but like Carl, or if we ever goof on John or anything, like, it just seems we're so removed from it. And I think what makes your show so much funnier, and it makes it so entertaining to watch, is that you were right there. You're on the ground. You're dealing with the guy yourself, and it almost adds a layer of believability to what a piece of shit this guy is, to hear it directly from you. Because you watch his show and you go, maybe there's a part of this that's, like pro wrestling, a character that's maybe being played up. And then you hear you and you just get it confirmed for you that, no, this guy's a giant sack of shit.
Yeah, I mean, WATP, Carl, and all those guys, Chris and Vinny, I mean, they're like in fighting, you got a technical fighter and then you got a brawler, right? Yeah. And so they're very technical. They uncover a lot about John's schemes and other shit. Whereas we're just, dummies. We're just dickheads that are just there to goof on. It's basically like an on the spot roast every episode. Yeah. Like Mike and Bob have not seen these clips. At times, if it's really good, I'll stop watching it just so I can react live with them, because to me, that's my favorite type of comedy of all time, is organic, on the spot comedy. What you can create in that moment. And the guys that I'm working with are so quick and so funny. And it's just it's not work, man. It's just, it's easy. It's taking candy from a baby, because every time he does something, it's worthy of being goofed on.
Yeah, how great is it? I love that when you get one of those videos and you're watching it and you literally stop yourself. It's like you feel that moment of restraint and you're like, if I watch this now, I'm going to ruin it for tomorrow or whenever we're doing it. Those are the best kind of clips to find.
Yeah. And a place like Dabbleverse Anonymous, where it's just like it's a sea of content surrounding this guy, and there's so many funny people in that thread. Yeah, there's some crazy fuckers in there too, but for the most part, there are people in there that are just with genius sense of humor and knowledge of software and just computer shit and how to. I mean, there's a video up there now. I wish we could play it on Rico. I don't think we can, because I'm sure we'll get a copyright flag from YouTube. But it's they took a scene from a movie where Hitler's in a bunker.
I saw that one, yeah.
And he's screaming to all his personnel about, fucking this up and fucking, it's like the end of the war. He's losing it. And they just made all the subtitles about John. And it was just like, I want you to find this troll. I want you to find that troll. And then we'll go after Dooley, and they leave no mention out. Like we were watching his stand up the other night, and there was a part where he was doing crowd work, and he asked the guy a question. I think he's like, how many kids you got? And the guy was like, oh no, he says, where's your wife? And he said, he goes, is that your wife? He says, no, that's not. And he goes, where the fuck is she, you fucking? And he just stopped whatever he was going to say. And so we made a joke that's like, he was going to say the N-word. He's going to call the guy the N-word. And I go, wouldn't it be great if somebody just bleeped it so it looks like he's saying the N-word? And sure enough, Dabbler's Anonymous, like a half hour later, somebody made this brilliant clip and bleeped it where the title's like, John says the N-word at an audience member.
Those guys are so awesome over there. And the only one complaint I would have about them, I mean, they've been very nice to us, and obviously you guys are the kings over there. But one thing they do, and I think you've probably caught on to this too, there's a couple of them, you mentioned a couple of them can be a little psychotic. If you don't give immediate credit right away, like this came from Dabblers Anonymous, some of them do get a little cunty.
No, I get it, man. It's like, this is what it may not be a job, but this is what they do. Right. Yeah. And they're proud of it. And I get it. Listen, if I don't know that I would need to. It's different with stand up. Like as comics, we give other comics tags or something, suggestions for shit. But like, I get it. And at first when we were playing clips, it's like all I did was use stuff from there. And I just mentioned the site, but I didn't give individuals credit. And some of them emailed me and were very nice and professional about it. And some of them were a little angrier about it, but they had a point. Like, hey, this is the shit that I took time out of my day to put together, and you're going to use it. That's cool, but just give me some love. And so I get it. And they deserve it. Because it ain't easy doing what they do, man.
No, I was just going to say they deserve all the credit in the world just for the fact that they sit through. I mean, it's not like they can just clip parts of it. They watch the whole fucking show. And I don't know how much, John, you've watched uninterrupted. It's unlistenable.
Buddy, I had an idea to go on my Twitch channel because I stream on Twitch playing video games. I know, ladies. Calm your pussies down. And so I thought, wouldn't it be funny if I go on my Twitch and I watch John's YouTube show live and comment on it? And then, you know what, it'll help with the numbers on Twitch and bring some people in.
Sure.
I think I lasted 8 minutes. I go, guys, this was a horrible mistake. I said, I don't know why I thought I could do this. This show is awful. I got to go.
You know what's crazy is you guys both worked for a man who, say what you want about him now, but you worked for a genius who's the best who ever did what he did. And it's hard, not by osmosis, just to absorb some of those qualities and some of those skills. You look at a guy like you figured it out. You're sitting there with Levy and all these other guys, and you're busting balls, and you're doing a very funny, engaging show. How did he sit there for that long and not pick up anything? Because you watch a Beer on the Balcony where he's got no guest, and he's into like morning zoo hack topics of like the best guitar player and who's, what's the best horror film. And it's like, I mean, how, like, if we went back to 1995, Howard would beat him with a stick for doing what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's, listen, I think a lot, and I'm not trying to bring the room down, man, but I think a lot of it has to do with what he's putting his fucking body and mind through all these years. I'm not saying he was a great broadcaster to begin with, and the wheels fell off. Yeah. I'm saying if you go back and you listen to his early podcasts, the guy won't shut the fuck up. He's talking 1,000,000 miles an hour. It's at least going somewhere.
Yeah.
Whereas now it's like if you gave Barney from The Simpsons a fucking podcast where you're just like, is this for real? This guy. Yeah. So, and then you'll see him try to be like with female guests. He'll try to be like Howard was back in the day. And it's so creepy and it's so not, he doesn't know how to do it. And yes, you absolutely absorbs stuff. You better. He's the greatest guy to ever do it.
Right.
What's wrong with absorbing shit from I can't tell. Attell is one of the greatest comics alive.
Yeah.
And he helps out so many comics by bringing so many different comics on the road with him. But I swear to you, and any comic in New York will tell you, once you do 2 months with Dave Attell, your cadence is now Dave Attell.
Yeah.
When you're doing your jokes, so you absolutely will pick that stuff up, and I'll catch myself doing stuff that he's done.
Yeah.
And I look at it like, fuck, man, this guy was my humor mentor.
Yeah.
My sense of humor mentor. And in a way, Uncle Rico is a tribute to that show in its prime, where it's just sniper shot after sniper shot. Something comes up in the video that takes us 10 minutes out off the path that we were on.
Right.
Whereas Robin would be doing the news and something would happen and they'd spend 45 minutes busting Jackie's balls. Like that, to me, is where that's where I fell in love with that show. So I love it when people tell us it reminds them of the old episodes, man.
No, it is. It's very good. It's just that stripped down to that base of, hey, we're fucking on this guy and we're going to, you guys, you pull every single thread. Like you don't leave a thread unpulled. If you or Bob or somebody else tugs on something, the rest of you go, all right, let's see how far this one goes. And it's just, you're right. It is like when Robin would read one story and then you're like, oh, I guess we're only getting through one story in the news today.
Yeah, like that's the thing, with Gilbert coming on back in the day, like forget it. Robin would never get through the news. Gilbert and Artie together, fucking around, like, and we also do it from a place of ball busting. Like we get mad watching him. We call him an idiot. We call him a dirty pig. Yeah. But at the end of the day, we don't go after his, what does he always say? They went after my
trans kid is one of his big go-tos.
Well, no, that we definitely stay off limits. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm a dad. I'm not looking to bring kids into a fight, and his kid never did anything wrong to me, and I wish his kids nothing but the best. His wife, the same thing. My crosshairs are on that dickhead.
Yeah.
He's the one that's fucked with me for years. He's the one that's this smug dickhead that, had he just leaned into this, which I've said for a long time, open the floodgates, let all the trolls in, post every super chat you get, and you will be making thousands of dollars.
Right.
But he can't. He's got an ego. He's still living in the glory days as WATP has coined. But
so why, and I know he'll never say, so you have to kind of have developed your own theory over the years. Why you? Is it something like he sees what his spot on the show was? This is all I can think of. Like he sees where he was. He's a delusional fuck, and he sees his position as like higher than yours, but enough to threaten his. I feel like as the years went on, you started getting as much time, if not more, than John ever did. So is it like a feeling of threat, or what? Why were you the target? Why did he obsess on you so badly?
I wish, I mean, all I can do is just throw, theories out there, because I don't know, because he'll never admit, now he goes around saying he doesn't even know who I am, but if you look at, his track record in studio, the guy was in there, they were either playing clips of stuff that these guys wrote for him to go and say, or he was in there getting goofed on, or he was in there goofing on Gary. Whereas my stuff was like, I was bringing in content. I was bringing in clips from Talking to Underdog. I was going and doing stuff with them that I was coming up with content on the fly. I didn't come out there with a set of questions for Underdog that the writing people wrote for me. I would sit there before they had a Whack Pack team that they split up all the Whack Packers to, that they were all mine.
Yeah.
And so, I had to sit there every day and talk to 3 to 4 to 5. And then from that, come back with something for the show or for the news. Then I started writing and producing for the show as well. And built a rapport, I think, where I would go in there and I was never the fucking butt of the joke. Once or twice when I'd fuck something up, yeah.
Right.
When I moved to Alabama, sure. But at the end of the day, I don't think people respected John, and I think he knows that.
Yeah.
And I think that bothers him. And, at the end of the day, he should be happy for the times he had there. I am. I love my 15 years. I wouldn't change it for a thing.
Yeah.
And just move forward. Move forward. There's a market out here for you.
Yeah.
The other day he did a thing where he's going, I'm never going on a show unless they pay me. Okay. We offered him over $5,000 to be roasted.
Ooh.
Nope. Nothing. I've said it just on the show we did today. The next YouTube live we do, come on with us, and I will give you every penny of every super chat that comes in. It's all yours. It's all yours. Won't touch a dime of it. And it'll come from me, not a fifth party.
Yeah.
I will directly give you that money. And so he's full of shit. At the end of the day, believe it or not, we're trying to help him. We really are.
Yeah, and there's that whole swimming upstream angle of this that you're talking about. Like, the guy had a hell of a run. I mean, there's a lot of people in the business he was in that didn't get the run he did, and on limited actual talent. Like, he was able to, a guy who was famous for having a stutter got hired to be the announcer for the Tonight Show. If he wouldn't swim upstream and, again, as Carl says, recapture the glory days, and would it just be comfortable with what he was and be comfortable with where he is now? That, I think that's one of the biggest tragedies about John, is he continues to swim upstream when the minute he decided to be self-aware and decided to embrace what he is, probably all of it, if not a good part of it, stops, and he could have kind of a weird internet renaissance, but there's too much ego there.
There's way too much, and it can be done very easily. All he has to do is just come to terms with, okay, I'm a whack packer now, so let them use me as a whack packer, and you'll be fine. If you just drop all that facade bullshit, and just be like, this is what they want to see, I'll give it to them.
Right,
and they'll love it.
Now, what do you say about this? Because I asked Carl this. I haven't had a chance to ever ask you this. This is the first time we've spoken. But to multiple people in the chat who I have now seen go, I'm starting to feel bad for John. How do you respond to that?
I mean, me personally, I don't, just because, the fucking guy went out of his way to fuck shit up for me. Yeah. And I never did anything. This guy had somebody come out to my Long Island show to threaten me to stop doing the podcast about John. Jeez. His buddy Danny from Long Island with a cane showed up, limping around, doing his best Sopranos impression.
Yuck.
Huntsville ain't too far away. That's all I'm saying.
No, he did. That's not a direct quote, is it?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He's because before that he goes, well, he comes up to, I'm at the bar. The show has started. It's me and High Pitch Eric at the bar, and this guy limps over on a cane. And I had heard beforehand that John called one of his buddies and told him to come down.
Okay.
He told one of his friends that I do jokes about his kid on stage and to come. And so this is the type of shit you have to. It's just a fucking lie. I've never done a joke about his kid. I never will. He has quite a bit.
Yeah.
Still does. Jokes about his kid and what they went through. So anyhow, he limps over to me at the bar and he just goes, "Hey, how you doing?" And I'm like, "Good." And as soon as I saw the cane, I'm like, "This is John's hitman. This is John's." And he just goes, "That podcast about Stuttering John, might want to stop doing it."
You.
And I'm like, and I just go, "Are you the guy John sent to threaten me?" And he goes, no, nobody's threatening anybody over here. And I go, "John called you and told you to come down." "Nobody told me anything." He goes, and he starts limping out and he goes, "All I'm saying is Huntsville ain't too far away."
God, dude, I'm uncomfortable just hearing that secondhand. Oh,
yeah.
Ugh. Yuck.
Yeah. So that's why I'm like, the copyright strikes on our channels, all this shit, coming up to me while we're on location doing the Stern show and trying to, do his kamikaze style interview.
Yeah.
when I'm at the hotel, which ironically is not illegal, but somebody filming John at Pickwick Pub at midnight, shit-faced, yelling at somebody who's parked behind him so he can drive home drunk, that he went to the authorities because it's illegal to film someone who claims to be world famous at a public location.
So, needless to say, there's plenty of gas left in the Uncle Rico tank as far as material as far as John goes. You guys have a lot left in the quiver, so to speak.
I mean, it's all him. He keeps filling it. You know what I mean? Like we're late as far as WATP goes. We're late to the goofing on John party. So there is a lot of back content that we can do. That's why we have a second show called The Blunder Years, all those beers ago. And that one is more about going down memory lane, some of the highlights from the past. But Rico is literally every day he does a show, we have 7 to 10 clips from it. That we can go over. So,
and again, if you guys want to check those out, patreon.com/the Shuli Show, youtube.com/the Shuli Show. There's also the Patreon for the Miserable Men Show and all that. Talk to him about Miserable Men for just a second. Of course, Levy, whenever you and Levy are in there, I mean, you're great. And Levy is such, like, he's like the old wily veteran who's just like all of a sudden now full of this wisdom and like just making these moves now. It's really kind of cool to see what Bob Levy's grown into and to watch you guys work together.
Yeah, very big emphasis on the old, and it is great to work with him again. The Miserable Men was a show that Tim Savian, we tricked him into letting us go on the air. Tim is, when he used to be the program director for Howard's Channels at Sirius.
Yeah.
He's just one of these guys. He's like a Tasmanian devil. He's just always going, always so, what's going on, buddy? How are you, pal? Boom, boom, boom. Checking in on everybody. And so Bob tells me one day, he goes, because everybody was getting like a tryout show on Channel 101. So Bob says to me, just tell Tim we'll be there Tuesday for our show. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And I said to Tim, we're on for Miserable Men Tuesday night, right? And he's like, yep. I go, okay, guys will be here 8:00. Yeah. So we lied to get our way on the air. At that time, it was myself, Bob, and Jim Florentine. And then Florentine started dating Robin, so that was over. And Mike Morse was with us. Actually, Mike, I think, was with us from the start as well. And then Mark Burns joined the show later on, and we went from a 1-hour specialty show during the week to filling in for Pharrell, filling in for Bubba, and eventually doing 4 hours every Sunday night on 101. And so it was a fun show we loved doing. Bob was fucking whacked out on pills at that time, so it didn't end well for all of us. And he did a Jerry Maguire, and none of us went with him. and we didn't talk for over 10 years. Him and I, we just didn't talk. And then when I left the show and I started podcasting, I said, I think the Miserable Men Show, I think we should do it. It was always something in my head that when I would leave, that would be one of the things I wanted to do, because I missed doing that with my friends.
Yeah.
And so we started it back up, and a whole cast of characters now. We had Brent on for a while with us.
Yep.
And Brent's taking a break for a little while. He's working on some other stuff. Yes, he's alive. Just want to throw that out there. So it's a blast doing Miserable Men, man. It's a good time. It's fun. We're doing it the way we did it back then, which was just we have a plan going in. It usually never sticks to that plan, so it's fun.
Yeah.
That organic radio. Yeah,
that's something I always hear. I'll never forget hearing Patrice O'Neill say that on a show. He said, you always prepare. You prepare as much as you can because it gives you the freedom to work off the cuff. Because you you always know you can go back to this other stuff. Like that's when I was doing radio, people if somebody would go, oh, what's the most important part for your show? It's like you gotta prep. Anyone who thinks they can just turn on a microphone and just go, you're gonna be you're in for the shock, because if you can get something prepared It might be, like you said, it might be something you never touch. But you know you have it if you need it.
Right. And if you don't, then you're going, all right. Top 5 guitarists. Let me start at number 1.
Yeah. The audacity of that man to not even be able to pull off a show sober and then to think he can drink during it and somehow make it better.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, he's as they say in the poker world, pot committed to alcohol at this point. He's all in.
Yeah.
And that's a shame because that's the biggest reason for all of this is he's leaving himself vulnerable for all this shit because he's always shit-faced.
Yeah. Yeah. And you mentioned Attell, and I didn't want to get on it at the time. We were talking about John, but the thing about Attell, you are not the first guy I've heard say that about. If you're around Attell or you watch too much Dave Attell, that cadence, that ba 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 ba, like the way he speaks, it's so distinct that it just seeps into you. I've heard people say that nobody has influenced more comics, knowingly or unknowingly, than Dave Attell.
I agree with that 100%. I agree with that. And what's the craziest thing about Dave is how all of us feel about him. He's the last guy to feel that way about him, which is one of the reasons why I think he's so great is because he just hates himself. So like he just, I worked with him in Pennsylvania once, and he was up there and he did the greatest fisting joke I've ever heard in my life. He goes, people say fisting isn't romantic. I disagree. Let's say you're on the deck of a cruise ship. The sun is setting and you go elbow deep and you pull out a ring. He goes, and she says, I thought you were going to put it in my food. And you said, I kind of did. And I was like, oh, that is the funniest fucking thing. And he comes off stage and I go, Dave, that's one of the funniest fisting jokes I've ever heard. And he's like, yeah, it's all right. He goes, all right.
Yeah. Oh,
so
it almost makes him more endearing, though.
Yeah, and that's how we are. We are our own worst enemy. We hate ourselves. It's why taping our sets is so hard because we hate listening to ourselves. You know, it's all tied in. That misery is fuel for a lot of comics.
It's so strange. I wanted to ask you about that because you can talk about like the self-hatred or whatever, or you don't see what other people see, even though and like I will not, like John, scoff at the term dabbling. I've been in and out doing comedy. Like we do live events for the show and stuff. I'll do time, and I started emceeing and stuff, but not. I've never been able to understand. You got this room full of people. They just told you unequivocally you're fucking hilarious. There's something healthy and unhealthy at the same time about not believing those people, because you can get high on yourself a little too much, but also there's that other side, like you said about Dave, who is objectively brilliant, or like you, who's an incredibly funny guy. How are you able to watch the verdict time and time again, but still maintain, I've still got a long way to go?
I think we figure out that the minute you're like, I'm fine, this is where I need to be, I'm perfect. Like you're never gonna write a new joke. You're never gonna go any farther. The minute it's like sharks, we can't stop. We can't stop moving. We can't stop second guessing ourselves. We can't stop kind of doubting ourselves. You know, it's why the shit shows are the ones we always talk about.
Yeah,
when we hang out, you know, because doing good or killing or crushing or whatever you want to call it, you know, that happens a lot more than the bombing. The bombing, the shit shows, you know, the low turnouts, those are the stories we share because that's kind of where you earn it. That's where you become, you know, that's boot camp. That's the Navy SEAL shit where it's like you either ring the bell after you performed in front of 4 people and go home and never come back, or you fucking pick up that log and go back in the ocean.
Yeah, all of us can have like when we're starting out a couple of great sets and just think we're the shit and then just tap out from there. But you're right, it's those really shitty ones, those bombings that kind of tell you if you're made for it or not. I remember I was featuring here locally at Benton Station in Sauk Rapids, and I just ate it hard. And it was at a time where I was probably 2 or 3 years in, and I had really had a good string of sets. I'm feeling good about myself, and I went to the headliner. And I go, man, I've been doing this for a few years. I need to ask you something. And this is when I knew I was bound to be a broadcaster and not a comic. I said, when does this feeling that I just want to fucking die go away after I have a set like that? And he said, well, I've been doing it for 12 years. And when it happens, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
I went,
yeah,
fuck.
that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bombed so much early on in Vegas that I used to have a rule in my head that it was like, I got 10 minutes to wish myself dead and hate myself.
Yeah.
And then I got to wipe the slate clean. Tomorrow's a new day.
Right.
That's it. Like, learn from it. But that's the thing with the shit shows is if you're doing it right, you're learning more from those than the ones where you're killing it.
Yeah, and that's definitely where I can then understand the idea of I'm not going to let myself get too high on the applause breaks and the great set I had, because that is kind of that part where you go, wait a minute, now I'm just kind of accepting what I am instead of going, what am I going to be tomorrow? I can see where that would lead to complacency.
Yeah, like I'm from the thought of like I would rather stumble onto a hilarious line or bit on stage in the moment than get a standing ovation at the end. You know what I mean? The on the fly coming up with something, crafting, as John would say, in that moment feels so fucking amazing. When you're working on a bit that hasn't worked the last 3 times you went up, and then you're going up there 4th time and you don't really care about it and it just comes out different and it hits and you're like, oh, in your head, you're just like, so that's how I got to do it. And that feeling of like, I found it. It's like unlocking a safe, cracking a safe. That love that.
Yeah, it's fucking hard, man. I will always say, like, anyone who makes their living as a full-time comic is, people say, oh, like, who are the greatest comedians ever? And my answer is always, whoever does it for a living full-time, they're amongst the greatest ever. Because as someone who has been doing it off and on for, goddamn, like 10 years now, and knows that I will never go further than performing in front of my own audience because I just don't have the guts and what it takes inside to just eat that shit sandwich and keep going. I found that comfortable spot where I could go perform in front of my show's audience, and then you could kill, and it's more of a hangout. And I went, okay, these guys who can push past this and just keep grinding away at it. I mean, I feel like just being able to pay a mortgage and make a living doing comedy deserves a hell of a lot more respect than I think it gets. Because people will watch someone who does make a living doing comedy and they'll go, oh, well, they're only doing this and they're not doing this special like a Bill Burr's doing or anything. It's like, no, that guy is the funniest fucking person bar none, and it's not even close. It's like watching a guy be like a 6th man in basketball and going, oh, that guy sucks. It's like that guy would crush anyone any single time at this game.
Right. The guy in the last place in the depth chart will fucking rock your world.
Yeah. He'll annihilate a D1 football team all on his own. The run you had on Howard was really something, and you mentioned working with all the whack packers that you had to. As a fan and as a guy who was in radio and now does a podcast now, I have to say, I always say the greatest radio character of all time in my mind is Beetlejuice. And you're a guy who's obviously worked with him very closely. What was it like having to work with all those whack packers? How hectic could it be? Did you enjoy it? What was it like?
Yeah, well, first of all, I gotta take umbrage with the word character, my friend.
You're right. It's a shoot.
Yeah, it's 100% shoot. I mean, I love that people would ask me on the road a lot. They go, so what's he really like? And I'm like, oh, he's got a British accent. He knits. Like, what do you think he's like? This is Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
No, Beetle is definitely, for me it's tough because they're all my children's, as ODB would say. And Beetle I spent probably the most time with on the road, sharing hotel rooms. I felt like, I used to work before I was employed with Stern. While I was doing stand-up in the summertime, sometimes I would go and work at this summer camp I used to go to as a kid as a counselor.
Okay.
Some call it a molester. I call it a counselor. So
allegedly,
accused, never convicted. But I would, so I kind of would turn into camp counselor mode on these tours, on the Killers of Comedy tours, where Beetle was just kind of, everybody's like, he's fine, he'll figure it out, and I'd be like, no, he's not going to figure it out. No. He thinks he thinks he can walk home from Texas to Jersey, so he's not going to figure it out.
One of the greatest things I've ever heard him say on a microphone is when Howard asked him if he would vote for Obama, and he goes, "Fuck no, I hate Obama." And then Howard goes, "Yeah, but you're black. I thought you voted." He goes, "I ain't black. I'm Puerto Rican." And Howard goes, "Oh, you're Puerto Rican?" He goes, "I might be black. I might be Puerto Rican, but I ain't stupid."
Yeah, amen. That's a T-shirt. Yeah. I mean, I don't know where you sell it, but that's a T-shirt. Yeah. No, he's one of a kind, man, and I wanted to make sure that he was taken care of and that he wasn't just kind of out there by himself.
Yeah.
And so rooming with him was a thing in the moment. If you would have told me I'd miss this one day, I'd be like, you're crazy.
Yeah.
But I do. I miss that guy a ton. Erock the actor was another dude that I think it's a photo finish between him and Beat as the greatest of all time out of the Whack Pack. High Pitch is a very, very close runner-up. Another guy I spent a ton of time with. The great ones are the ones you don't have to think of anything or come up with a piece of business or an agenda to bring them in. You just, that when I was working for the news team, my beat was the Whack Pack. So I would check in with them all the time. But some Whack Packers, I would have a piece of business going into it. Others I could just cold call and just call Patricia, Tan Mom, at any time of the week, at any day, and she go, "Hello, the SWAT team's here," and boom, and we got something.
Yeah.
So Bigfoot, Patricia, Tan Mom, Beat, Erock, those were all people that you could just pick up the phone and cold call, and you'd get gold every time.
God, that just
I love working with them. They were, for me, it's one of the things I love the most about the show as a listener, as a super fan, is the Whack Pack and the back office stuff. That was it for me.
Now, and it's amazing that you can look back at that and you go, yeah, at the time it's fucking hectic, but I love it now. And like getting that assignment and working with those guys, like when you got it, were you excited for it, or was it more of an oh shit kind of a thing?
Well, no, nobody gave it to me, right? Because I was on this news team at the beginning. I wasn't a writer and producer, so I'm a reporter for the Howard 100 News, and I'm surrounded by real journalists, people Emmy nominated, Emmy winners, people who have done this their whole life, investigative reporters who have caught criminals, who have had businesses, corporations shut down due to their reporting. It's a real deal fucking people. And I don't know how to do any of that shit. And I'm not I don't want to be a journalist. I don't want to be a guy that busts somebody or uncovers something. So what is something that I love that I can point my energy and resources towards? And that is the Whack Pack. Yeah. I had already been friendly with High Pitch with a bunch of them. Boots, I knew a bunch of the Whack Pack. So why not focus on this beat? And so for me, it was like, I just went out and did it because I'm not going to top Steve Langford. I'm not going to top John Lieberman. I'm not going to sound as good as Ralph Howard. So for me, I'm going to go where the action is for me, which is the Whack Pack. And as a comic, it makes it so I can showcase my sense of humor in the stories as well.
Yeah.
So,
it's awesome to watch you go back and tell these stories, and you're smiling and you're laughing while you're doing it. It kind of, not to get too psychological and like you said, bring the mood down, but it's nice because it kind of shows that what you're doing now with Uncle Rico and all the work you're doing with Mike and Bob and all those guys and doing stand-up, it shows that you still you love what you're doing now. Because I think what I see, not to tie this back to John, but I think what I see with people like that, they maybe don't enjoy what they do now, so it almost hurts to go back. But it's really nice to watch somebody like you, tell these stories and laugh about them and look back at them with fondness, because I think it shows that you really enjoy what you're doing now and you don't feel any of that insecurity. It's great to see that you've just gone from strength to strength, from Howard to what you're doing now.
Well, I mean, I appreciate it. It took a little while, you know. It was a big change, you know, obviously financially, but just you know, mentally, kind of getting out of that loop that you're in.
Yeah.
That lazy river that you've been in for 15 years, right? So it took some adjustment, and it took some kind of rewiring, you know, because you get to a point where you doubt yourself, where you're not sure, did I make a mistake? You know, I was doing the Shuli show, and at some point I was just like, I'm not really feeling this like I was at the beginning. I don't want to reach out to people, ask them to come on. I'm kind of losing steam in this. And then you're like, okay, so what do you do now? Like, what's the next move if you're not going to do this, you know? And to be honest with you, like, stand up is always something that I know I can do.
Right.
The change in location to where we were at made it a bit more difficult at first to be able to pull it off. Plus with COVID, plus, you know, so it set me back some stand-up wise as well. And so everything kind of, at one point, there was a big fucking log in that river that I was in, and everything was stopped. And so I wasn't sure if I was just going to go get a regular gig and just be like, you know what? I had 15 of the greatest years of my life. I've done shows, you know, all over. I've got to work with some of my comedy heroes. Yeah. It's been a good run. Let's go rent some cars at Enterprise. You know, it's as a father, as somebody that I'm responsible for somebody else's lives and providing for it. You got to let go of that ego, and you got to be prepared to do whatever it is you got to do to provide. And so at one point I was at that point. It was after my mom passed away too. So everything was just like, fucking, it was just piling on. But you know, my wife is somebody that has helped me tremendously throughout the years. And so she stepped up to the plate again and just kind of steered me back on track and helped me realize, look, this is what you want to do. You're good at it. You enjoy it. So do it. Find an angle to enjoy, you know? And so I tried a show with a buddy of mine, James Mattern, a comic. Thanks for coming out, a podcast about bombing, which is still, we both love doing it. We both want to continue doing it. Number one, it's hard that we're in two different places. And number two, you know, our schedules, I mean, he's all over the place. He opens for Chrissy D. Chris D. Stefano. And he hosts and works every club in the city, and James is just a beast. And you know, and I'm over here being a dad, and I'm doing 3 podcasts a day and here and there going out on the road. So that didn't work out. But then we start doing Miserable Men, and Miserable Men becomes the fun show for me, and something that kind of reignited the fire for me. And we got into this rhythm of like old school. We got our chemistry. And then we tried the John thing, and it felt fun. And I knew I did like 2 on my own, I think. And then I brought Mike in, because when it comes to busting balls, there's nobody better than Mike Moores. Yeah. And I've known that for years. That's why I hate him, but I love him. You know, he's the goon on the hockey team. You love that he's on your team, but you hate him when he's on the other team, right? For sure, So and then I knew Bob is just a fucking sniper and brilliant. But Bob was in this mode of like, I don't hate the guy, but I'll come on and just goof on shit. And then sure enough, John being John gave Levy a reason to hate him. Yeah. And so, you know, it's just, it's a blast to be able to find a lane where we all can do what we love to do and start gathering an income from it, a good income, you know? But yeah, it's, you just got to keep going, man. You gotta, if it's something that you love, I've been blessed enough to monetize almost all my passions in life.
Yeah.
You know, wrestling fan, video games, you know, radio, stand up, you know, I'm a child, but I couldn't have had a better run, and I'm excited for the future. We're getting ready to do a show in February in Rochester with WATP and Uncle Rico teaming up.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I believe we're going to be calling it John Con.
Yeah,
and we got some details. Going to be 2 days of peace and drool, and then we have bunch of stand-up dates that I'm booking now. I mean, who knows what else is going to happen on Uncle Rico? We're excited.
Who knows? Maybe you could bring Chad Zumock out. I hear he's a big fan.
Listen, Chad.
He's always been nice to you. He's always been nice to you.
Always. I know everybody's going to look for me to trash him, but I don't have a bad thing to say about Chad. He's always been good to me. It's all this drama's fucking, it's just insane to me. And it's fun to watch. Don't get me wrong.
It's great to watch. Yeah.
But I mean, I don't get it, man. Can't we all just get along? You know, I believe the comic Shecky Green said that.
Can't we all just get along? Says the guy shitting on Stuttering John for a living.
Yeah, I mean, but hey, he started it, dude. He started, Aaron. I don't care what anybody says.
But that's how all of this shit happens. We go, can't we all get along? And it's literally somebody pipes up with, he started it. And then it's all bets are off.
That's right. That's right. As long as you don't start it, we can all get along. We are all one. But once you start it, somebody's going to have to finish it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, fair enough. Well, hey, I mean, I hope you're not finishing it anytime soon. I hope this is like Hogan and Macho Man leading into WrestleMania 5. I hope it's just a long 1 year or longer program where I hope you slow burn the John thing.
Yeah, we're building towards Hell in a Cell, and once we touch, the roof's gonna blow off the place. Listen, I don't want it to end anytime soon. I want him to be successful. I think, if I would give him some business advice, I would say put all your shit back up on YouTube, put all your shit back up on Patreon. Open the floodgates with your super chats, put every message up that you won't even have to book a guest. That's how much super chats you're going to get. If you say on today's episode, I've unblocked everybody on today's episode, whatever super chat you doing, whatever you write, I'm putting up on the screen. How much do you think he's going to make that show?
Oh,
give me
God.
a number.
Definitely in the 4 figures.
I agree.
God damn, let's think. There'll be quite a few 100s. I'm going to say he could probably in one, like, let's say it's a 2-hour show I don't think it's out of the possibility to say anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000.
I would agree.
I think he could do it.
And that's all you got to do. And that's free of charge.
Right.
All right.
It doesn't hurt your business. You can still goof on John, even if it becomes self-aware. Like, you can still have a back and forth. I mean, but the only person who's not monetizing John right now is John.
And guess what else? You leave that video up, John, and you make money off a video you're not even doing live.
Right.
Guess how many views that video is going to get of you putting up every message? How many trolls are going to share that with people all over the world? You want to be world famous? Be the goddamn whack packer you are.
Right.
Do it.
Exactly.
Do it. Be Ron Burgundy. Read everything on that goddamn teleprompter.
I think you're 100% right. And that's a good spot to leave it right there. Again, all of the links are in the chat, but we'll run through them again. There's a lot of them. Follow Shuli on Twitter. That's number 1. You can get a lot of links and all of that. It's Shalom Shuli on Twitter. You've also got for the Uncle Rico show, the Patreon. I highly recommend you join that. Patreon.com/The Shuli Show. The Shuli Show on YouTube. Patreon.com/The Miserable Men Show. Am I missing anything?
I think that's a lot of shit. And I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. Twitch.tv/ I think it's twitch.tv/Shalom Shuli TV. If you want to see a grown man call everybody a cheater that kills him in Call of Duty.
Yeah,
feel free to tune in.
Could be fun too. Well, man, it's great to big fan of the stuff on Howard, and great to see you transition out of it so well where many others haven't. And it's just nice to see that you're happy doing what you're doing. And again, I can't appreciate you enough taking the time to talk to us today.
No problem, man. And thanks for leaving your wife out of this. I didn't want to have to dress her down.
Right? Fucking enough of her, right? I mean, they just get a big head and they think that it's there.
It's my favorite part of the show when she's talking and you do the wide shot and you just see you over there going.
I think we were we had a phone in with Carl and or a Zoom in with Carl and Gino when they were doing that content house this weekend. And she started talking about like, oh yeah, it's just great that we can work together. And I just leaned over and went, shut up.
Yeah. Get it? You throw a frying pan near her and you just go, do what you do. I'll do what I do.
Well, if you let them get too comfortable, you know.
Next thing you know, they're voting. Tell me about it.
I know. But you know what? We're working on that this election, I feel like. I think we're getting close. Closer than we've ever been. Quite frankly. All right, Shuli, thank you very much, buddy. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, Aaron. Talk to you later, buddy.
Yep. Wait a minute. Here he comes. There he is, Reverend Bob Levy. How are you, sir?
Hey, sorry about that. Always a little late.
Don't worry. We've been having a lot of fun with it. I suck at technology. So I don't know how there we go. All right. Now there's the two of us on screen together. Oh boy, am I going to get fucking yelled at by our audience for having the window like this. But what are you
It's okay.
What are you going to do? Edit on the fly? Bob, thank you very much for coming on. I really do appreciate it. You are, I tell you what, I remember being a big fan of yours in the Stern days. You've still been working. And now it seems like with Uncle Rico and Miserable Men and Misery Loves Company, like it's Bob Levy time. Like you're everywhere. Compound Media, the whole deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's good because I was in a car accident that fucked me up for like 4 years, and now I got the neck surgery. I'm back. I'm ready for this shit again.
Yeah, and I'm
ready for the madness.
Yeah, I was watching Levy Land a while back. You were or last week actually. You said you were off this. You had gone like 12 to 16 hours without a cigarette. How's that going?
Not too fucking good.
Oh fuck!
Huh?
I thought that was like a vape or something. Oh no.
No, it lasted 2 days, man. It's like the craving ain't bad. It makes you crazy where you want to kill people, and it's not a good thing. So I have to get past that. That's the next point I have to pass. The anger of it. It's very tough. It's the hardest thing to quit, I think.
So let me get this straight. You were at a day where you were about ready to kill someone, and you have Chad Zumock on your show. You're a brave man.
Yeah, it was funny. It was like, I get Chad. I know, how he hates everybody, but whatever. It seems like everybody hates each other now. But
yeah,
I don't think they do. I don't know. It's hard to figure this out exactly what the hell's going on. I know I don't hate people. I really don't hate anybody.
Well, Bob, I came from radio, and you came from radio. Obviously, you were on the biggest show of all time. And I think we kind of understand that when you're entertaining people, you bust people's balls, you watch people behave badly, or you watch them behave in a silly way, and you want to make fun of them, you want to pick on them to entertain your audience. It's I'm kind of like you, where I say, look, I'm just making fun of people. I didn't expect it to be so personal,
Well, people take it personal. It's like, I don't get it, look, if that's okay, if that's their thing, fine. I don't give a fuck, but I'm in it for just great radio, having fun. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing better than it, I think.
Out of all the shows you're doing right now, this is not fair. It's like asking you to pick your favorite kid, but which one do you look forward to?
I only have one. No.
Yeah. Which one do you look forward to doing the most?
It's hard to say. I mean, I really do love doing them all. I'm always going to be, I like doing Misery Loves Company. I mean, I love that because it's just craziness. You never know what's going to happen. You just walk in there and it's like, hey, Kevin's in a mood today. We go that way,
Right. Now,
they're all great. Like Compound's fucking great. Levy Land's fun. Miserable Men. I enjoy all of them. Otherwise, I wouldn't do them. I wouldn't do so many if I didn't enjoy the time on them.
And you do. And if we could list them off here for everyone to go check them out. Miserable Men, Levy Land, Misery Loves Company, Compound Media on Thursdays on the Anthony Cumia show, the Uncle Rico show. I think I said Miserable Men. Did I get them all?
Yeah. I think that's that for now. Right, yeah, I think that's it.
Otherwise, just go follow Sir Levy on Twitter, and you'll be able to find that out really easily.
Yeah, some of the stuff.
Bob, very entertaining stuff coming out of you on all these shows, but Thursday's Compound Media show, as a subscriber and as I watched it, I've got to say, the three of you, it was like watching a horse race of who's the funniest, and everyone just keeps pulling ahead of the other. Like Kevin's quiet for a little while, and then all of a sudden he busts out a line of, "You give a black person a lollipop, they'll tell you anything," and then you come over the top, and then Anthony. I mean, those are funny shows every Thursday, but holy shit! I mean, you guys can't get in there at the end of a you, Kevin, and Anthony thing without leaving a nuclear explosion behind. And then yesterday I watched Gino's show, and he's losing his fucking mind. I got to tell you, don't ever worry that it's not great streaming, radio, broadcasting, whatever, because it's awesome. But like, I know you don't take it that seriously, but it's got to be a minor headache.
No, it's not. It's not really a minor headache. It's like the reason I didn't come on his show is because he texted me this morning, and I just wrote back. I said, as soon as I got there, Erock started talking to me, business and fucking all this shit, and it was an interesting talk, and it was 1:45, and I'm like, Frankie's on, he's got it, you know what I mean? It's no big deal if I come in this time. I'll be in next week earlier, you know. But he took it the wrong way without even asking me of what was happening. Yeah. So everything that he said, I had a reason. I had a reason for not being there. For whatever. And what am I supposed to do? Like when Kevin's making jokes about him, I'm supposed to go, Kevin, he's my friend for 30 years. You can't do this. Even though he gave out your phone number, you know, I'm supposed to stop the fun.
Right.
It doesn't work that way. It's never worked that way.
Yeah. I mean, how many times have we been on radio and someone's shitting on somebody that we may like, and you just smile, you laugh, and you eat it because you're doing a show.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's like, it's not for me to stop everybody from, I think I stopped Kevin from killing him. That shows a friend.
Yeah, right.
You know? I mean, Anthony had a gun. He could have shot him. He didn't move. He wasn't going to get up and fucking be part of this fucking zoo, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't blame him. I don't blame him. But I went out of my way to fucking catch him. You know what I mean? I didn't have to. I could have just sat there also. But it would have ended bad. It ends bad. You can't hit people on radio. You know, you lose your jobs. You know, and it's just not good for the fans.
All right, by a ranking of Kevin's strength when you were trying to hold him back, how bad did he really want to go after Gino? You can tell by the resistance. How much resistance did you get?
A lot. When he picked up that thing, it was out of control. He started banging the window. That was worse than the first one, but I had him blocked, so he couldn't get through. There was a door, there was me there, and Gino was behind it yelling, "You have a family," whatever that meant. And basically, like, the second time was really, I was like, this is going to get, and then Bobby grabbed him, and I told Bobby, let go of him, because you know, the way Kevin would think, and anyone that's seen, he's Team Gino, so he shouldn't be on touching, you know, Kevin.
Sure.
So I thought that could have erupted into something at any time.
So now, you know, I've had my Gino and I a while back had a back and forth on our respective shows with each other, and we squashed it. We squashed it recently. I've texted with him a few times. I kind of understand. I get Gino now. I like all of you guys. Is there any way this thing kind of gets squashed? Or you kind of personally, you seem like over it to begin with. Like, this is all just, you know, you're having fun. But do you ever see a point where, you know, Kevin and Gino can calm down and the whole compound family, I suppose, can kind of get this whole thing under control? Or are us fans just in for a great ride until somebody blows up?
Well, that's what I can't see this coming down at any time, truthfully. I mean, as long as they don't see each other, I think it'll be okay, but I don't think the words will ever stop for a while. I mean, somebody's going to have to bend, and Kevin's not going to bend. There's no way. And will Gino bend at this time? No, it doesn't seem like it, because he seems to be, he's not going to take anything anymore, which he said yesterday.
Yeah.
Whatever he's taking, I don't know, you know.
You know,
but I can't see it stopping.
You were, we almost had a great streaming moment at the expense of me being seen as a little shit stirrer. You were running a little bit behind today, and I said, well, you know, I could just text Gino and see if he wants to fill in until Bob gets here.
Oh, that would be fun.
And then when Bob gets in, what would you have thought about that? Would you have would you have had?
No, I don't give a shit. To me, that would have been funny. You know, we were trying to. like on Miserable Men last night, Shuli goes, I'm just going to text him and say you want to apologize with the link. And I'm like, I'm not apologizing for nothing. I didn't do anything.
No.
You know, I can't. I mean, am I your brother? I have to stand up for you. You know, I mean, you got to stand up for yourself. That's your fight. You know, it's not my fight. I don't get into shit like that. But I'm gonna have fun. I mean, Anthony was laughing too.
Yeah,
Anthony's his boy. You know, we're doing radio that hasn't been done in years. You know,
right?
It's like three people that are just. It reminds me of the old days of Opie and Anthony and Stern.
Yeah,
where it's just fucking. It doesn't. Feelings are not. You know, something you worry about.
I've been doing a show for like 15 or 16 years, and I was driving around my neighborhood last Thursday, and I made, you know, it rarely happens. You know this when you listen to stuff. I had to make my drive longer because that Thursday show you guys were doing was just so goddamn funny. And you're right. It reminds you of the old school O&A and Stern stuff. And, you know, you being a Stern guy, it does, and you do the Uncle Rico show, which, you know, of course, a lot of times rips on John Melendez. And I asked Shuli this past week, you seem to have absorbed so much from working on the Howard Stern show, the greatest show that ever existed in radio, most successful. You seem to absorb so much. Shuli seems to absorb so much. You guys just have that sixth sense of you just know when something's good. How is it that John worked on that same show and didn't absorb this? Like, how could you guys all come from the same place and just end up so different?
Because it's all about him. So if it's not about him at that moment, he doesn't pay attention. I watched radio when I was up there from the front to the back. I knew how radio worked in the back, how everybody with the bits, everything. I watched everything. I knew how I can get in bits. I'd watch it from 6 in the morning, even when I wasn't there, and I'd be sending in shit because you want to be part of it. You know what I mean? You can't just be. You have to learn the business before you can do great in it, because you don't get it. If you don't get it, you end up like what John does, you know, and to not be able to, you know, if they were hiring fucking idiots again in radio or whatever, he'd be a millionaire. But the whole thing is that, you know, even on the Tonight Show with Jay Leno, he put him in the audience. I mean, come on now. It was like, I don't know why I did this. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to put him in here. I would have been working. How can I get out of the audience? What do I have to do to be able to have Jay go, this guy can write, this guy can do stuff? He just sat there. You know what I mean? It's like he doesn't care. And then he blames everybody else but himself. And, you know, there's times when I did that, you know, but I was on Xanax, a lot of it at the time when I had the falling out. But after a while, I realized, hey, could have been me.
Yeah, there's that self-awareness seems to be a key component that he has missing, because every time you talk about, like, you're leaving the Stern show and all the things that happen with that, you're very quick to own everything. You're very quick to go, hey, I realized I was this. I needed to become this, so I worked towards getting there. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't seem like he has that.
Yeah, and that's gonna hold you back from everything. It's like, how can you be given all these gifts? And I call them gifts because they are, and not be able to parlay it to something else is just crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, having a resume of, you know, being on Leno, come on, you know how Hollywood is. They like to suck each other's dicks, and if you can't get your dick in there or get your mouth in there, something's wrong.
Well, Kanye told me all about Hollywood. It sounds terrible.
Well, it's the Jews. The Jews.
It's all...
They ruin everything.
Yeah. You know, you doing the Uncle Rico show, kind of the last John question I have is, now that John's announced his kind of self-imposed exile from streaming and podcasting, what's it like over there at the Uncle Rico offices? Are you guys like, well, we're gonna dig into our history of knowing John, because you guys kind of have that background that other people don't who make fun of John? Or are you guys like, look, we might have to kind of transfer this into something else, or is it just full speed ahead for now?
Full speed ahead. Truthfully, I said we have a lot of stuff, right? And he goes, we have everything.
Yeah.
People have everything, you know, and he can't stay away because he hangs on to the glory days of being famous, and he has to talk about him because that's all he has to talk about. You know, you can't go on. You can do a radio show and just talk about anything in your life and that stuff and be amazing if you're good at it.
Right.
But he doesn't. He can only go with the past because it always goes to something that he did whenever you ask a question, which is pretty weird.
Yeah. One of your many fans in the chat right now is asking a good question. I think I know the answer to this one, but I'll throw it to you. How come Miserable Men Show hasn't uploaded a vid in a long ass time? Isn't that going up on the Shuli show one now? Have you guys consolidated all of that into one place? Yeah.
Yeah, but I think they're going maybe one at a time. I don't really get involved with that stuff, but we did talk about it, and I said, yeah, give it to them, you know, because more people watching it and understanding the characters. You know, you got to watch it a few times so you know what the hell's going on, truthfully, and how the flow of the show is. But it's a great show. It really is. I mean, even Lenny's, you know, he's a pain in the ass, but it's hilarious because he can never do anything right. And it's exciting. So I said, yeah, let's just give it to them and just go from there. And if we come up with other ideas for shows, we'll just throw them on.
Question for you. You talked about, and I'm going to be nosy here, but you talked about talking business with Erock a couple weeks ago. And of course, watching on Thursday is fantastic viewing. Any discussion about maybe Bob Levy being Anthony Cumia's co-host? Anything like that?
No, no. It's Anthony's happy with what he's doing. Like I said, like I talked to him a while ago. I go, look, I mean, you're moving to South Carolina. I lived there before. I would move if you ever wanted someone around, because it doesn't matter where I live, you know?
Yeah.
I said, you know, to pop ideas here and there, you know, with somebody in the studio. And he goes, yeah, I don't think, you know what I mean? But, you know, it's like he's happy with what he's doing. Yeah. He's happy doing. I love when, believe me, I like it. I like the show when you don't have guests. I may be crazy, but I think if you don't have the right guest, it's a different show. It could be a different show, like 3 times a week. And I like it all fucking crazy, or I just like Anthony.
You said something on one of your shows recently that I've believed in for a long time, but it kind of forgot. I don't notice it when I watch podcasts until you said it. And now I notice it all the time. You said 3. 3 is the maximum number. Don't have more than 3 on your show at a time or it becomes a mess. And I can't remember what I was watching last night. I watched it for 5 minutes and there were like 5 people on. I thought of you immediately. I'm like, God, Bob's right. This is a fucking mess.
Well, even like me and Kevin have talked about that. Like, you know, I said sometimes 4, but then that 4th guy has to be really, the 4th person has to be kind of laid back. We go to him whenever. But 3, and we decided 3 was the magic number. I was even talking to Erock about that 3 is the magic number. Because if you watch like you see shows with 5 people, it's like, what the fuck is going on? 7 people. Like people say, come on my show. There's fucking 8 people on. I'm like, what the fuck? What am I going to say that they're not going to babble over?
Right. Exactly. And that's the thing. You talk over all the good lines. And like, could you imagine if, Kevin's doing his thing, you're doing his thing, Anthony's doing his thing last Thursday on what I think people thought unanimously was a great show. There were like 3 other people on the couch. You guys wouldn't have been able to cleanly get those lines off.
No, and that's why we busted Ray's ball. Ray DeVito came in, and I said, don't put his mic on. I said, let's see how long. And you see how we were joking about it? He had no idea that his mic wasn't on, because it's like weird when you're paying attention and it's there, it's that, and it was fucking funny. And then they put his mic on at the end. But it's like you hear a voice coming from another side, it throws you off.
Yeah.
Because you're not in the same thing. It's like, we're not playing to the couch. You know what I mean? That's not the show.
Oh, man. If I saw you 3 just absolutely destroying in there, I mean, I would think the fucking balls on Ray DeVito to even walk into that room. It's like, you know what? Just steer clear. It's not like Ray DeVito's going to walk in there and you 3 in the middle of ripping apart a comedy carcass are going to go, oh, Ray, great to see you. You're exactly what we were looking for. You're getting fucking destroyed.
Well, that's what it is. It's like it gives them a better opportunity to go, hey, let me get a date and book myself on that date. So there isn't, you know what I mean? Like you go in there and it's Ray and somebody else, or just Ray with Anthony or with Gino, whatever. But you know what I mean? When you're playing the fucking couch bullshit, it's like I'm not looking. You know what I mean? I'm not fucking who's saying something in the corner. They even put the lights out too. It was hilarious. If you really look at it, he was in the dark with no mic on, and he still doesn't even know it. Probably he's gonna find out after the show. But it was hilarious, and we just all started laughing. Go, fuck yeah, let's do it, because you know. But Anthony didn't know about it, but I kept going, I hear a voice over it. I don't know what it is. Yeah. You know, because but you couldn't hear him on the mic. I don't think they had it on for a while, but I heard it at the end.
Yeah. Robert Miller does mention in the chat, he goes, the old O&A show would have more than 3 on sometimes. But Bob, I mean, to clarify that like different. the fourth was always fucking Patrice O'Neill, for God's sake. I mean. Yeah,
but that's different. Like, I'm talking about now, like in this podcast kind of shows and that stuff. Howard had, it was 5, when you sat in 5 or 6, but it was different. Those days are over. You're not going to see a show like that, really. Yeah. With all the different personalities and that shit, you have a few of the main people that are in there all the time. You have writers. It's just not like that. In this situation, the way radio is, 3 people is the magic number.
I agree. Speaking of Stern and the amount of people he had in and stuff, I did not follow until the end, all the way to the end. I know you guys had your ups and downs, and I can only speak as a listener on the Stern Show. Artie Lang, obviously an immensely funny, talented guy, as they say in wrestling, had his demons. You've talked about Xanax and stuff, how you've kicked a lot of stuff. How have they gone between you and Artie? I don't want to be the guy who goes, "Oh, give us an Artie update." How do things sit with your relationship to this day? And if there's anything you want to share that he would be willing to have people know, that would be great. If not, as much as you're willing to divulge.
I mean, the last time he went into rehab. I got him into a rehab. The time before the final time. Okay. And he did really good. He was doing really good there. And he got out and he fucked up. Like, I picked him up, dropped him off with his mom. He goes, I want to go out. I go, nah, stay with your mom. He ended up going out and getting fucking high. And it broke me. It fucking broke me because I tried so fucking hard, threatening him, fucking anything you can do to get him in there. And then he went, when you get arrested, they're like, hey, we're going to keep you in jail if you test positive. Yeah. So that makes you stop, truthfully. I mean, nobody, what do I want to do? Get fucked in the ass or do I want to stop doing this? It's not a hard thing to figure out. And then he's doing really good. I talked to him a couple times in text. I said, give me a call. And he's like, huh? And he never called. And I was like, okay, bye-bye. It's better that way. Because like in rehabs, they always tell you, you got to get away from everything. Yeah. Everything that was in the past. You know what I mean? Even though I'm one of the people that fought for him to fucking get clean. Yeah. But the whole thing is that I get it. So I don't try to get in touch with him. He can get in touch with me whenever. And I'll be happy, But I just hoping he's happy and he can get his shit together and be able to live a life without fucking going, I can't go here. I can't do this because there's drugs around. There's drugs everywhere. You got to get your shit together.
I mean, I'm immensely impressed by just the attitude you've now cultivated about all of these things through a career and a life you've lived now. I mean, you really seem to have it almost like a sage, almost like figured out. Like I don't want to use this as a derogatory term, but like the elder statesman of comedy, where you kind of see all these things where these guys get caught up in drama, and you warn them. You're like, this is not a big deal. Don't worry about it. The thing you just said about Artie, where a lot of people would get upset that Artie's not talking to him. You've got the frame of reference to go, look, the guy just needs to get better, and if cutting all of us out makes him better, then God bless, do that.
Well, that's what I said. I go, he's dead to me because he's not in, in my thoughts, right? He's in my thoughts, but I'm not going to be hitting him up. He doesn't even have my new, you know what I mean? So it's like, whenever it happens, it happens, but I'm not getting involved. I've been too involved. You know what I mean? I think when people have to clean up, they can't have people going. The worst thing you want to hear is, are you doing okay? You doing okay? Yeah. How you feeling? And that's what I hated that, even with the car accident and getting claimed. It's like the worst thing. You can't just have a regular conversation with me like we did before.
Yeah.
So it's like it gets annoying. So it's better to just fuck off.
Yeah. So how long did it take you? When do you think you hit that point where you've kind of figured all this stuff out about how to treat people, treat situations, all this stuff? Like how long did it take you to kind of get to that point?
Well, the whole thing is you learn how to do it after you're thinking with a clean mind, basically, you know, and even if I do have a drink, I'll have a cocktail. I'll have two.
Yeah.
I don't drink to get drunk. I'll smoke weed now to deal with pain and just realize, hey, maybe I shouldn't say that. I'm a kind of an asshole if I say that. Weed will make you really think before you talk.
Yeah.
And alcohol and drugs don't really do that. Like I wouldn't even call weed a drug because it's amazing what it does for people. And if everybody smoked weed, there wouldn't be many assholes running around.
Now I see why I never liked weed.
You see, but it does. It's so different now, the kinds you can get that help certain things.
Yeah.
But it's like when you can think with a clear mind, you're like, maybe it was me. And a lot of people can't point the finger at themselves.
Yeah.
And you know, I was like, fuck you, this, fuck, crazy.
Yeah.
Madman. But I realized that wasn't me.
What's it like running a comedy club? Are you and Kevin Brennan working together? I'm assuming Kevin has his shit together. I mean, we watch him when he's performing and he's raging about people and talking shit about people. But I just assume, being in the business as long as he has his shit together. He knows business. What's it like, you two running a comedy club together and being on that side of it? That's got to be kind of a fun new experience.
It's fun. It's not the biggest thing in the world that we do. We just did it. You know what I mean? Like, if we didn't have it, who gives a shit? You understand? It's just like it gives us opportunities to work on new material. You don't have to close it. Do whatever spot you want. You know, let other people close, and it's fun. You know, we've been going against the Phillies in the World Series, or the playoffs since the second week we opened it. You know, the only week that was really bad was last week because of it was Game 6. But we'll be back, you know what I mean? And me and him opened it. It was fucking really great, and it'll work great. It got good people there, and it's just that we're having fun.
Yeah. I did want to ask you, too, before we had to let you go today. I've always heard about you and your association with pro wrestling, and now with this Geno thing. You guys have been posting, I believe, the Minnesota Wrecking Crew picture. I think that's what it was. The Andersons.
But people make those. People make those. You think, like, I make them? You know what I mean? It's like people will send me stuff, and it's just hilarious. And to see the picture upset Geno is fucking. That's like. God, it's like I can't believe this is upsetting him. It's like tricking a dog. You know what I mean? It's a fucking picture of fucking me and Kevin's head on wrestlers from the 70s.
Yeah, I do want to, like, as a guy who's now I've talked to you, I've talked to Erock, I've texted back and forth with Gino before. Like, I want to almost write him sometimes when I'm watching things like yesterday's show and just go, dude, I like all of you guys. This is fine. It's not a big deal. This too shall pass. All you got to do is let go, and it all goes away.
Exactly.
You know?
I always say there's a key. It's shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? If you shut the fuck up, it goes away. You know what I mean? Especially if it's not a problem.
Yeah.
You know? But he gets like right now, I don't know why he texts me. He texts like a woman. Okay. Like, not even like a woman, like two women. It's like huge paragraphs, and it was like 7 of them. And I read a couple, and I just wrote, I didn't come in because I was talking to Erock. What the fuck? You know what I mean? It's like, why are you upset? Like, it's like you could have said as soon as you came out and hugged me, you could have said, why didn't you come in? And I would have said, me and Erock are talking. Yeah, it ends right there. You understand? For him to go on like screaming, you know what I mean? What the fuck is he screaming about?
Yeah. And what was that, you trying to call in yesterday? Like, was that a shoot? Was that you, or was it somebody pretending to be?
That was me.
Oh, okay.
I said, Garrett, put me on with the baby, and that's exactly what he wrote. Because I wasn't going to yell or anything. I was going to go. I was talking to Erock. We were having a really good conversation, very good conversation about O&A, Stern, how everything's coming back. What you guys are doing. You're fucking killing what you after coming back from all this bullshit. And I'm supposed to go, oh no, I gotta go fucking, in there for 5 minutes with Gino. I didn't think like that. I was like, oh, whatever. We have it. It's not a lot of times you get to sit down and speak to Erock about stuff that we're doing and what we want to do.
Yeah, and you just wanted to have a talk with him. You guys might get that talk. I mean, it's not like the Kevin Brennan thing where those two are ready to kill each other. I mean, Gino's threatening to box him yesterday on his show.
He says me about I'm all wrestling, and he's ready to box him. I said to him on Twitter, I go, why don't you box Pat Dixon? And if Pat Dixon wins, he gets his show back, and fucking, and if you win, you put it in charity. And everyone's like, that's fucking. See, that's classic radio, old radio. You know what I mean? Pat getting his job back. You know what I mean? Because he hit a guy because he did something wrong to him. That would be a cliffhanger. Everybody would want to. No one wants to see fucking Gino and Kevin. Kevin's gonna put on boxing gloves.
Dude, I honestly, I watch all this stuff and I love it. I'm entertained by it, but it also I also watch it. I've stopped numerous times while watching this stuff and gone, I'm 35 years old. These men are in their, 40s, 50s, 60s, and they are fighting like cats and dogs. And it actually gives me hope that, like, there's no time limit on the thing I'm doing because like, oh shit, we can still do this stuff like grumpy old men.
That's the whole thing. It's like, I said this yesterday too. I go, whether, Shuli was talking about miserable man. I go, whether you're 10 years old and you can't stick up for yourself, you're a cunt, or you're 60 or 70, you have to stick up for you. Or you're done. You're done. You got to be able to handle anything at any time in life. Otherwise, you're done. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, I don't like it when people who like either watch shows or do shows go, well, I don't like the drama. Bullshit. It's the most entertaining thing of any fucking show ever is when two people who have a sense of humor are hammering each other back and forth. And what you usually like to see out of that is when they see each other in person, they're like, wow, we're doing some pretty fucking entertaining shit, aren't we? And they can just kind of bury it there,
I don't think Gino and Kevin would ever say that.
Oh, there's going to be a big boxing match.
Other. Yeah, no, but it's just crazy because with the drama, everybody loved it. Drama was created on radio years ago. That was great. And it's like, all we do on Miserable Men, I come on at night and I go, oh, just fucking save it for the show. Save it for the show. Yeah. That's what it is. You save it for the show. That's what makes radio good. If you got a problem with somebody, save it for the show. Absolutely. Deal with it there. And people don't get that. If you don't get that, you shouldn't be listening to anything good. You know, truthfully, it makes no sense because people that don't understand what entertainment is, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's real. It's like this ain't wrestling. This is real shit. Fucking Kevin wanted to fucking kill him. Yeah. And to see the fucking look in his Nazi bearing eyes down on me. You know what I mean? It's fucking, it's like he's a fucking madman. And I love it. I love it for that because who do I want to do radio with? That fucking guy. Yeah. You know what I mean? I don't want to hear some, you go on there and it's just an agree fest. Everybody's agreeing with everything. What the fuck is that? You know what I mean? That's why there's a lot of people that do a show by themselves that can cause drama because they're good at it. They're good at it.
You're right. That I've been trying all weekend since you guys kept repeating it over and over, trying to hit that Kevin Brennan cadence. And since we're on YouTube, I have to say it this way: fucking gay F word. You guys saying that over and over and trying to nail that inflection Kevin hit when he yelled it. It's impossible. You can't do it.
When he was so mad, he got out of breath. You know what I mean? And that's one thing. Like, if you're going to fight, never get out of breath like that, and the anxiety will hit. Like, what's going on? You have to go kill. I will kill. Right. And that's it. Your breathing is perfect. Once you start getting nervous and you're breathing wrong, you're going to get your fucking ass kicked. But he fucking threw himself at that point where he couldn't get out the word. He was so mad at that point. Yeah. But he didn't lose the power trying to kill him. Yeah. He did want to go get him. It wasn't easy the second time trying to get him from not smashing that window. And that window wouldn't have been a good thing if he smashed it.
Yeah. I have to say, Bob, if those two do end up boxing each other, it would be so embarrassingly fun to watch. I don't care who knocks who out. We all are the winners if that fight happens.
The whole thing is, look, nobody in real life wants to see 60-year-old men fight,
right.
but that know him. But everybody else wants to see it.
Right.
Everybody would be like, this is fucking hilarious, because it's like, can you imagine growing up, when you were growing up and your grandfather's fighting another grandfather? You'd be like, what the fuck is this going on? It's crazy. But to see, like, to know the people, like, this is fucking hilarious, you know? But I can't see that happening, you know, but he's saying, we bring it to wrestling. He's doing a boxing match
Bob,
now, which doesn't make any sense.
Bob, I'm telling you, I'm offering my services right now. If we're going to pro wrestling and boxing this shit, I've got 2 amateur fights under my belt. I'll train Gino. You train Kevin. Let's do it. Let's put it together.
Look at this. He just sent me another message, Gino. It's so fucking huge. Just look how huge it is. That's one thing.
Well, that's a long time. He just sent you that now?
Yeah, but that's just one thing after he sent like 4 big ones. I don't got time for this reading. You know what I mean? I would have finished school if I liked reading so much. Just fucking, oh my God.
I wish that, because like I said, I find myself in the middle a little bit here, because I think this is all great. But I even feel like I get the idea that you like Gino, and it's one of those things where you're like, I want to like you. Why don't we just stop this nonsense?
Well, I love Gino. It's not like I want to like him. You always got to love him. I've known him for years. Yeah. But sometimes you have to say, hey, you know what I mean? Maybe you should shut the fuck up. And that's what a friend does. Yeah. And however he does it, maybe get a hint or something like that. You know, calm down a little bit. You don't have to fight with everybody now. He's fighting with everybody.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like 2 weeks ago, we got the invite from Frank Pellegrino to do to StreamYard into the Content House, and that's where Gino and I buried the hatchet. It seems like I'm the only hatchet he's buried lately. Then.
Yeah, but it might be in your back soon. You never know.
Well, who knows? So far, so good, right?
But he was mad that we were trashing Compound Media. The Content House sucked. It did. I watched some clip. I'm not going to fucking say, I'm not going to, you know what I mean? A friend says, hey, this wasn't good. Maybe you should work on it and cut it down and fucking have the right people sitting in. Because it wasn't. I watched it like 4 times and I was like, oh, this is fucking painful.
We got invited, and as a growing channel as we are, we were excited to get the invite. We're like, fucking good. This is exposure. It's great. And then I watched you and Kevin talk about Content House, and I went, oh, fuck. I was like, no. I was so excited to go on it. And then I listened to what you were saying about it, and I was like, look, he's not wrong about Here was my take on the Content House. Yeah. When I would turn it on, it would be a lot of the B and C list players that I didn't care about, and they weren't really talking about anything. I liked it when Carl did his Who Are These podcasts.
Yeah, I've seen that, yeah.
And when Anthony would be on. Otherwise, I will admit, aside from when I was on personally, and Anthony and then Carl, and, you know, when the A-list guys were on, yeah, I didn't stick around very long.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I seen, and that's why I said we are willing to get the tape, send me the tape of everything, and me and Kevin will watch it, and if we are wrong, we'll let you know on the air live as we're watching it, if we're wrong, and it was great radio.
Now,
because
as far as a bunch of people getting together and drinking and wanting to film it, that is probably a little more accurate as to what it was.
Yeah. It's like I turned it on. There was girls going, I don't have a boy. It's tough to get a boy. No, you have a pussy. It's not tough to get a boyfriend. Stop it. It's unbelievable. You know, when you hear women, and then the one girl sounded like she was on The Wizard of Oz, the little girl. You know, she's like, I got to get out of here. And it's like, I just couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't, like, you know, she's on the couch with her little legs swinging. I don't need this shit. I watch it because I'm a team player. You know what I mean? I'm like, hey, I want to go see Anthony. Anthony's hilarious. There ain't many people, if any, funnier than him. Yeah. Truthfully. You know, but you think he'd like if we were blowing smoke up his ass the whole fucking time?
Right.
We can't, you know?
He's a big boy. He can take it. I mean, shit, even Frank Pellegrino can take it. I was on the show, and I was doing my show, and he was in the chat, and I was talking about Content House, and I went, look, as far as like a bunch of people getting together, drinking, filming it, putting it up there for a 48-hour stream, that's good for what it was. That's fine. And Frank goes, oh, thank you. That's kind of what we were going for. And I'm like, well, there. See, they can, they can take it. Anthony can take it. You don't have to get upset about, someone, that, especially people that like you and respect you, going, they shit on the thing you did a little bit. Big deal.
Well, that's why I think they asked me to go on the next one, and I go, that's not my thing.
Right.
I do a show and I go home. I don't hang out with comedians. Most of them are douchebags. You know what I mean? I don't want to. I'm not going to go to their barbecue. You're never going to see me waving at a barbecue. It's just not me.
Yeah.
I like to do a show and go home. If they want to do this the right way, let's fucking do it in fucking Aruba or fucking Hawaii. Let's go there and fucking do it and do a big show there. Then I'll fucking hang out. I'm not going to hang out in Florida. I can go to Florida anytime I want.
Yeah, I'm absolute trash. You do it in Las Vegas. I would love to do a Content House there. That could be fun.
Something like that. Do it the right way. Have the booth, the confessional booth, where me and Kevin take our lives from sitting there the whole fucking time. And it's just not, you know what I mean? It's like maybe I like little things in life. You know what I mean? To me, that's not fun. You know what I mean? To go to another state to hang out with fucking in a house, you know what I mean? You bring your wife, there's fucking 25 people there, fucking drunk, pissing on each other and fucking, you know what I mean? You're just hoping somebody drowns in the pool. That's why I tuned in. Nobody drowned.
I did watch.
Man.
I did tune in at one point, and they had that Ashton Birdie on there, and she was talking about how moving from this part of Florida to that part of Florida really helped her mental health. And I went, uh-oh, cute single blonde chick talking about her mental health. She's 3 shots away from crying in the shower.
There's no doubt about it. You know what I mean? She's always like, how come guys always hit me? Because you fucking talk like that. That's why. It's like you guys don't go around hitting women. You know what I mean? You got to shut the fuck up. It's back to shut the fuck up once in a while. Sometimes you just got to shut the fuck up and listen. You don't have to always say something. You can shut the fuck up and listen and go, wow, yeah, now I understand it. Not everybody needs your point of view on everything. That's why you fucking got a shiner.
Right? You let them vote, and now they think they own the place.
It's fucking amazing. You know what I mean? It's like out of all my wife, I get along with my wife. I have fun with her. You know what I mean? We can go out and have a good time. Doing anything, and we have a good time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But when you have these, I can't get a boyfriend. I've been single for so long. Please, just throw your fucking legs in the air and shut the fuck up. It's unbelievable. It's like it's like there's nobody out there. It's not because you're fucking insane. That's why nobody wants to be around you.
Yeah, I say now, like I'm 35 now. My wife is great. I think she's awesome. But I say at my age now, they're like, oh, what if you had to go date again? I'm like, are you kidding? At my age, I'd rather make a pretty woman cry than laugh at this point. Like, that's more entertaining.
Exactly.
To me,
Yeah, and I get harder when I do that.
I do. They start crying, and I just walk around the bar with a giant tent in my pants, bigger than you've ever seen.
Oh, God. I like her. She makes me so fucking horny with those tears. Yeah, but like, you need a strong woman. It's like, you fought to be strong. Be strong. Don't fucking, you can't play the cards. Everybody plays cards now, every race and that, they throw the cards out there. Women are like, I'm just a woman, but then you want to get paid the same. Shut the fuck up. Pick one.
Do you think we'd maybe get somewhere with these women who talk about, why can't I find a man, if we just looked at them and said, well, do you think it's maybe because you're getting fat?
Well, put them in front of a judge of 5 people, or 3. 3 is the perfect number.
3.
And you go over the list after talking them for an hour. Let them talk for an hour, explain, and then go, here, this is why. Okay? You're a fucking idiot. Okay? Your tits are saggy. You know what I mean? You never shut the fuck up. And then if you work on that, I should open up a place to fucking do that. So for women that can't find a guy, there's a reason why, And guys like, I like being single. Nobody likes to be single when you're 50. Nobody fucking likes it. You're sitting with you looking at your dog and cat, and they're like, what a fucking loser you are. What are we having a TV dinner again tonight? No, but nobody wants to be single after a while. It's not fun. It's like you're supposed to have somebody with you. It's been like this since ever. Okay? And you can't do it all of a sudden because you're a fucking idiot.
You know what? I think it would be totally okay for you to do with these women who ask that what you're saying you're going to do. It's not misogyny. They asked.
Exactly. Right. All they have to do is say, look, I need help. And they're saying it. They throw it out there. Then if a guy hits them up, he's a fucking pervert or something, right? Yeah. But, you know, they're out there telling it like how you can't find it. I like to do this. I swallow and I can't find it. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, fucking whore. You know, it's probably because you're doing it every 2 days with other people. You know, like nobody wants to have the girl that everybody fucks, you know, in town. That's another thing, too. But it's just the way it is. But women, like when I listen to that show out there in Florida and just the women, I can't find it. Stop it with that already. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. By saying shit like that, people want to yell. I just want to hit her with a brick.
See, now, Bob, I can't believe you don't like Content House. I need you at the next one. You have to be there. You'd be I want you sitting in that couch in between those girls. That Content House would have been A-level material if you would have just interjected yourself into those conversations.
That's what me and Kevin are trying to say. If you're going to do it right, you got to bring in the fucking the big guns. You can't have a little toy woman this big fucking talking about, you know, it sounds like she's on helium and it's like, it's weird. But she's probably very nice and that stuff. But like women talking about how they can't get a guy is just like, it's too much for me. And yeah, I wish we were there, you know, because we would say, this is why you can't get him because you just don't stop.
I just want to see you and Kevin on a couch with a couple of sevens, just breaking them down and telling them why they're going to be alone if they don't cut the shit.
Yeah. Oh my God. Look at this. Like, I'm going to read this later. It starts here. Now what? It starts here and then it goes. Now look, it's a fucking book.
Why? Why?
I can't.
God damn it. Like I said, I want that all to be figured out, but God damn, that is funny. Look, I think I was pretty much out of questions. You've given us some great stuff, and it sounds like you've got some real heavy reading to do anyway. So,
and I'm not going to read it. I'm going to look at it a little bit and just move down. It's like, it's too much. It's like, when you look at this much writing, you're going, is this a guy in his 50s that lives with a cat? Yes, it is. It's like he doesn't talk to anybody all day besides his cat. Now he's got to text me fucking, and they're going to keep coming.
Well, if you don't want to read them, you can send it to us and we'll take a look for you and give you the Cliff Notes. I mean,
it's probably just him yelling about Kevin.
But he knows you well enough to know you don't give a fuck. You don't want to be in the middle of all that shit.
Look, man, I just do what I do and I go and fuck home and that's it, you know. And then if I do another show, boom, I don't have time for fucking fixing relationships. I've been married 4 times. I finally got it right. Fuck off. I don't have time for this shit. Trying to fix 2 guys to be happy with each other. All I say is just shut the fuck up. That's the only way things end, if you shut the fuck up. It's a fact in life.
I should have shut the fuck up because you were starting to read that text. If I would have given us about 10 seconds of silence, I might have gotten something out of you regarding that text.
It's just like, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, Kevin's name comes up. Yeah, I see it, but I don't know what he's saying. But I'm just looking in all these words for Kevin.
You're looking for the keywords. Yeah. All right.
Did he called me Boo. Oh no, Bob. Okay, I thought he called me Boo. I almost went up there to hit him on Thursday.
Oh well, I tell you what, Bob. You have your plugs are going to take 15 minutes at least. We got the Miserable Men Show. We got the Uncle Rico Show, Misery Loves Company, Compound Media, the Anthony Cumia Show on Thursdays at 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. God damn it, the one I'm missing. Fuck, I know this. Misery Loves Company, Miserable Men. And Levyland, of course.
Levyland. Tonight at 7 Eastern. We do it for free. We have fun. It's election night. I don't know how busy it'll be tonight because everyone's out there voting and all the machines are fucked up. Have you noticed that? Have you seen tweets and that? Yep. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. It's like they think we're that stupid.
Right.
And it works. It works. Watch, you'll see. It's gonna be a disaster again for us.
Isn't it amazing? They want to ban people for questioning elections and stuff, yet you're watching it with your own eyes going, yeah, but this is fucky. Like, this is weird.
You can only vote for Democrats here. You have to go to another place. That was about a week ago, the early stuff or something. I seen that video. The guy was saying, yeah, you can't vote. You can vote for Democrats here, but you have to go to another place to vote for Republicans. Yeah. Now everything's not working. Now you have to fill out a card in places in Jersey and then hand it to somebody, and they're going to bring it and then count it. Okay.
Yeah, there was one I saw, like some election worker was handing people ballots with Democrats already selected.
It's amazing. They do it right. It's like the worst magicians in the world. They just they're like, hey, watch this trick. Just sign it. Yeah. And it's working because it's like everybody should vote in person. You know what I mean? If you can't go out then you don't vote. That's it. You know, it's like, this is very important. Look what's going on in this world right now with the fucking people don't have money. People that are struggling are really struggling. You know, because of the food prices, the gas prices. Imagine going to fucking work every week and your gas went up over $150 a week.
Yeah.
And the food went up over $150 every 2 weeks, probably. It depends on the size of your family.
Yeah.
How do you get by? How do these people do it? You know what I mean? How did they do it? And if you're not doing that and you're still voting for these fucking idiots, it's almost like you deserve it.
Oh, I don't know, Bob. One more time, that'll do it.
This guy will be the next time. Now they're going to vote for this monster in Pennsylvania. The guy looks like a monster, and it's like he had a stroke. It's like, look, I feel bad with people that have strokes, but I don't want them fucking running the state. You know, it doesn't make sense. It's like, oh, you hate people because of this. And no, I hate people that aren't ready to do a job in anything. Nobody hires the worst. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, I feel bad for this guy. He's going to drool on stage. He has no punchlines. But I would be fucking racist if I fucking didn't put him in.
With Fetterman in Pennsylvania, it's almost, it shows you just how morally bankrupt and disgusting these political parties are. They just want warm meat who will vote down the line for what they want. They're hurting this guy. I mean, like you said, I don't want him in the Senate, so I'll criticize the fact that he's had a stroke and his brain ain't working. But as just an individual human being, it's fucking terrible what they're doing to this guy. He shouldn't be anywhere near there.
Look at what they did to Biden. That fucking guy has no idea where he is.
No.
He has no fucking idea most of the time what's going on. But whatever. I mean, people voted for it. You know, Is this what you want? If this is what you want, you're getting what you deserve. You're getting it.
You know, people are being very optimistic about tonight, being like, Biden and his people are going to get smacked around. I won't believe any of it until they, have all their votes counted or whatever. I'm not taking anything for granted tonight. Not at all. I'm paranoid as hell.
It's going to be crazy. And there's going to be tonight, we're talking about Friday. Yeah. We'll find out. Because watch the fuck ups that are going to happen tonight. It's just going to be amazing. Like we're seeing today what's happening. They're already like, just wait till tonight. This is nothing. You wouldn't be mad. And wait till you see tonight. This is just little fuck ups now. It's insanity. It's insanity. These third world countries do it better.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. You know what, Bob? After we wrap up here, I'm glad you gave me this pep talk because after we wrap up here, I'm actually going to go vote. And I'm thinking maybe I'll just take a nap.
Well, it's afraid you're like, I gotta fucking do this. I gotta do this today, and then you're like there was a Curb Your Enthusiasm. There was a thing where Larry David's in line with this guy, and he goes, "Who are you voting for?" And the guy says the name, and he goes, "I'm voting for the other guy." He goes, "It's a long line here. What do you say? We both just leave and we even each other out.
Yeah.
So it's not like and then the guy lost by 1 vote. And one of the guys seen Larry throw the fucking the button into the thing and not vote. Yeah. And he goes, it's him. And the lady's like, what kind of fucking asshole would stay home and is so lazy to stay home? And it's fucking hilarious because you worry about that, but then it's never. It's just at the end, all of a sudden, all these votes come in. Yeah. And you're like, even if somebody's winning, if the Republicans are winning across the board,
yeah,
it's going to change. It's just going to change.
Yeah.
Why can't they count all those votes before?
Right. That's what I've been saying. If it's early voting, then fucking count it the day they vote.
Because most people are idiots in this world. Yeah. They are. And it's like just show them a shiny thing and they'll be like, whoa, they get excited.
Or a $2 billion Powerball drawing.
Well, they fucked that up too.
Yeah, they did. That's such a bad omen for election day. Like they can't even give someone $2 billion properly.
Yeah, my wife goes, let's check the Powerball numbers. She goes on the computer and she goes, it didn't go up. There was something wrong. They're going to do it tomorrow. I'm like, this is like the biggest one. All of a sudden there's a problem, and it's like, hey, my cousin Tony won. What are the odds of that? The guy's picking. It's like something's fucked up going to happen. It's amazing. Everything is corrupt. Look, everything is run on corruption. Yeah. If you look at it, whether it's construction, everything. We're known for that. That's what this. Everything's corruption. Everybody's getting paid to fucking on the side. It's been like that. You've seen it growing up. You know what I mean? You know what's going on. Everything has something to do with, hey, take this. All right. It's always been like that.
Bob, I actually, I can't believe you're being so paranoid. I have it on very good authority that Paul Pelosi's very excited to accept his Powerball victory.
Yeah. You fucking pull a hammer out of his ass or whatever. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's like the glass broke from the inside out. It's like I watched the ID channel. I know there's no way to kill my wife. I know that. So I would never try it because there is no fucking way. They're always going to catch you. You can't kill anybody these days. You can't. You know what I mean? It doesn't work that way. They have too much stuff that can figure out everything.
I don't know if you saw it, but like NBC put a report out there where they said police say that when the police came to the house, Paul Pelosi ran back towards the intruder. And then NBC later that day pulled that whole report and said, well, it didn't meet our journalistic standards. What, of what? Sucking dick? Like what's the journalistic standard?
I thought they loved these people. You know what I mean? It's like, it's so funny that the people that cry about people are doing, you know what I mean? That they want to support it, but they do it, but they don't want to say, hey, I'm gay.
Right.
If you're gay, you're gay. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They'll fight for everybody's right. Then the guy gets caught in his underwear with a fucking axe in his ass, and he's like, I'm not gay.
Right.
I'm a juggler.
Look, if you had to fuck Nancy Pelosi for decades, I'd forgive you for being gay too.
Exactly. He should run because he'd get more fucking votes. You know what I mean? I'd rather take it in the shitter.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's not a big deal.
He's way more San Francisco than she is.
Exactly. He's like the San Francisco treat.
Yeah.
That motherfucker. But it's weird that everybody that complains have more skeletons in their closet than and they're afraid to be honest. Like, you know what I mean? If you're gay, you're gay. Nobody's mad at you for being gay.
No.
Nobody's mad at somebody for being black. Nobody's mad at somebody for being white. It's not like that. You know what I mean? It's fucking just fucking. It's people going, hey, that's why I didn't get that job. That's why this happened. Okay, that's the reason. Okay, nobody that has a business, anybody that has a business goes, you know what? I'm such a racist. I'm going to lose money. I'm not going to hire that guy.
Right.
Are you fucking kidding? It doesn't work that way. Nobody's that stupid. Yeah. I hope. I really hope.
Well, we'll find out. Bob, it's been a fucking pleasure, man. Miserable Men Show, Uncle Rico Show, Levy Land, Misery Loves Company, Compound Media, Thursdays, 3 to 5 p.m. Central, 4 to 6 Eastern. Bob, anytime you want to come back, we would love to have you, man.
Definitely. Absolutely, brother. This has been fun.
All right. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, brother. Have a good one.
You too. Bob Levy, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Oh, my God. And now you can't see me because I closed out the entire Zoom thing. Now, wait a minute. If I go back, why do I podcast is watching this right now going, you fucking idiot. If I go, there we are. Oh, there I am. I'm back now. All right. Guys, that was a lot of fun with the Reverend Bob Levy. What a great dude. We almost had Gino on.Ed we get a text from Gino? No, we did not. All right. Oh well. Well, he was texting Bob. And he didn't text me. I found out who the fuck I am. Oh, somebody also emailed me and said Zumock bashed you on his podcast. Just watched the stream podcast today, and he finally addressed you. I think it's supposed to be on his Patreon tomorrow. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Well, that's exciting. Well, the only problem with Chad Zumock putting it up on his Patreon is that nobody's going to see it. Because he's got like, what? That's like his whole audience, and it's like 70 people. Shit. Don't put it on your fucking Patreon, Chad, you idiot. Put it on your YouTube for free, and then all of us can watch it. We can shit on you, shitting on us. Oh, sensitive boy, Chad. Anyway, guys, thank you very much for watching. That was a lot of fun.